Welcome to this meeting of the Gainesville City Commission. We're happy to have you with us today. Lots of good work to get through, and some really good work first thing this morning. So we'll get started, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have the invocation to be presented by Dr. David Kamen from Congregation B'nai Israel.
Welcome, Rabbi.
Let us pray. Today we ask for inspiration to conduct the business of our community with whole hearts that are filled with compassion, wisdom, and the understanding of service to our citizens. May we take to heart the sage advice to love our neighbors as ourselves, to stand always for the principles of justice, fairness, and deep respect for every individual, regardless of their background, ethnic origin, religion, or race. May we be guided always by the values that are enshrined in these United States, the state of Florida, and the city of Gainesville. And let us say, Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Rabbi. It's good to have you with us.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to the adoption of the agenda. We do not have any updates today. However, we do have a couple speakers who would like to speak to the paratransit software item that's on consent.
Okay. Hold on just a second. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As it relates to the consent agenda, I would hope that we could take 591, which is McPherson, master plan task agreement, off consent. And one other thing that might be worthy of consideration is switching items 2 and 3 under the business discussion items. The reason for that is Gainesville Police quarterly update may help inform some of our budget development update. It doesn't have to be that way, but I think that would probably be beneficial. Those would be my two thoughts. I'd be happy to make that motion.
Okay. So we'll consider that a motion?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is there a second for that? I'll go through. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to pull 2025-642 Third Amendment to Boulware Springs Revitalization Design Task Assignment for brief conversation. Pulling 2025-642 Third Amendment to Boulware Springs.
All right, let's, did you accept that as part of the?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely, Mayor.
All right, Commissioner Eastman.
Yes, I don't want to pull any agenda items because but I did want to just point out the on 2025-614. There is about that's the match with the county for everything. There's about $500,000 that's set aside for Sweetwater Wetlands Park Visitor Center. I've verbalized here that I think that if we were to go and talk to the community about what they wanted at Sweetwater Wetlands Park, they would probably want more enhancement to the actual nature area as opposed to the visitor center. That's not a community engagement that we have done, and I don't think we've officially voted on this, but I'm happy to vote with this because I think we're not doing that till 2028, 2029, right? It's pretty far down the list. So it's not time sensitive. I just wanted to verbalize that before we move forward, that that's still something that I think is that is worth the discussion in the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. So I'm going to ask before we go any farther that if when we refer to items, particularly on the, any items on the agenda, for everyone's sake, it's fine to use the number, but please describe as well. It makes it a lot easier to hunt it down. Commissioner Chestnut.
I just wanted to thank Commissioner Book. We were thinking along the same lines. I too wanted to pull the McPherson Center item.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So, Madam Clerk and staff who are a part of those discussions, let's try to squeeze those in at the end of the morning, but I don't know. I mean, it just depends on how everything else goes. So, okay, then we have public comment on this.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First is Ms. Judith Hamilton.
Welcome, Ms. Hamilton.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Judith Hamilton, and I am a paratransit rider, and also have been involved with transportation as a transportation advocate for many years. I just wanted to speak to see if the could get more information on what evidently has been moved to the consent agenda for the public who is also probably watching at home, to see why it's on that agenda item, and if we could move it to the regular agenda item.
So, Ms. Hamilton, this is a purchase of software for paratransit. It's not the award of the, where we're going to do the work, but it's a purchase of software. And if staff wants to weigh in on that just to help understand, that would be welcome at this point.
Yeah, I need more information because, does that mean you've already decided about where the contracts are going to go? Because I didn't get any information about that or from the media or anything else, so I didn't know where we stand right now.
So that is the way our budget is structured moving forward, and we had the conversations about that several weeks ago toward that end. But Mr. Persons can fill us in on the details of that whenever you're ready.
Okay, well, thank you. I just need clarification to understand where we are in the scheme of things, because it's going to be an impact on a lot of people, not only in the city limits, but also in the county area also. And it's such a short time. You're trying to put something together so fast. I don't really understand why it has to be this fast, considering that you've already entered into a basic contract for, I know the ADA is a separate thing and it's a separate contract for a provider, but I just was concerned about the fact that there's going to be a lot of people impacted. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Parsons, do you want to just give us a very brief update?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew Parsons, Chief Operating Officer. You are correct. This is a extension of the VIA software that the city currently uses for our first mile, last mile. VIA provides routing software for agencies across the country, including agencies that run paratransit service. So while this is not related to the paratransit contract with MV, this is a step of the process for the city to assume the paratransit responsibilities, and this software will help us route and work with clients to schedule trips.
Very good. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Any other public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Spencer Morton.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Morton.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Spencer Morton. I represent people with disabilities on the Transportation Disadvantaged Board for Alachua County. Just reiterating what Judy said. I'm not sure, I wasn't sure exactly what this software implies. That was, you had just given us a little more information about that. As far as the taking the ADA contract in-house is going to impact a lot of people, not only within the city limits, but outside the city limits, especially people who have primary medical appointments for dialysis, or emergency transportation. I just wanted you to take all this into consideration before making a final decision regarding this, because it's going to restrict a lot of people from getting rides to primary medical. And there are other alternatives for transportation like Uber and stuff like that, that people can use, but I don't think they're very reliable for especially people with visual impairments. I've been told, by many people that they don't necessarily provide door-to-door service. Sometimes they're dropped off and told to get out of the cars and the vans where it is not safe and they don't know where they are. So take all this into consideration, please. You talked about earlier about having compassion and understanding. So keep this in mind before making a final decision. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you, sir.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
So I want to be clear that when we talk about bringing
Mr. Conish, you signed up for early public comment, not to speak to the
This
agenda.
is still on the consent agenda. I want to be clear that when we talk about bringing services, the ADA services in-house, we're literally talking about bringing the services in-house. Not ending services, we're talking about bringing the services in-house. It's a different provider, a public provider, rather than the current private provider. That is a separate issue than what's on the agenda here. But it sounds like that's your concern, and I want to help allay that concern. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, it may be worthwhile for the manager and her staff to make a presentation on what the program will look like under the city, the paratransit.
Sure.
Paratransit.
That would be useful, I think, in a different meeting, but.
In a different meeting,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Okay, thank you for that suggestion. All right, Madam Clerk, anyone else on this?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, then, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we have agendas.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to early public comment. We have two speakers, Jim Conish for 2025-371, the fiscal year 26 budget development update.
Welcome, Mr. Conish.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. It's nice to see you. See the overhead, please. Mr. Mayor, Tony Cunningham did a big reveal on a little-known process known as the interfund process, by which many tens of millions of dollars flow between GRU and the city of Gainesville. Now, in the wake of the Auditor General finding number 3 in the January 22 previous audit, previous to the one you just went through, the one that I requested, all details are on my website. They found that full cost allocation reports were systematically falsified. At the December 23rd meeting of the GRU Authority, the GRU CIO and CFO confirmed they were pressured to sign off on a falsified full cost allocation report for IT services that cost GRU ratepayers $3 million. The year before, it cost $4.5 million. And this had been going on back in 2017. Unfortunately, sir, falsification of official records that are relied on can be criminal, and the same goes for directives from the mayor to delay financing that cost GRU millions of dollars. I can personally assure you that these matters were under investigation in Tallahassee by FDLE and others prior to the latest Doge visit. Naturally, I am sharing with everyone, and especially Doge, your sordid record of looting GRU both directly and indirectly. And this is under the microscope, sir. I'm going to give you one example. You are paid to maintain GRU's fleet. 2 years ago, $2.3 million. Last year, $2.7 million. This year, $3.8 million. Sir, you got your hand in the cookie jar why 2,500 meters are disconnected for non-payment every month. And I just beg you to understand that there are going to be consequences. And I take no pleasure in telling you that. I'm warning you. There's going to be consequences, and I will be suing you because for 1 year and 8 months, you've been refusing my public records requests about the details of these transfers. I put Mr. Walker on notice as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conish. Always good to hear from you.
Mr. Mayor, we have Clark Wood speaking to his application to the Development Review Board.
Welcome, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hey, good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming in serving today. My name is Clark Wood. I'm a resident of the city of Gainesville. Here to talk about my application for the Development Review Board. I'm interested in helping improve the affordability of housing for the city of Gainesville for everybody who lives here. And if appointed, I'll do it to the best of my ability. I don't have a whole bunch more to say. So that's it. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Let's move.
Before Mr. Wood leaves, you're applying to the full term or the partial term? We have a partial term and a full term, and it doesn't.
I believe I applied for the partial term.
Okay. Does that sound right, Madam Clerk?
Yes, but it's at your discretion.
That's what I was just. Do you have a preference for the full term or partial term that we decide later? The partial term.
I'm happy
is
to
the-
serve either one.
Okay.
Whichever y'all think is more appropriate.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
All right. Are you ready to move on,
Madam
Mr.
Clerk,
Mayor?
yes.
All right. We're on to 2025-595 Years of Service Recognition for Community Builders.
All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. Okay. Wonderful. All right, with 25 years of service this morning, I want to recognize Shamika Bannister. Come right in here, let's get a photo. It's okay. All right, for 30 years of service to the city of Gainesville, I want to particularly thank Daniel Starbuck. 30 years is a long time, Mr. Starbuck. And another 30 years of service to the city of Gainesville, Stephen Bradford. Big group photo. Sorry, Chief, I didn't know. Call you Chief. I always appreciate family coming in to be a part of this. That's terrific.
All right, Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2025-637 Gainesville Police Department Quarterly Update with the recommendation the City Commission receive the quarterly update.
Very good. Chief Moya, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners, Madam Manager. So I'm going to give you the second quarter presentation of all of our relevant data. As you know, we start off with our priorities, our mission, remain steady, violent crime, specifically gun-related violence and the reduction thereof, traffic safety, reducing crashes, homeless outreach efforts, and of course, recruiting staff. First and foremost are NIBRA statistics. I'm happy to report that there's a continued and steady decrease in most of our metrics, as you can see. The ones that I really pay attention here are from last year to this year, year to date, of course. In our Part 1 crimes, violent crime, you see a reduction in homicide, from 8 to 3. Traffic homicide, which of course you now know I have to report in this slide, remains steady. Sexual battery or rape, just a slight nominal increase. These are incidents of reported cases, so from 70 to 74. Robbery, a significant decrease to the tune of 50%. And aggravated assault, which is also an important metric for us, down as well, 17%. A net decrease just for the quarter of 21%. As you look further in property crimes below it, continued decreases. This is just great work by detectives. So 12%, 14%, 20% from burglary to larceny to auto theft. That too has a net decrease of 14%. In total, we sit comparatively to last year, year to date, at a decrease of 16%, or just over 16%. We certainly hope and pray that these numbers continue to trend in that direction, and by all accounts, they are.
So if I could just point out one thing, let's go back to that one. Not only the column all the way to the right is changed from last year to this year, but the column next to that is the 3-year average. And we're below the 3-year average on these things as well, not just last year to this year, but below the 3-year rolling average.
That is correct, yes, sir. Gun-related statistics. There is a mistake on this slide. I discovered it this morning, so I apologize for that. So if you look at firearms seized and recovered, that should be 136, not 175. So the number in terms of percentage is actually an increase of 7%, not minus 17. I apologize for that. Initially, we had that number when we were looking at a couple of months ago, and that number is incorrect. So ideally, that number is 136 last year during the same quarter, and 145, like I just stated. Above it, stolen firearms, however, is very accurate. So we have had an uptick in stolen firearms. Out of 74 for this quarter, this past quarter, 46 have been stolen from conveyances. And as you know, that's a constant narrative of locking your doors, remove your guns from your cars. Shots fired incidents. This is a good metric. So confirmed shootings from 80 last year to 37 this past quarter, for a reduction of 53%. And of course, we just keep on going. Number of folks that have been impacted, hit by gunfire, 29 last year to 9 this past quarter this year, to a reduction of 68%. Homicide victims, we all know, we always say it, any one is too many, but we sit better than we did last year, from 8 in the respective quarter to 3 this past quarter, for a reduction of over 62%. And sadly, suicide remains steady, 12 to 11, just a slight decrease, but it's nominal.
Commissioner Eastman?
Yeah, thank you, Chief. When did we start the, remind me of the date of when the gun unit went into effect, where we were really putting more focus on the seizing of firearms?
The gun violence unit, we started in late '23.
Okay, so so these statistics would initially show the successor, or because that was prior to all of this.
Right. What it does show is in late '23, certainly early '24, we started seeing the considerable drop. Some metrics were a little nominal, but the big ones, like the people injured by gun, that's when we started seeing that shift change. Now that, as you know, that was all hands on deck, not just gun violence unit. Certainly, had its role, but at that time, all alarms were ringing.
Right.
So I want to say that's attributed to many other factors.
Right, and I mean, we're still arguing about what reduced crime in the 1990s, right, as a nation. But like, I am curious about, in terms of the focus on the recovery of stolen firearms. I mean, we did see an increase in 2023, I'd imagine, after that went into effect, and then
yes.
I guess we're continuing to see that tick up over time. So that's
correct.
All right, perfect. All right, thank you, Chief.
More firearm-related statistics in terms of what we seize. As stated, 136 is the number in 2024, 145 thus far this year. stolen firearms reduction, again, from 32 to 20. Folks that are convicted of felony crimes that we arrest is down, actually, over 50% compared to quarter last year at the same time. And adjudicated delinquents, which is the same thing as a convicted felon, if you would, just for a juvenile or youth, from 73. So also a good reduction there. This is just a snapshot of a heat map, if you would. If you see, there's a couple of clusters, 3 in particular, that speak of some of our constant or areas where we routinely, if you look at the totality of where these events occur, we see clustering of events. So East University area, the downtown area, and along Southwest 20th Avenue. Some of our data in terms of our gun violence unit, which Commissioner you just brought up. This is just, again, a snapshot of what they do. They do a lot more than traffic stops. And I assure you that the traffic stops that they do, they're not random. They're oftentimes related to investigations, hotspots, and or focus on folks that are problematic for us. So as you see, just a snapshot of the traffic stops, that number remains consistent from, the beginning of the year to the second quarter. Arrests as well. There was an increase this past quarter, but they also do many other things. So they focus on arrest warrants of not only gun-related violence, but also significant cases that our detective bureau is seeking. For example, any sexual battery-related cases where we have a person that we're looking for, the gun violence unit does just that. They focus on our significant offenders. So this goes kind of what we talked about last week. These are cases assigned by squad and assignment. So our A squad, which is our robbery, homicide, violent crime, in a quarter it was 50 cases assigned, of which 19 were closed. The B squad, which is domestic battery, sex offenses, child abuse, luckily 4 new cases, meaning that number could be a lot higher. 14 were closed. We actually closed more that quarter because, as you remember, we spoke about taking a couple of people from patrol who have that experience and putting them up on B squad because they were drowning there for that quarter. Because of that, we saw a high clearance rate. Property crimes, I've told you all before, this is that's a big one. So 328 cases, 241 of those have no active leads, but they can become quickly active if we get a tip, a piece of evidence. So 87 of those are active. ICAC, hugely important for us, internet crimes against children. Those numbers continue to rise. So 37 cases assigned in a quarter, 4 were closed. As a side note, there is some funding that has been made available that we're discussing in terms of increasing the capacity through staffing. But we have to look to see if it's sustainable. So we're in early discussions, and I'll bring to this commission the city manager more in weeks to come. And something that was not included here, also an error, is fraud. It should have been here. Fraud, we have hundreds of cases. So in a quarter, in just this past quarter, 245 cases were assigned. Only 16 were closed. Those cases are extensive. They're extremely paper heavy, meaning a lot of it is done through subpoenas, warrants, search warrants, and it generates a significant case file. Each one of those is lengthy. I want to have Lieutenant Lisa Scott come up and speak of our houseless outreach efforts as well as our community engagement.
Good morning,
Welcome,
Mrs.
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant. Thanks so much for having me. Okay, so some of the Operations Bureau houseless outreach efforts I'm going to highlight are both on private and public property, of course. So Grace Marketplace, Dignity Village, Burlington on Northwest 13th Street, 700 Northeast 18th Terrace, downtown, Rosa Parks Transfer Station, Sun Center, CMC, Thomas Center, and Roper Park. And some of the photos highlighted, the top one, 2000 Northwest 2nd Street, is an encampment on public property. It's the location north of the Gainesville Circus. So that's the before and after, and huge coordination between ourselves, code enforcement, public works, CRP, so it looks extremely better. The bottom left is Roper Park, of a referral that we received of an individual in that area, and increased patrols regarding overnight trespassing in the park as well. And to the right is the encampment east of Burlington on Northwest 13th Street, which is private property, also with, I believe it's Rural King, and those efforts there as well. So any questions about any of that? Okay.
No, thank you.
And community engagement, some of the efforts that we highlighted are the Duval Summer Sling, Midnight Basketball, G-Pals at the Polo's Apartments in the Southwest, Cindy Linear Spring Spectacular, TV, Community Care Call Out, Mirror Image Gala, and then Day in the Life of a Woman, which is great events. And the co-responder unit, there's increases from the first to second quarter in everything except the Baker Act diversions, but again, calls for service, 653 total. Again, that's total calls for service for the unit. Baker Act Marchman Acts 33, voluntary transports 34, diversions 12, and again, the Baker Act diversions are at 22, and ED diversions at 11. Okay. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Welcome.
Morning, Captain Summer Hallett. I'm going to go over the traffic fatality and traffic crash stats for you guys today. So on the left, you can see all of our total fatalities from each year. And I'm happy to say that between 2024 and 2025, we're seeing a significant decrease, which is very positive, and we're very happy about that. Traffic homicides, actual loss of life for bikes or PEDs for this quarter in comparison to the second quarter in 2024, 100% decrease. So we went from 1 to 0. So we're happy about that as well. And for the year 2024 and 2025 so far, we've just had 1, and last year we had 4. There we go. So looking at our traffic stops for 2023 to 2025, we started out in 23 with 6,500, and now we're up to 2024 was also an increase, 12% increase there. The first quarter for 2025, we're at a little over 1,700, and this quarter is a little over 2,200. So we've had increases for both traffic citations and issuance of traffic warnings, and we predict that if we continue on this, we will steady see an increase in enforcement, which has a direct correlation with our crashes going down. So people are more so abiding by the laws, they're paying more attention, and that reduces our crash. So when your enforcement goes up, your crashes go down, and we like to see that.
Let me pause you for a moment.
Sure.
Commissioner Willits.
Captain Howell, we had a conversation at our last MTPO meeting, and there was some confusion about pedestrian safety and patrols and speeding right at the edge of the city, where city and county sheriff boundaries, really interact. And so, whether it's for you or Chief Morey, but it was about specifically pedestrian safety up on 39th at, was it 43rd or 51st, where like one corner is in the city. So who patrols the intersection and, understand what's going on there with traffic and safety?
Yeah, so that's one of those areas that gets kind of confusing. So I believe that we have the actual intersection in one corner, and then everything else would be controlled by the sheriff's office.
All right.
By the county.
That's kind of what I was wondering. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, it's confusing right there at 43rd and 39th as well. So we have that intersection, and then we don't have anything for a little bit, but we have the business right there, Magnolia Park. And so it's kind of this jogging back and forth.
Very good. Thank you.
And this is some of our community outreach and some traffic initiatives that we've had going for this quarter. So up in the top left is the No Bunny Drives Distracted. So that's through a FDOT grant specifically targeting distracted driving. And then just underneath that, we had our motorcycle rodeo and open house at Santa Fe College IPS, where we highlighted our SMART course, but then also other vendors for motorcycle safety and scooter safety. out there. And then on the right was the proclamation for April for Distracted Driving Month, of which Mayor was there to issue that for us. And then Click It or Ticket, we participate in that every year, and that's in May. So specifically targeting occupant protection. Any questions?
I don't see anything else to say. Thank you.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Commissioners, Mayors, Madam City Manager, Lieutenant Brown, Gainesville Police Department, Personnel Services Division. I'm going to give you an update on our numbers for recruiting this year. And this is what the application that comes through Workday. So I want you to understand that. We are still using our applicant tracking system, which is through the FDLE grant that we have with Performance Protocol. So we've been doing trainings with them as well on recruiting and improving our recruitment. But from January 1 to June 30th, we have received 218 applications through the Workday system. And for this quarter, we've received 66 applications. And then for this year, we've hired 24. And this quarter alone, we hired 15 sworn police officers. And at this time, we have 23 vacancies, and we're tracking 16 for the police academy. That will start October 20th, and we plan to fill the remaining vacancies by January 1, 2026.
Excellent. It's terrific work. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Lieutenant and Chief. Last week, we had a pretty robust budget discussion, and we were talking about the ability to recruit and fill positions. Now you've kind of had a week to think about some of the discussions and some of our decisions at that time. Do you feel like if we had, is our recruiting sufficient to fill all your vacancies or close to it by the end of the next fiscal year, based on the efforts we have so far?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
So,
Any other questions? You want me to elaborate?
That would be it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just to expand briefly on it, yeah. So not only the training that they have gone to improve our recruiting, I got to just tell you, it's the effort of the staff. You put the right people in the right seats, they're going to produce big time. And they've done so for the last year and a half. And you can train all day long, but those numbers are absolutely because of Lieutenant Brown and her staff's efforts. So, and I do want to, again, thank this commission for allowing us to fill those 4 out of those 9 frozen positions. Thank you. That'll go a long way, I assure you. Every position counts.
Pause you for a moment. Commissioner Engel.
I just wanted to say this was good news. And do we have any idea the last time that we were fully staffed?
I do not. I'd have to defer. I don't know. And to be honest, I don't know that you're ever fully staffed because of attrition rates. What you look for is for no more than a 9-10% rate, which we've been above. We've gotten down to as close to 12-13%, and then it spikes and then goes down again. So, yeah, I've never seen an organization reach full staffing. An organization this size, that is.
Sure.
Yes. And I'll end with highlighting our folks, as we love to do. This is Officer Sarah Reeves, one of our co-responder officers. As Major Koenig would say, this is one heck of a rock star. This individual, this officer, over the last year, has diffused 2 incidents which we are absolutely convinced would have led to, sadly, the high likelihood of a mass shooting incident, both at schools. One of them we spoke before the commission. She's the one who got enough information to finally go back into a house after having tried to intervene with a young man that we knew was on a path to violence, and was able to find guns behind walls at this young man's house, unbeknownst to the family. So, yeah, so for that and many things, I just want to highlight who she is and I can keep on going, and I'll briefly say something else. She's one of our negotiators. Recently negotiated at length with an individual. I watched it myself. It was a high-risk incident, critical incident, and she did a phenomenal job. So I'm so proud of her, and I'd love to end it like this.
So I will thank you, Chief, for all of that. I will say that I've been on a ride along with Officer Reeves in the past, and she really is terrific. I've seen her in a variety of situations, and she's a superstar.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So before we let you go, and we'll have some questions up here and some comments, I'm sure, I want to very publicly once again thank everyone involved with the apprehension of the three shooters in the Easter incident. Really, really terrific work on behalf of the department. I can't say enough good things about that. Nothing brings the young woman back to us. It's unbelievably tragic, but I'm appreciative of what you all, as our police department, our public safety folks, have done to at least bring closure to the family. We can't bring her back, but we can bring closure and justice, and I appreciate that. I do also want to take just a brief moment to say that while I hear concerns and questions from some folks in the community about potential internal affairs investigations, I want to remind everybody up here that it's not our job to get in the middle of those, and we don't get in the middle of IA investigations. That's just not our job up here, and it would run afoul of our duties to do that. So just putting that out there, because I know there are a couple of folks asking questions about that, and I think it's important to put that out there. So, but I'm so proud of the work y'all are doing, and I mean we're not at zero yet on Vision Zero, but we're getting darn close, and our murder rate continues to be extremely low. All the gun violence. It's not just law enforcement; it's the whole community that has really kicked in to take this all very seriously and to lower our crime rate. And I want folks listening to hear that no matter what some folks may want to put out there on social media, our crime rate is lowering, and it's because the community, and particularly GPD, is doing terrific, dedicated work, and I need everybody to hear that. So thank you for that. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, I just wanted to express my appreciation to their whole department as well. I wasn't able to be at the press conference. Many of us had things we were doing, but getting those three suspects does a lot of closure for Ms. Baisden's family and the other victims' families and the victims themselves who survived. And so my appreciation, I think a lot of people in the community were feeling a little hopeless because it was taking longer than sometimes it takes. But in the end, from my understanding, GPD ends up finding almost all of these suspects, who have killed people with guns. And so I really appreciate it. All the hard work, a lot of it's behind the scenes. People felt helpless, but y'all asked for a lot of information. And I suspect since they were not in our community, it was a little harder to find them. But obviously, eventually it paid off. The attention paid off. And I know the community is willing to help. But it sounds like it took longer than some people wanted. But in the end, it sounds like you've got your suspects. And so I hope justice will be done for Ms. Baisden and the other victims. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. I was at the press conference, and I think it's just very important to note that these three men were from out of county. And I think that happens with a lot of issues here in terms of crime. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. That's absolutely true. We had in 2023 when we had a number of murders, a number of those folks turned out were not from Gainesville, not from the county, and we see that happen over and over. And that's just a reality of the situation. But anyway, you all are doing terrific work, and I appreciate all of you for being here this morning to talk to us about it and tell the community about it. I don't see any further lights. Is there any public comment?
Public comment, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. All right, Chief, thank you, and thanks to all your staff.
Thank you. On behalf of the great men and women, we truly appreciate your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2025-371 fiscal year 2026 budget development update with a recommendation the City Commission receive a summary of the decisions made at the August 14th, 2025 fiscal year 2026 budget workshop.
Very good. Madam Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is a summary follow-up to the meeting last Thursday, making sure that we were all on board with what happened relative to the millage as well as the expenditure side with the reductions. And so we just bring it back to make sure that everybody is on the same page. If there is further comments necessary, Ms. Ramos is here to address any detail.
Okay. So we have an opportunity to ask questions once again. We had an extensive, nearly 5-hour discussion about it a week ago, and I believe things are mostly set. Do we have any comment? I don't see any lights. Commissioner Eastman.
Well, I don't have any comment about where we came out. I think some of the stuff, some of the decisions were hard. I've spoken with staff who are taking a lot of those cuts. These are real cuts that have real impact on a lot of the departments. So thank you to everyone who is, who has made that sacrifice so that we can have make sure that we have a balanced budget. We have a more sustainable city going forward. We originally approved, I think it was a 0.46 millage increase. That was the maximum millage increase. We worked hard to make sure that we were bringing that down. That was originally what was recommended by the, by staff in order to have a balanced budget. We try to do that because we don't want to put too much of a tax burden, but we do have to make up the difference of losing roughly $30 million that was given to GRU over the past 5 years. We've made some real cuts after many, many years of real cuts. I'm proud of our commission for, making those hard decisions. It's not, it's a lot better to sit up here and talk about, new things that we're giving to the community, new support that we are giving to the community, ways that, we can give back to our constituents. It's not what our time has been like over these last few years. It's been mostly how do we continue to protect what makes Gainesville special and the services that you guys have come to rely on. And so thank you guys for being willing to make those hard decisions. And thank you to the community for sticking with us on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mayor. I had questions previously, or I've been having questions about the frozen position, the list of, was it 17 or 19? And I'm having trouble finding those 19 in the big list. Yeah, we have a lot of documents here. I wanted to make sure that we heard from Director Folston about a couple of those freezing, just particularly the compliance manager, since my understanding is compliance management is core to the function of one of our charter offices as is laid out in our charter. And we weren't able to hear from him directly last week when we discussed this. So I wanted to have the opportunity to hear a little bit about those, but particularly the compliance manager position.
Mr. Mayor, before Mr. Folston comes forward, I'm not quite sure what the reference was in terms of finding them, but they are in the item before you today.
No, we have like 13, and I'm flipping through which one of the, we have 13. I'm sure it's there. I was looking at one document and I was trying to find those. So thank you, Commissioner Book, for letting me borrow that.
Welcome, Mr. Folston.
Hi, good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Zariah Folston, Equal Opportunity Director. So you guys had a robust conversation last week. I was not here. I was at a conference last week, so I apologize for that. Like many, I found out the morning of that these positions were going to be coming up as options for you guys to consider. So I didn't have a chance to really weigh in because I wasn't at the meeting, obviously. The compliance manager position is really essential. We only have one compliance investigator right now. It's not a function that you could really operate at the level that I believe the citizens are expecting, as well as the commission, with just one person for obvious reasons. So if one gets brought back, definitely the compliance manager position is one that I would love to come back. I would love both, to be candid with you, but I would definitely love if we can have the compliance manager position back, just so that we have that capacity in place to be able to do the job at the level that you guys are expecting, as well as the community.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Folston. So that's one that worried me, and we did a lot of back and forth, kind of picking. In the end, we sometimes have to when we get to the end of the budget. So that's one that concerned me. And then just the Parks and Rec, some of those, and I think the reason it's concerning me is because on the same hand, we are talking about significant investment in parks that will have expanded capacities, like Boulware, or buying land in Southwest Gainesville for a much-needed park, in my opinion. But then also, then we look at these, so I'm a little worried about how those 4 positions fit into, not the temporary management of the department, because I know that our staff does amazing things with as fewer resources as they can usually, but I'm worried about where that sets us up for some of the expansion of our parks, or what is offered in individual parks. So I don't know, Madam Manager, if you had any feedback on those parks positions, where they kind of fit into current management, but also a little into the future, which is hard to predict. I understand.
Sure, it is hard to predict. The only thing that I can say to you at this point is, as we reviewed this budget, trying to balance today with tomorrow, quite frankly, in terms of future forecasts for the city, at some point, a hard look has to be taken at the operational side of the budget. And so we took a look across the board, which obviously included public safety as well, public safety, public works, as well as park recreation and some of the other charters, obviously in this case, equity and inclusion. If the commission does not take a look at that level of reduction at this point, it will more than likely happen in the middle of the year when the positions are filled and it is more difficult to address them because they're not vacant. In terms of long-term operations, I guess each department, as they come up and speak to the commission about their quarterly updates, can talk about their challenges, but I think that it's not just here operationally, it's across the country relative to, how do you keep pace with revenues when the only option, quite frankly, is an increase versus trying to balance reductions off. I realize that we have parks coming on line through our Wild Spaces program. We have other operations that we anticipate coming online in the future, but those are hard decisions, again, for the commission in terms of what the priorities are. Are they public safety? Are they public works? Or whatever? But those are priorities and strategic planning discussions that, quite frankly, have to take place here at this level and not basically individually with each department, because they're going to come up and say that they need those vacancies, and I would not argue with them. It's just at what point do we come to grips with the financial position of the city?
Okay, thank you. And that's what I wanted to bring up this conversation about the future. In some of these places, it's, we're always trying to do all this great work, but particularly in parks where we have real plans in the future that will take human beings to make successful, that's where it feels a little troubling to look at that. My preference would be is that we maintain the equity and inclusion, the compliance manager position with a similar, then change the budget of a little more into the fund balance. Because we've been going back and forth anywhere from no use of fund balance to roughly $1 million to 2.5. We had a lot of those scenarios. That is where I stand as of right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. Commissioner Book.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, if we're going to start reconsidering at this point, I think we reconsider all 19.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Madam Manager. I think I'll probably be similar, kind of kicking off where Commissioner Willets is just talking about some of the nuances of, where we put our priorities and our money and our efforts. We did make a comprehensive series of decisions last week, and they were good. They involved millage and fleet and infrastructure, some decrement packages. So we have eliminated some lines off of our organizational chart, and then we've also frozen a number of positions. I thought it might be important to, can you talk a little bit, or have the Chief of Staff talk, what is our current excess fund balance, and remind me again where we have used those funds so far and what we have?
Welcome, Ms. Ramos.
Executive Chief of Staff, Cynthia Ramos. When we left off, so we've made some decisions since the last time we were before you. Based on those decisions, the excess fund balance, the budget stabilization fund, as we've been calling it, was at $9.5 million. We are using 1.4 of that to balance as presented or decided at the last meeting, so that leaves 8.1 million available.
If I might, specifically, Cynthia, let's stick to what the item is in the agenda. Is it 8,058,000 and 813? Is
correct at that point? That's where it's at.
8,058,813. It is on page 2 of the item, page 3 of the item that's in the agenda. 2025-371. That is left using a millage rate of 0.3, and with the expenditures as identified, total expenditure levels were $3,851,230,000. And once, you know, the millage and everything was applied, using the budget stabilization of $1,419,000, the current budget stabilization fund is $8,058,813. Commissioner Book, in our discussion of, a little bit earlier, you had talked about the public safety positions and asked specifically about the value of putting back the 5 officers and the non-sworn, the 7 positions. That would mean we would need to take an additional $1.2 million from budget stabilization to make that happen.
Yeah, thank you, that's very helpful. And what we have currently in the fund, in our excess fund balance is what?
As Ms. Perry mentioned.
I'm sorry.
It's $8,058,000.
I made the wrong term. Not excess fund balance. What is in our fund balance that meets our current policy?
I'll defer to our finance director for the actual number, but I believe it's about 48 million. 58 million.
$58 million.
Right, but that's inclusive of the excess.
Yeah, it's too many numbers. The $58 million that Mr. Nguyen just talked about includes the $17 million, which is not an actual number. That $17 million of excess fund balance has already been used for some capital needs. It's already been used for some procurement modules that's been purchased, and it's also been used to address the budget discussions last week. The current fund balance, excess budget stabilization, whatever we want to call it, is $8,058,813. We've met minimum and maximum fund balance, which is a very different discussion.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess I thought the important point was simply that we actually have a full fund balance.
We do.
What we have in excess is $8 million, and that's kind of what was part of our discussions.
Yes, sir.
Or the bulk of our discussions related to the positions. So my thought, as it relates to the budget, is simply that we have these 19 and 3/4, essentially 20 additional position decrements. We clearly can't fill them all. It's a big figure. On the other hand, 2 of our largest priorities for the city over the last 2.5 years have been gun violence and traffic violence. And what you do to keep that down and what you do to see continuing trends in public safety is you keep your foot on the gas. So I know from my standpoint, I am completely in favor of unfreezing the 5 police officer positions. I think a good point was made last week. I think it was you, Commissioner Engel, which is we may not get there. We may not hire all those positions, and that is a possibility, which is why I asked the lieutenant, do they feel they can do they feel that they can hire those positions? The nature of public safety is such that if they don't fill them, they're still always hiring. So if we did not fill all those positions, for example, these five other police officers, well, they're already in the hiring process for fiscal year 2027, and that's a good thing. But if they're frozen now, you cannot even put them in the pipeline because you can't open them up for hiring. And that's a continuing 365 day a year process. So I think freezing those public safety positions, which for me is fire and police, and to some extent public works, are the positions that we have to look at the most. We would probably do well to keep those positions open and fund these police decremented positions. The fund balance that we used was actually less than we originally anticipated last week. It was a higher figure. So the money is there. These are the types of things that I believe are totally appropriate for use. And I thought I'd just get your feedback, colleagues, on what you thought about those.
And Mr. Mayor, if I might add, as we lose revenue, as we've lost revenue based on GRU's position that they would not follow the full cap allocation plan, but assess the value of the services that they receive from the city, we made some reductions in that area, but we did not fully reduce the budget based on the revenue that we lost. And so until we start to actually reduce our expenditures based on the revenues that are coming in, you're going to see the problem continue to escalate as you move forward.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Commissioner Book, do you have more?
No, I was just asking if colleagues, that's what I thought was important for discussion is potentially funding those and how that would be done, or if you're interested.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Eastman. I'm sorry, that's Engel. I'm sorry, Commissioner Engel.
So we had a pretty robust discussion last week on a lot of this stuff. my first time through this process, so I may be entirely incorrect on this, but it seems like we're pretty deep into it now. And I would be pretty hesitant to start going back and pulling any particular thread on this, because I think when we talked about it, there was a lot of give and take on what was important and where we decided to make cuts versus where we decided to keep things. I think you're right as far as, look at the report we just got from the police department. Everything's going in the right direction. Every statistic we have is better than the statistic we had last year. Certainly better than the statistic we had over the last 3 years averaged. We're increasing the size of our force. Next year, the size of our force is going to be 27, I think, positions larger than it is right now. So we're not taking our foot off the gas, even though we've frozen a couple of those positions, 5 of them, whatever it was. One of the discussions we had was about the idea of freezing these positions instead of cutting these positions. And one of the reasons I was kind of brought around on the idea of freezing these positions was it was easier to come back to the commission and say something along the lines of like, hey, we have come into some more resources, we've come into more of an issue, this position already exists, just needs to be budgeted. So if we find ourselves in that position, it is fairly easy to unfreeze these things moving forward, as I understand it. I would be very, very hesitant to use more fund balance to cover ongoing expenses, because these are all one-time funds. We've got, I looked at the number right, about $8 million in excess fund balance or budget stabilization funds now. A few months ago, that was $17 million. Stuff came up, right? We had to get, I believe it was new radios for law enforcement and fire. Things came up and millions of dollars had to be spent to address issues that were one-time issues. That is the type of money you can use to do it. If we use those for continuing expenses, next year we're going to be right back in the same position. Only we're going to be that much worse off because we've been using fund balance. We're going to have to catch up on that fleet payment at some point. We're going to have to catch up on the use of we're having of excess fund balance now. I said I did not get everything I'd like to see out of this budget from last week's discussion. I don't think anybody did. Somebody told me one time that a good negotiation and compromise means nobody in the room's happy. And I think that, there are certainly other things I'd like to see and other things I'd like to spend some money on, but I don't know that it's responsible in the situation we're in, not knowing if next week GRU calls us and tells us they're cutting another $6 million out of our budget. Or, something comes along as a capital fund we've got to throw some of that money at. Or a capital expense we've got to throw some of that money at. I'm very hesitant to drop back into this process and start pulling on threads now. That's where I am.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have questions for Mr. Folston. Folston. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So the two positions, how many positions did you offer up from your department?
3 already. These 2 will make 5, and I'll have no more vacancies after these
But
2.
that would be 5. Did you offer these 2?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So the other 3 you had submitted in cooperation with the manager?
Yes, ma'am. I found out about the 2 the morning of, and I went along with it. But I
Let
didn't-
me explain if I might intervene.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So we had, I believe, 3 or 4 scenarios that had been developed for the commission. One of the scenarios did not include what it would take if we did not increase the millage rate and if we did not use any stabilization. And I felt that that scenario was important to add. For every department that's in here, just like Mr. Folston, we called them on the morning, which was last Thursday morning, and asked and said to them, not ask, we need to put an additional scenario together because we need to be able to show the commission that we can balance this budget without going beyond, I believe it was $0.25 and without using any budget stabilization. Those 2 positions that Mr. Folston is referring to are the positions that I called him and had a conversation with him about just like I had a conversation with every other director that's on that list of 19. That is when I said to Mr. Folston, he asked, is the commission asking for this? I said, no. I am putting an additional scenario together for the commission to review so that they know that they have an option where the budget stabilization fund is not utilized and the millage rate is maintained at lower than where we had maximum. So no, Mr. Folston did not put those positions forward. I am the one who called Mr. Folston and asked if he was okay with me including his 2 vacancies in the scenario, as I did with all the other directors.
I am concerned that he's giving up 5 positions. I wonder if he's going to have a department that's able to operate.
Well, the police department's giving up 7. The Parks Department is giving up, let me just go back and take a look.
The police department has many more people. His department is small.
Well, Mr. Folston can speak on behalf of his department. I'm not quite sure I've ever heard of a status report on Mr.
Yeah,
Folston's operation.
that's not, yeah, to go to your point, Commissioner Chestnut, it isn't comparable to compare us to the police department or Parks and Recs. I think at the end of the day, it's a question of the service level that we want to provide to the citizens and to the community. And if we believe it's one person, which I do not believe it is, it takes more than one person to provide compliance. That person goes on, gets sick, that person goes on vacation, whatever the case may be, there's nobody to facilitate that. So to just have one person is not going to be sufficient to provide the level of services that we need to provide to the citizens here in the city of Gainesville. Again, I apologize for not being here to state that, because I would have gotten up and stated that during that meeting once I saw where the conversation was headed at. But I appreciate the opportunity today to be able to share that. Well, we're not going to be able to serve the citizens at the level that we're accustomed to with just one person.
Okay, I'll just state where I am on this. In any organization, the compliance officer is critical. Critical to you carrying out your role and the job. And so I am concerned if we lose the job of that level, that we put ourselves in a position for even more issues to arise. So I would be in favor of bringing back the compliance officer position out of the budget stabilization category, fund.
Mr. Mayor, if I might?
Sure.
Again, it is the decision of the commission, but let me also add that we have a capital fund policy where this commission is to set funds aside on an annual basis into a capital fund to address the buildings that need to be fixed in the city, across the city, and we don't do that because we don't have, or the decision is not made for those funds to be put in that fund. This fund balance is the only fallback that the city has to address those things and other emergencies as they come up, which is why I was making the recommendation for us to lean on the fund, the excess of budget stabilization as little as possible. Right now, aside from that fund, there are no additional dollars for the city to address all of the issues that we have, not only in the old library building, but in this building, in the Thomas Center, across the city. There are no funds set aside for that purpose. This is the only pot of money that the city has. And right now, there is no recommendation in this budget again for anything to be set aside for capital improvement on the operating side. I'm not talking wild spaces, I'm not talking surtax, I'm talking operational.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Commissioner Chestnut, you good?
Well, yes, when you,
Well,
I'm done at this point. I'm going to put a motion on the floor.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think Commissioner Engel actually articulated a lot of what I wanted to say. That we have a balance here between material expenditure reductions and tax increases, right? We could choose at this meeting to make up some of those expenditure reductions with tax increases, and we still have that ceiling that we could go to at this point. Next year, I believe, so we're at $5 million increase for police, I believe, in the budget. That is not the altered budget, right? It's now about 3.8 million. Is that about right? as far as I can tell, that's the largest single, even with these reductions, the largest single year-over-year increase in police budgets probably in our city's history. I mean, I think previously I could see over 5 years they would get about a $3 million. And I have not gone back to the beginning of time with the city of Gainesville, but that is a significant increase. I would say that we have put our foot on the gas for our public safety quite a bit. And I want to make sure that we are also, that we aren't putting our foot on the gas too much over here while also cutting back over here. I mean, I think it's, in whatever that is and whatever that looks like, I think we could certainly have a conversation about increasing the amount of taxes in order to make up for certain cuts that are there. But I do think that we need to not touch fund balance as much as possible. We need to make sure that is there for our capital projects, and we are still in a period of deep uncertainty across the board. As Commissioner Engel said, tomorrow the GRU authority could decide that that actually this thing is something that we need to charge them for. Oh, now we're going to sue you over this, so we need to charge you for that. I mean, we need to be in a place where we're not increasing taxes year over year over year, or that we are not cutting deeper and deeper into, these. I mean, look in the backup. The workers that we are cutting, the vacant positions, are like maintenance workers. These are folks that, like, if you don't buy them now, you're going to have to pay for this down the road with our facilities and our capital, or the things that we have invested in as a community deteriorating over time. These are real serious cuts, and I feel as bad about it as anyone else for having to cut them, but they are genuine expenditure reductions. On Office of Equity and Inclusion, Zariah, how many, with the 3 reductions, as well as
come on up.
as well as the 2 FTEs that are now frozen, what does that leave you with, let's say, budgeted FTEs at the moment?
I'm Zariah Folsom again, Director for the Office of Inclusion. If you guys take all 5,
Yeah.
not including me,
I'm not sure.
5.
Okay. So including you, that would be 6.
Right. And to give you an idea, in 2005, we had 6 people.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's what I was going to point out, is that we, in 2005 to 2010, there was 6 people. 2015, that moved up to 7. By 2020, that was 11, 13, 12. We're basically bringing, if you included the compliance officer, you're basically bringing Office of Equity and Inclusion down to where it was in 2015, which I recognize the population has also increased over time, but they're also not overseeing GRU. There's less administrative burden that's on there. I don't feel uncomfortable bringing back the compliance officer. I feel uncomfortable kind of picking and choosing out of all of these ones, because I've heard from other folks in other departments, those individual cuts are also quite hard. But I have been the one who have been trying to talk about, we need to look at some of our charters, how much they are bringing in there, what kind of cuts we can bring in, what kind of cuts we can put into there. I never intended for there to be, 5 FTEs that were eliminated from Office of Equity and Inclusion. So I'm comfortable with that, but I do think if we're talking anything beyond that, we do need to talk about actual millage increases as opposed to reductions overall. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. So here's where I am on it. See, I'll get my opportunity to talk about it. We talked for 5 hours about this last week. It's not that wasn't the only 5 hours that we talked about it. We've been talking about it since March, about the budget, very intentionally. I'm not going to vote for anything different than what I voted for last week. We have $8 million in currently a little over available to us in reserves that are not already committed somewhere else. In addition, we have, and I want folks to hear this in the community, because when we have to make hard decisions, we often use language that makes you think that the ship is going down, and it's frankly not. I want us to have perspective on all of this. We have a fully funded emergency reserves at 25% of our annual budget. That's set aside. We're not talking about touching any of that. The excess fund balance, our overall reserves, the money for unexpected things that are not natural disasters. We've already committed about $9 million of that. over the last several weeks and months. We have left about $8 million. That's a little more than 5% off the top of my head in contingency for the next fiscal year. I think that's a good contingency. I don't think it's it's too much contingency. I'd like to have more, but it's what we have, and I don't think it's a dangerous contingency. I think it's very reasonable. I can make a passionate and convincing case to spend every dime of that $8 million on things that the people of Gainesville need, not just want, but need. But that's not where we are right now. I want us to be able to have a contingency that is reasonable. And we can nickel and dime this contingency right down to zero with things that, again, the people of our city need. But I don't want us to do that. I want us to maintain a healthy reserve that is there for whatever financial stuff comes at us, because I have learned, and we've all learned, that the financial stuff does come at us. And none of these cuts are good. I've said it many times, I'm a New Deal kind of guy. I'd like to hire everybody. But that's not the situation that we are in. That is not the race we are asked to run right now. There will be a time when that is our race, but that is not the race we've been asked to run in this particular budget cycle. I can count votes. I see what's, where we're likely headed, and I get it, but I'm not voting for anything different than we did last week. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Well, you are a better counter than I am. The difference here for me is that this is a fellow charter officer. And I think to take the positions from the charter officer really without his input is a concern.
I didn't take the positions. I made a recommendation to the commission. The commission voted.
And that's why, as a commissioner, I'm coming back now. Upon reflection, I don't want this done to a charter officer. Now, so I would like to move that we bring back the compliance officer in the equity and inclusion department, because I believe that if you're going to have an equity office, a critical position is compliance. Compliance is what keeps you out of trouble. And I think that to cut it is setting us up for a dangerous position. So I move that we bring back the compliance officer to the equity and inclusion department to be funded out of the budget stabilization fund.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Engel.
So let me get my screen back up. So I'm still very hesitant to use fund balance stabilization money. Looking at some of the backup material from last week, and I would like to say too, when we talk about having that contingency, even that contingency is coming apart. As I said, if we look at the 2-year projections, the 5-year projections, like that puts us in a hole moving forward. So I'm very hesitant to use fund balance to cover this. Looking at the backup material from last week, and if I've got this position right, that's about a $90,000 job. Is that correct?
Yes.
Fully loaded. Yeah, I mean, so total burden is 90-ish.
It's actually and they can correct me if I'm wrong, it's actually 108,746 instead of the 90. The base of the compliance, the base of the.
Good enough. Just that's the area. I'm good with that. I would say a millage increase of 0.01 would raise about $112,000. So the difference between a millage of 0.3 or 0.301 would be the difference in that position. So I would be less concerned about doing that $100,000 out of fund balance. Take your motion. That's it for me.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Engel. So do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Hold on.
Sorry, because I've got the chart pulled up in front. I think that comes out to $1 on $1 homestead value a year.
So that is the zero.
So our millage increase is 0.3. If we change it to 0.301, that 0.1 is about 50.
A month
No, ma'am, a year.
total?
Yes, for a $200,000 homesteaded property. Those are potentially correct numbers.
Correct, yeah. Arguably correct. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Donald Shepard.
Mr. Shepherd, come on up.
My name is Donald Shepard for the record. I think the city manager is right on it, on the figures. This book student gets delegated for nothing. And I think that if she had the power, we could cut one of the commissioners and cut this equity inclusion, the 19 people that has been mentioned, that needs to be cut. Did Lauren Pohl have it here when he was a mayor? I don't believe he did. I could be corrected, but I don't believe he did. So what is that expense brought onto this city, people in the city, that is going to take and balance our budget? She's been doing a great job thus far, and in spite of what has been brought up by the commissioners, this is not something that you do reluctantly. This is something that you do very territorial and very persistent. She's been spot on, and therefore our city manager doesn't need to be looked down on because she makes a decision of this and that without mayoral approval or commissioner approval. She makes these decisions and brings them to you, which she has done thus far. So I was in the mayor's seat. That 19 would be gone today. And the cut of some of our park and recreation would be gone. Some of our CIA members would be gone. We need to look across the board of the balance of the budget. 1, 2, this is a decision that the mayor and the city manager, I feel, that is very critical, should have been done last week. Should have been a private meeting between the 2 or 3 people and the city attorney to take and end this right now, instead of bringing on another 4 hours of conversations that need not to be. Let's trust in our city manager and lawyer, and let's move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd.
Last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so the motion before us, I don't see any of the lights right now. The motion before us to bring about the compliance officer in the Office of Equity and Inclusion to be funded out of the Budget Stabilization Fund. Any other questions about that? Yes, Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have a question. I heard Commissioner Engel bringing forward some numbers, and I appreciate that, but I did want some clarity and some confirmation that the numbers were absolutely correct. That usually kind of comes from staff. No offense, my friend, no offense. I'm wondering, and I hate to put them in that position to do that, but is it quick math, Ms. Curry? Is that something that can be quickly stated? Because right now, I feel like us doing that is.
Are you talking about increasing the millage rate?
Yeah, I'm talking about the number that Commissioner Engel just put forward.
So if you wanted to generate an additional $115,125 of estimated property tax revenue, that would be a 0.0100 increase. So we go from 0.3000 to 0.3100 in the millage rate.
All right, and that's what you said, correct? 0.031?
I believe that's what I said.
And that comes out to $1 and.
$1.50 on average for the,
$1.50 on average per year. Okay, all right. Zariah, I did have a question for you. And thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm certainly sorry that you weren't able to be with us last week. Your compliance position, you currently have two.
One
This is
person.
just the one person,
Yeah.
the one compliance person?
Yep.
Okay. If the position were not to exist, in terms of the responsibilities of that individual, how would you handle that? Could you shift those responsibilities to another person in your office?
If it's just one person, no, ma'am. It's a lot of responsibility because you have to not only follow federal law, state law, and be aware of that on a constant basis, but you also have to make sure you follow the ordinance of the city of Gainesville, as well as to be able to do investigations on multiple cases at the same time and to meet with multiple individuals at the same time, as well as monitor the human rights boards as well. It's too much for one person. To give you some solace, if you take all four positions of my other four positions, we're talking about over $300,000 that we would have cut from our office to support the budget efforts here at the city of Gainesville. To be exact, my numbers based on what they presented is $321,131.67 that we've offered up in just salary cuts and position cuts, if that provides any solace to the conversation. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Complete transparency from me, and I've been kind of trying to sit back and be quiet and just listen. I understand the very tough position. I honestly did not come here today with the desire to do anything other than what we did last week either, to be honest. And it's not to say that I was completely comfortable or happy with that. I didn't want the millage rate increase, just because the way I approach my work is just very people-oriented, very, let's be mindful of the burdens that everyone has to face from the outside. But we also are dealing with our own internal stresses on the inside. And so that makes, this balancing act very, very difficult. And I do hear the concerns from the Office of Equity and Inclusion, and I hear the manager. I hear both of these sides. And it's very interesting because as I listen to all the charter officers who are smart people, they each come to their work with a level of expertise. They each come to their work with a level of passion. And I think that in this particular situation, we were given additional information that actually helped in a lot of ways because we were provided with a separate option to do something. I'm going to wrap up my comments just by saying I want us to find ways. I mean, it's not even about what I want, to be honest. It's what everybody's being made to do. And no one wants to have to do it, but it's the unfortunate position that we're in. We all are now having to do more with less. We're having to do more with less. I've got a radical idea that I don't know if I'm even going to bring it forward today in commission comment or whether I'll wait for it later on down the line, that might allow us to be able to think about how we can relieve some pressures internally, shifting some things outwardly, so that we don't have to deal with this year after year. I'm just going to conclude right now by just thanking you all, and I'm going to take a couple more seconds and maybe even go to the bathroom. I don't see anybody else with any comments, so I might not be able to do that before the vote. But whatever the case may be, I want staff to know that I hear all of you. I hear you, and I hear the concerns. And Commissioner Engel is always saying he's the newest person here. That's the truth. But Commissioner, it doesn't really get any easier. It does not get easier. And these are just hard decisions that we have to make today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. So let's reiterate, this motion does not this is not about the millage rate. That's not what's in this. This is about the budget stabilization fund. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is that three? All opposed? Nay. Four. Okay, so that fails with Chestnut, Willits, and Book in the affirmative. Accurate? Okay. Is there another? Commissioner Book, if you're.
I was waiting to see if somebody else was pressing a button.
Nobody's pushed a button yet. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you. Did you have something that you wanted to say or related? No. Okay. I was looking at the general fund reserve policy. I am stuck on, I feel that that's an appropriate use for the monies, particularly when we talk about public safety, and we heard that both the police chief and the manager last week support the positions that we had on the table. So I realize we can go through 19 and a half and figure out relative importances, and that's a very difficult thing to do because we're talking about people that fill positions. On the other hand, it's just a matter of core services. We did fund 8 different organizations at 100%. We did not provide a decrement package for 8 different external organizations last week, and yet we cut internal positions to the tune of 8 positions on our organizational chart. I think that's right. Is that right? So that's a very unique thing to do. We funded the external organizations, and we just wiped out line positions. Now, I realize these are difficult decisions, and I think the fact that we made a comprehensive series means probably none of the 7 of us think that everything that was on there is exactly what we liked. I recognize that. I do feel like when looking at the general fund reserve policy, it talks about the minimum fund balance that you should have for the city is 16.7% of your operating. That's the minimum. That's millions. The maximum fund is you should have 25% of operating, and that's more millions. We've exceeded that. We are above that. And when you have that policy above the maximum, the policy actually says any excess general fund, undesignated or unreserved fund balance must be appropriated. And Madam Manager, you can correct me on any of this. I'm just looking at our general fund reserve policy. I would not want to wipe that out for any reason because you have to have other contingencies available. But we did it. We did increase the millage by 0.3, and I wasn't comfortable with it either. That's let's just say I didn't like it, and yet I voted for it. And that's just the way it is because I recognize fiscal times. So that's where I'm at max. There'd be no way that I would ever add for any additional money. I do think we should add the 5 police officer positions. And I actually, Mr. Mayor, I don't worry too much about the numbers. So I don't try and count on there. And I would like to unfreeze those 5 police officer positions. I think what is likely to happen practically is they don't make it quite to those positions. And what you have is you have lapsed salaries that probably equal what we've funded. That's what I think will happen. But there's no way to know, and I can't even predict that future. That was my thought, was to unfreeze those 5 police officer positions, and let's see if we get there. If not, we're going to not use the fund balance anyway. I don't know if anybody has any thoughts about that. I'm likely to make that motion, but I thought I'd give one more opportunity to put that on the table.
Go ahead and make a motion. So is that?
I was just waiting to see if anyone got it.
There's no other lights.
No, I know it.
I see you. So the motion is to unfreeze the 5 police officer positions and use the excess fund balance to do that. And that's 5 of the 12 positions that we currently have frozen in the police department. 5 of the 12. The other 7 are also on our decrement package, but that's not part of what this is.
So that's 5 in addition to the 4 that we unfroze last week.
So we get to 9.
No, this is unfreeze 5 police officer positions. That's what the motion is.
Okay. All right, is there a second? One more time, is there a second? Okay. So that's not going to go forward. Okay.
That's why I was not counting.
I hear you. Yeah. Commissioner Willits. Obviously, I don't count very well either, but Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So at this point, we don't technically need a motion because we made decisions last week at least. So I just want to clear that up and just want to give my appreciation to Commissioner Book because I appreciate when you stand true to your you said like, this is a decent use of fund balance, even though we have some difference in opinions of one time versus whatever, but the policy does say appropriate it. That's what the idea of that is. Whether sometimes it is appropriated as a literal contingency, which we have done sometimes in the past, where we, well, not necessarily out of that, but we have funds that we literally say, we're going to really call this a contingency, which we did not do last year, and this year's budget doesn't have it. So I appreciate that. I just wanted to give some appreciation to Commissioner Book, but it sounds like we don't have to have a motion to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Right, so let me say two things. First of all, I want to remind everybody that all the positions that we have designated to freeze and/or freeze and unfund, these are not filled positions. Nobody's getting fired. These are positions that are not filled right now. Many of them have not been filled for a good while. That's the reality of what we're looking at. We did vote to add 4 additional police officers last week, so that continues forward. The last thing I want to say about this before we move on is that, as I said last week several times, no matter where you're coming from on this, you're not wrong. It is unpleasant to be in this position. It is always unpleasant. Maybe it's not for other cities, but I'm pretty sure that, having to vote on budgets is never fun. I know it's not here. I don't think it is in any government, because you always have things you really, really want to get done. I got a list up here of things that I wish the city of Gainesville was doing to help people, but we can't afford it. That's just where we are, and that's the nature of budgets. So again, I'll say, regardless of where you're coming from on this, you're not wrong, but we have to get to consensus, and that sounds like where we are at this point. See you for the lights, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2025-591 TB McPherson Recreation Complex Master Plan Task Assignment, with recommendation the City Commission to authorize the city manager or designee to execute a task assignment with NV5 Inc. for the TB McPherson Recreation Complex Master Plan in the amount of $207,565, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
All right, Madam Manager.
Is here, I believe, to speak to this item, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome, Ms. Wade.
Mayor, Commissioners, good morning. So this is an item we're really excited about. We're ready to kick off a master planning process for TB McPherson. We do feel like it's a bit overdue, but we are ready to kick that off. We would love to hire NV5 as well as some of their support consultants to perform some survey work and then take a deep dive into master planning. And so that entails a lot of community engagement. We're working with some landscape architects who are really well-versed in community engagement. They will also have a team of architects. Monarch Architecture would be one of their sub-consultants. It's actually a very similar team that we put together that you've probably come to know with the 8th and Waldo project. So I think you're familiar with many of the faces you would see throughout the engagement process. So I'm here to answer any questions you have.
This is budgeted, correct?
This is budgeted.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that, Ms. Waite. Any questions? Or motion, perhaps? Or public comment, however we want to, something.
No public comment.
Okay, Commissioner Book.
This was the reason I asked for this to come off the agenda, the consent agenda, is because I feel that the figure of 200,000+ for to basically do a master plan where we're providing at the city a whole lot of the existing documents and previous planning seems to me to be excessive. And I always have some concern. We know that expertise lies with MV5 and, for example, Jones Edmonds. They have expertise in these big picture projects, but we have talked periodically as a commission about the opportunity to make sure we are very proactive about reaching out to other organizations and engineering firms and master planning type of firms to ensure that we're getting a broad range of expertise. And we're kind of limited in that regard as it relates to who we use. And we use those who have expertise, but there are others. And I feel like for the scope of the work that I read here, and we're providing the master plan from 2023 to NV5. We're providing the survey report on Cultural Arts Center from 2023. We're providing an 8-year-old TB McPherson Recreation Center facility condition assessment. We have other plans that are in the works, for example, the bicycle pedestrian master plan, which overlaps with parks. We're providing all that, and we're getting in return scope of services, a tree survey, and we can probably handle some of that internally, one public and stakeholder engagement meeting, and then a lot of schematic and knowledge on it. So I feel like that's what allowed me to take that off the consent agenda. I just wanted to hear a little bit more, perhaps about the scope of work, and I can't micromanage dollar for dollar, but $200,000 I do support doing work in this particular park project. I think that the figure really needs some additional scrutiny. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Would anyone like to make a motion? So we can't move forward with the project, to be clear, without the scope of services, without what we're talking about here. Well, hold on, you're, Commissioner Willett, Commissioner Eastman.
I'd like to move approval of 2025-591, the TB McPherson Recreational Complex Master Plan Task Assignment.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Book, for your attention to this type of granular detail where it concerns these types of things. I think it is important for us to make sure we're looking at it, but I do like the word that you used in terms of micromanaging. That's something that we can't do. But I think, Betsy, if you could speak a little bit to some of what we can expect to receive, perhaps that may allay some of the concern. What can we expect? You heard Commissioner Book lay out everything that we're bringing to the table, but can you give us a little more detail about what we'll get, and possibly to allay the concern that we're getting our bang for our buck, if you will?
Yes, ma'am. So you can expect to have a variety of stakeholder engagement opportunities. But as far as a tangible product that NV5 will be creating, so they're going to generate a needs assessment and facility condition evaluation. So they're going to look at the existing conditions of the building, also look at programming opportunities. They're going to receive all that feedback from the community and really help us determine how they can best utilize that existing building and what modifications would make it more valuable for community use. And then holistically, they're going to look at the site, look at accessibility and other opportunities. We went through kind of a similar process for Morningside Nature Center, where you look at the entire site and opportunities and constraints, and how you can really best utilize the site in the future.
I want to ask this question, and maybe this is for Manager Curry. And Manager Curry, I do know that our time with you is limited. But moving forward, I wonder if we might be able to consider, and actually this is the commission. This is a commission, okay? I hear the concern, and I actually identify with the concern for us to be able to look internally to do some things. I'll be honest, when I came to the commission, I was surprised that we outsourced so much and that we utilized the services of so many consultants. And I was concerned that in some areas, it appeared that we did not have the expertise that I would have expected us to have. And so I think moving forward, knowing that we now are getting ready to make some decisions in terms of the leadership at our top executive level, perhaps that could be part of our conversations about how we look at developing or what expectations we have of the different divisions and how they are staffed, what level of expertise we expect, because I think it doesn't just determine the work product, it also determines the costs. So thank you once again, Commissioner Book. Thank you, Betsy. I conclude.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Before I go back to Commissioner Willits, I'll say we could move everything that we hire consultants to do internally. We could move all that in, but it would require us staffing up a lot. We have positions here already that Alachua County doesn't have, that Marion County doesn't have, that City of Ocala doesn't have, that our local similar governments just don't have already. And we could bring folks on internally, but it would cost us a bunch of money on an annual basis to have those folks here, because competent professionals that can do that work They don't come cheap. And it is certainly possible for us to bring all those things in-house. But we would be looking at increasing our staff budget quite a bit going forward. That's my guess. It's a guess, but typically we outsource because we don't want to pay to have people on staff forever to do those jobs. And that is the trade-off. Again, I'm a New Deal guy. I want to hire everybody. But I don't think we can do that. I think we save money by outsourcing on a per project basis rather than having people on staff consistently. I like hiring people. I think we should bring everybody on, but I think it would cost us more than what we spend currently. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had similar concern just about, as we've seen, particularly Wild Spaces, Public Places, all the projects, particularly the public outreach feedback, that interaction, that, you know, if we went back in the past 6 years ago or 8 years ago, we might have said, we have a lot of projects. We probably need, that piece might need to be internal because we're going to perhaps have enough to keep someone's time and to really develop the internal expertise on that particular portion. I'm not saying all of the site planning, you know, but that, you know, looking backwards, if we say, well, we have X tens of millions that we're going to be spending, largely on new things that do need some more input. It's not just putting on a new air conditioner. Some of it is, but some of it is, you know, real new stuff where we want some input, feedback, community, like visioning. So I see where you're coming from, Commissioner Walker, because I had some similar concerns. Like every time we do, you know, this community outreach with different contractors, they bring back, you know, great information. But it's something if we do on so many a project, why is that portion not internal? So I appreciate the conversation. I don't know, I would make the decision now, knowing how many years we have left of Wild Spaces, Public Places. But yeah, I would go back, if I would go backwards and say, maybe we should have built that in, talked to the county, made sure the county was down for Wild Spaces, Public, like in an internal staff position, as opposed to something you lump into a project. Because I could imagine us having the internal capacity someday, particularly for outreach, someone who can be utilized across the entire operation. So I appreciate it, because that is one that particularly the outreach, the rest of the engineering and schematics and tree surveys, less so, but that one. So just thank you. I'm ready to go forward with this today, though, but I appreciate the conversation. And sometimes that's when we need to have it, when we're reminded. Particularly with TV McPherson, I'm excited because I think we do need some feedback, because lots of people imagine TV McPherson in different ways. They may be remembering 1965, but we're in 2025. We need to see what the potential future has. So thank you, Betsy, so much, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Chestnut.
I think we have a lot of the talent on staff already. But I think that as we move forward, because I'm concerned that we spend so much money with consultants, it's just overbearing. I think that we need to schedule for a GPC meeting to talk about it in depth. Because if we're going to provide so much information to the consultant, we're paying him for the information we already have. And so I don't think we have to bring on a whole new staff of people. I think we need to look at how we utilize the staff that we have. And maybe as we move forward in looking at a new manager, that is something we really, really need to consider. So I would like to have this placed on a GPC meeting to discuss.
Madam Clerk, find us a spot for that. I don't know how to have that discussion, to be honest with you, because it's on an item-by-item basis. I mean, all the things that we outsource are very technical, but we should have the conversation.
We may find components of it that we can do ourselves. But if you're going to give a consultant all the information you already have, why are you paying to give somebody what you have already? They're not really bringing anything new to you at that point.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think the more we have that conversation, the more we're going to see people that we've already asked to do extra work start shining up their resumes. But I could be wrong. Again, we're not, you know, everybody's opinions are valid, and I'm not always right. I will say, as person who used to do fundraising consulting, I would ask for detailed information about what you've already done in your operation and what the records are. And when it comes back to me, it then was my job in that position to evaluate and say, here's what you're doing right, here's what you're not doing right, in my opinion. And so I get where that's coming from, but it is absolutely a conversation that we should have. But the deeper we talk about asking our people to do more after having just cut, positions, I think you're going to see folks thinking deeply about their positions at the City of Gainesville. But again, I appreciate everybody's input on it. I get it. Every time we see a big number, it's concerning. I understand. I'm concerned at the prices when I go to the grocery store. The world is expensive. It is expensive. So, all right, and there's no public comment on this.
There's no public comment, Mr. Mayor.
And we have a motion on the table, correct?
We do have a motion on the table.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2025-642, Third Amendment to the Boulware Springs Revitalization Design Task Assignment with the recommendation the City Commission to authorize the city manager designee to execute the Third Amendment to the task assignment with Jones, Edmonds, and Associates, Inc. for additional design services for the Boulware Springs Revitalization Project in the amount of $97,984 for a total of $403,772.52, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Mr. Willits.
If you will, let me ask the question I most wanted to ask. My question about this is mostly just where the individual environmental resource permit fits into some of the normal processes we normally do. Is it that it's something we expected would have to happen, correct? Or it's not, is it unexpected, or is it that sometimes it happens in this stage or a different stage or a different vendor? I'm just trying to understand exactly why, because it sounds like something we always do, but I could be wrong. So Betsy, if you can just kind of help me understand a bit.
So Mayor, Commissioners, that's a really good question. So I'm not a stormwater expert, but I will tell you what I do know. So we always have to go through a permitting process with the Water Management District. So we did a conceptual master plan on this project. We had some assumptions we went into design with. During the design phase, we've had multiple meetings with the Water Management District on site, via Teams, et cetera. And so we thought we would fall under a category initially of just a general environmental resource permit, which is the easier way to go. There's a lot less design work involved, I guess, with that general ERP. But then as we got further into design, we triggered a couple thresholds with the Water Management District. Also, their permitting rules have changed pretty recently. Okay. And so now we fall under the individual environmental resource permitting process. So the design is a lot more intensive, so there's a lot more hours involved in going through that particular, all those constraints and submittal requirements. And so the design got a lot heavier in terms of staffing, and then there was some redesign that was also required to meet the needs of the Water Management District. So just a lot more staff hours involved.
Okay, thank you so much for that explanation, and it reminds us that some of the projects that we think are easy, even like 8th and Waldo, stormwater, it triggers this, and you got to move it. It's a bit of a moving thing until you finally end at it. So thank you so much for that. I'm always excited to see the rough plans that show potential grass parking lots in some of our facilities. I like that. So that was just something I saw that I also wanted to mention. Thank you, Betsy. That answers my questions I have for it. So I move. Let me see what this works. I move the City Commission authorize City Manager designee to execute the Third Amendment to the task assignment with Jones, Edmonds, and Associates for the Boulware Springs Revitalization Project.
Second.
Motion and second. And is there any public comment, Madam Manager?
There's no public comment.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
That concludes the morning agenda.
Very good. I'll see you all at 1 o'clock. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon session of the Gainesville City Commission for, what is today, 21st? Yes, August 21st. Glad to have you all with us this afternoon. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to our Gainesville history moment, and we have a presentation by Manye Vivian Filer.
Welcome. So good to have you with us.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, everybody, I'm glad to be here. I have just a big announcement. I cannot find my presentation today, but neither. What I wanted to do today was to talk about our connection with Rosewood. I know Rosewood is not a new topic. A lot of people know about it. But what we hear about is the real Rosewood, which really is centered around a family, when there were actually 8 families out of Rosewood. And the Bradleys were a family out of Gainesville. So I needed for us to capture the moment that we share in the history of that monumental event. So the Rosewood Massacre included this family, and the oldest member, as I remember, as I'm thinking, was George, and he was actually in Rosewood. But the person who I'm familiar with was named James Bradley, and he lived right across from Mount Olive AME Church, and 2 doors from where I lived. Mr. Bradley was an older man when I knew him, and he was quite known for making Sunday school last too long because all of his questions. But anyway, then we, of course, at that age, we were small and everything seemed long. But Mr. Bradley's family continued to live in Gainesville, and he was one, his father was actually in the massacre at Georgia, not him, Mr. James Bradley. But he married Miss Bertha. They had other children. Their sister had children. And so those people continued to live across from Mount Olive Church and belonged to Mount Olive Church. We're talking Barbara Jean Woods and Edith McDonald, and those folk were the relatives of that. But in 2023, we know that they celebrated the centennial event here in Gainesville with a week-long event at the hotel, and this was all of the 8 families. They brought them in. But last year, just for their 1-year event, they celebrated it at the Mount Olive AME Church and at the Cotton Club Museum and Cultural Center. So the house that Mr. Bradley lived in is right across from our church. And you two who may have remembered, it has a strange-looking front to it, but it sits just one side over from Mount Olive Church. Mr. Bradley lived there. Unfortunately, the family, left the family before they realized how important it was, so it has not been preserved. I continue to go by there and tell those poor people who are renting it what a famous place they're living in, and I'm hoping one day they will allow the families to bring it back and restore it. Just a piece of Gainesville history to tie in with Rosewood. So that was Mr. James Bradley. He was part of the 8 families that came from the Rosewood Massacre. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to early public comment. However, we don't have any cards signed up, so we'll move on to general public comment. We have Mr. Donald Shepard.
Welcome, Mr. Shepard.
Didn't have anything to speak of at this moment, but catching off my mind is that I see that GRU or any of the public utilities have not done anything for my park. I put in a request for them to upgrade the pool in that park and to upgrade the utilities, and thus far it has not been done. That's the only thing I could think of at the moment, but we have many things that need to be done, and they're on my agenda.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Hopefully somebody's watching from GRU and heard what you had to say. So, thank you.
Next is Johnny Law.
Welcome, Mr. Law.
Ad hoc. I pay attention to all governments, kingdoms, nations. On yesterday, Global Chief and Commander, seeing the seriousness of the situation, yes, I ordered China to blow U.S. destroyer out of the ocean because U.S. is out of West Africa. That's the only United States, and their address is 616 Southwest D.C. That's the Oval Office, the White House. All United States behavior has been coming out of West Africa. That is not us, USA. And yes, I did give orders in Latin America for them to take care of those also that call themselves U.S. that have nothing to do with us. Exactly. Now, situation at the library downtown here, headquarters, we have found espionage spies working behind the counter. Now, the project that's going to be going on Archer Road I-75, where Drury Inn is, where Gainesville Inn used to be, where we Gainesville gave who pretended to be the homeless community, hobo, homebomb, KKK, a place to live, to where they had a Spaces hotel motel to themselves, to where they tore down their own selves in order to not have a place to stay. Just like they got rid of St. Vincent de Paul, Catholic Charities, and tried to get rid of Salvation Army in order to make sure that they have no place to go so that they can claim to go to war here and stuff like that. And that's actually probably how like the Rosewood situation went down, to where these Rosewood situations happen in 4 locations, which is Gainesville, Georgia, North Gainesville, East Gainesville, South Gainesville, then where we are, Central Gainesville, where they simultaneously attacked people. And this is the Klan that we're talking about that did this. And this time we're finally getting a chance to round them up to where they have never been rounded up before. Blue campaign. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you.
We are on to our business discussion items for the afternoon. We have 2025-616 appointments to the Development Review Board and Pension Review Committee. With the recommendation, the City Commission discuss applications received for appointments to the Development Review Board and Pension Review Committee.
Very good. Commissioner Willits.
Mayor, for the Development Review Board, I know Mr. Wood. He's one of my constituents, and I serve on with him on AHAC, and as well as I've been involved, at least attended meetings that he's involved in community organizations. I think he's a good person to appoint to get into some of those details, particularly where all of our Development Review Board stuff compared to affordable housing, that there's a lot of policies, and to really get into those policies, I think he's excited to do it. Sounds like he was interested potentially in the full term as well, and so I think we should appoint him to the full term and then allow that partial term to continue to be there for someone else who's a little less sure about their long-term commitment ability. So if he accepts it, I move that we appoint Clark Wood to the full term to the Development Review Board.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
There is no public comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and I see no other lights, so all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Commissioner Engel.
For an order on these, are we doing the actual ballots on these, or are we able to just do a voice vote?
So it's there's no requirement of how we do it. If there are multiple if there are more applicants than there are individuals, often we will do the ballot, but we don't have to do the ballot.
Oh, very good, thanks.
Someone want to address the Pension Review Committee, where we also, it looks like, have 2 applicants and 2 terms. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I move the appointment of Matthew Barker and Harvey Lewis to the Pension Review Committee Board for 2 full terms.
Second.
We have motion and second. Always happy to add some Harveys to the conversation. Are either applicant here with us this afternoon? Okay.
Either were able to.
Okay. Is there any other public comment? Okay.
No other public comment.
All right. I see no other lights. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. That also passes unanimously. Congratulations to Mr. Wood and Mr. Barker and Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2025-655 Lot 10 update with the recommendation the City Commission provide direction as appropriate regarding the 2 options presented by staff.
Welcome, Mr. Persons.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew Person, Chief Operating Officer. We're before you today to give an update on the Lot 10 development and to present the Commission with 2 options by which the Commission can decide which direction to move forward. As the commission recalls, the original Lot 10 project was closed on in 2022 with AMJ Group, and over that time, AMJ and the city have been working on bringing the actual project out of the ground. As of last year, at the end of December 2024, you all approved the sixth amendment to the purchase and sale agreement to extend the time period by which the project would need to break ground, which is February of next year in 2026. After that, the 2024 extension, staff and AMJ Group had met on a number of occasions to continue to keep the dialogue open and move the project forward. Earlier this year, AMJ and our office, city manager's office, sat down where AMJ had discussed the difficulties with the project in terms of financing. As you recall, when the project was approved and to today, there have been significant changes in interest rates. There have been some changes that the city has done in terms of opting out of the live local tax provisions. You recall, all of those things have cumulatively resulted in the project not being financially feasible. So in discussion, we essentially agreed to continue to brainstorm ways that we could bring back options for the city commission, including essentially both parties, walking away from the project and the project starting again from scratch. And what's before you today are two options. One, as I mentioned, where the city would and AMJ would amicably go our separate ways and pursuant to the purchase and sale agreement. The city would return the original purchase price to AMJ minus the earnest money, the deposit, which is roughly about $20,000. And then essentially we as the city would be left to determine what to do next for Lot 10. The second option includes a combination of some design changes that AMJ has put on the table, including reducing the overall height of the building from what was contemplated at 11 stories down to no more than 8 stories, changing some of the ground floor requirements. As you recall, there was a requirement for a 10,000 square foot grocery store as well as a floor of office. A lot of the real estate market is either can't support that right now, or it's the office market is very different. So the proposal would be to have non-residential uses on the ground floor consistent with the city's code, but not have a grocery store going forward in the project. And then there would be a commensurate reduction in the total number of units, as the reduction from that 11 stories down to no more than 8. On the financing side, there are three elements of the financing. The first would be that the project is interested in applying for some use of Connect Free dollars. The project will have 120% AMI units, which by the Connect Free resolution means that the project is eligible up to about $40,000 a unit. That has to be verified expenses only related to water, wastewater connections. And in the backup, you'll see there's approximately $1.2 million of unexpended, uncommitted Connect Free dollars. The commission would obviously have to make any decisions to allocate those Connect Free dollars. That would not be done today. We're not asking for the commission to make any decisions about Connect Free or the second source of funding, which would be the use of a combination of the $1 million. If you recall, the original purchase price of Lot 10 was for approximately roughly $2 million, a little bit more. $1 million of that had been set aside to support affordable housing in the development. And so the use of that $1 million would go to actually purchasing developed units from AMJ that would be in the city's portfolio of affordable housing. The difference would come from the surtax funding that's been allocated for affordable housing. If you recall, the commission passed adopted an approach to that, including using that money for acquisition of undeveloped and developed properties to add to our overall inventory of affordable housing. That purchase price of those units would have to be negotiated, and that would be, again, we're not asking for the commission to approve a purchase price today or this amount of funds or that amount of funds from surtax. We're just providing sort of the overall approach, and we would have to bring that back at a subsequent date. The third component of financing, and I'm sorry, I know this is a little bit complicated, and hopefully the agenda item helps sort of walk you through everything. The third element is recently came up with the passage of House Bill 7031, which is a tax-related bill. In that bill, it provides for an ad valorem tax exemption for multifamily projects that construct a minimum of 70 units at 120% AMI or below on government-owned property, including local government-owned property, provided that property has a 30-year lease or 30-year commitment for affordable housing for those qualifying units. So this element of financing would involve AMJ transferring the property back to the city for a nominal fee, $100, and then the city in turn leasing the property to AMJ for a minimum period of 30 years, consistent with the new state law. The AMJ would build the number of requisite affordable housing units at that 120% level. And then in turn, the property appraiser would provide a tax exemption only for the assessed value of those minimum 70 units. It wouldn't be a complete ad valorem tax exemption for the entire project. If, for instance, if they built 100 units, 70 of which were 120% AMI, and the other 30 were market rate, then only the value of those 70 units would actually receive the tax exemption. That would be a tax exemption that would be not limited to the city's portion of the ad valorem tax bill. It would be for all the taxing authorities. And that period would be a minimum of 30 years. After that initial 30-year lease period, there would be an appraisal done of the property. And at that point, there would be one of two options. The ad valorem tax exemption would end at the end of that 30-year period pursuant to state law. And then at that point, using that new upgraded or updated appraisal, AMJ could either purchase the property from the underlying property from the city at appraised value, or it would be an appraisal to determine what the value of the underlying land lease is, and there would be an option for that future commission and future staff to determine if that was the best approach, so extending that land lease for another period of time. And with all of those aspects, both AMJ and the city feel like this is the project can move forward, and be financially feasible. Short of that, again, the other option would be that the commission could and AMJ could part ways, and then we would have all those other actions happen. And I'm happy to answer any questions. There is some information, I think, in your backup to give you an idea of what the potential tax value of the property over time is, using the most recently developed property, which is the Hyatt. That's been the most recently developed property in downtown since the Hampton Inn was built many years ago.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Persons. Do we know what the total number of units contemplated is, and then what the number of taxable units would be?
So I'll defer to, or I'll provide, give AMJ a chance to come up and speak to the total number of units. As they've been reducing making some changes on the design of the building, that's obviously reduced the number of units. Statute requires a minimum of 70 units that are built. So in order to be eligible for that tax exemption, it has to be 70 units, and they have to be held for that 30-year period at a minimum of at 120% area median income. So that's a function of state law. It wouldn't require any action of the city commission, because it's a function of the property appraiser at that point once they qualify for that exemption. And I can answer any other questions, or I can let AMJ come in. And,
Commissioner Chestnut, did you want to add a specific?
Thank you, I have a
Okay.
question. On the Connect Free, you said there's 2 million remaining?
There's $1.2 million.
1.2.
Right.
So are you looking at all of that going to?
We've been talking about that. From a staff perspective, our assumption would be that the commission would be reticent to use all of that funds. As you know, the Connect Free is the primary source that the city uses for making your LGAO contribution to the affordable housing projects. Periodically every year, the state does their lottery for the 9% tax credits. The last, I think, 5 or 6 years, the state has required or has provided an option for local governments to commit roughly $460,000 of local funds to help boost the chances that a project will get a better lottery number. Typically that's been a function of Connect Free. That's where that money has come from. So obviously, if the commission were to wipe that account out, then there would be, and desire to do continued LGAO contributions, then that fund we would need to find other funding. And as the commission is well aware, Connect Free is not a revenue source that is continually being replenished right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I had the same question about the Connect Free, so that's not, we don't have enough to cover all the wishes,
Correct.
And in the future, it's not going to be replenished. For the Street Station Strong Foundations portion, I'm trying to understand this because it says leverage $1 million of affordable housing set aside, but I'm just trying to understand if it's that we would purchase 11 units, cost of $300,000 per unit. Is it leverage $1 million or spend upwards of $3.3 million somehow? Does the leverage mean take out some loan on our, bond some of it for the rest of Street Stations Foundations, or I'm confused there?
We currently have roughly $2.6 million of fund balance just for the affordable housing portion in CERT tax right now in the affordable housing. The $1 million that's mentioned, that's already sitting in escrow from the original purchase of Lot 10. So we have $1 million when Lot 10 was originally transacted. We have $1 million, it's $1,350,000, but $1 million of that is earmarked for affordable housing just for this project.
Okay, not the set aside from Street Station Strong Foundation.
Right.
There
So
you
we
go.
would combine those two, and the $300,000 a unit, that again would have to be negotiated with them. So that's just essentially a placeholder based on their construction costs right now.
And then we have not finalized our mobility fee potential change, correct? Where does this development fit into, if we change it at certain date, and we don't know whether it would apply to this form of affordable housing, but can you talk about that interaction? And I want to make sure the applicant, the owner understands that potentially you could also have to pay a mobility fee and what that would be on this property.
That's correct. Currently, this property and all of downtown is in Zone A, where there's no concurrency or there's no mobility payment that would be contemplated. What is currently being discussed at the plan board level and still at the plan board right now would be changes to the mobility plan, which would include in areas that currently are exempt in Zone A, paying into a mobility fee. So depending on when the project actually went into construction and when the commission and what the commission ultimately decides in terms of mobility, it may be subject to that mobility fee.
So I think it'd be important for me at least to understand where that, does the owner understand that? Is it also saying, oh no, we also need to not pay mobility fee for everything to pencil out? That's important for me at least. And then I have a question about the ad valorem for the 70 units, but if we buy 11, it's really 59 of their units, perhaps 11 of our units. And I have in my brain, I would prefer they have 70 units, and if we buy 11 units, So in my brain, I'm looking for more like 81
Oh, I
because
see.
of that interaction with the state. So that's just, I'll just say that that's kind of where I land on that. But I understand that if there's additional units that are taxed to the mayor's point, then that could be on the tax roll, could be beneficial. I'll say that I don't mind the removal of the grocery portion, because I don't think it's as feasible. I also don't think that people realized 5 or 6 years, or even 3 years ago, that you can get Walmart to deliver your groceries for almost free, almost anywhere. So people downtown who do need something that they can't easily access, there's a lot more opportunity than the previous world imagined. So I'll say that. But there's gonna be lots of conversations because we're starting to talk about the street station's strong foundations portion, and because the 1 million affordable housing set aside, I do think that our committee, our AHAC, needs to hear these kind of things. We haven't fully laid out that the street station's strong foundations funding would have to go to our AHAC. AHAC is statutory with a limited view, but they are interested. They gave us feedback on some other things. I think they would be interested to look at this, to give an opinion on, oh no, this is great, or it's maybe not all that money needs to be spent at one site or whatever. So I would ask the commission that as we go forward with this, that including it on AHAC's agenda is important, because we are talking about, over the course of 10 years, $7 or $8 million total out of street station strong foundations. And I know we're still new to spending that, but that's my preference, and I may make a motion to that end, kind of in general how we spend that somehow AHAC needs to be brought into it, because they are interested, and they're real estate agents and advocates and all kinds of people who work in affordable housing. So that's all I got for now. Thank you, Mr. Persons. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Engel.
Hey, I've also got a couple questions on this. So we don't know what the total units are, but anything over that 70 that wasn't rent controlled, basically at 120%, would be fully taxed.
Correct. If it didn't meet the statutory criteria for the exemption, like if it was 140%, for instance,
Sure.
then it would be taxed just like any other unit.
That is just the ad valorem taxes?
Correct. Ad valorem taxes.
Okay.
Yep.
So, my head wrap around this. We sold them the piece of property for $2 million. We kept $1 million of that we held back for affordable housing in the future. That was going to be tied to that project.
That's correct. Yeah. Originally, the project included condominiums, and the thought was that the $1 million would help pay down the initial purchase of those units, of those condominiums. The project subsequently changed through a PSA amendment to include the ability to have rental property. At that point, that $1 million was contemplated to be used as rental subsidy until it ran out, essentially. And then, as I mentioned, for this, rather than use that for rental subsidy, the city would potentially use that for actually purchasing the units in part.
And then, so of that $2 million, $1 million was set aside for this future affordable housing tied to that. The other $1 million we used is gone.
That's correct. Yeah, there's actually 1.35 that was set aside. Okay. $1 million for affordable housing, $350 to pay for additional streetscape enhancements.
Gotcha.
And then the remaining balance, minus the deposit, which was roughly $20,000, just went into general fund yep.
All right, so we would buy this property back for $100, lease it for the next 30 years, and that was one of the questions. Is I've got two different numbers in my backup. One is 60 years, one is 30 years. Both of them came out to roughly the same $2 million.
Right. So the 60 years is what that additional term sheet. That's AMJ's term sheet that they provided. They would like to lease the property for 60 years. In discussions, city staff felt like that may be acceptable, but at that end of that statutory 30-year period, there needs to be a true up of the property. So we're not providing a tax exemption for 60 years, which would have a great value, or essentially continuing the lease without the city either being paid for the underlying property at that point, or being able to negotiate a new lease payment that would represent the value of the underlying property.
So we lease them back. It will be for that basically original $2 million.
For the first 30 years, correct.
Right. And then after that 30 years, there will either be another chunk of money or something there. That $2 million doesn't buy them 60 years.
No, right, just 30 years. Right.
So and that would be at least I guess 59 units. Then I was thinking at least 70 units. But if you include R11 in that, that still qualifies them for the thing, even though they're not the owner of it.
It is a nuance I think we would need to discuss. I mean, in order to be eligible for the project, they would need to have 120% units at that minimum 70. Obviously, if we own those, those units, we're not going to pay taxes regardless.
Sure.
And so that they may have to include, in other words, I think by the function of the way that the statute is laid out, they're going to have 70 units regardless of whether we buy them or not. Meaning that, I think to Commissioner Willett's point, it's more like 81 units at 120%.
Right, and that was my question, was whether it was a total of 81 or whether it was a total of 70.
Again, like the units that we're purchasing, this is an idea that we're looking for commission direction on.
Sure.
It may be that we buy 10 units or 12 units, but again, that'll come back to the commission at a later date if we move past today.
All right. Well, you said 11, so that's the math you're getting.
Yes.
So just so I understand, so we've got these 11 units now. We would then rent them out at below market rate.
Correct. Right.
So I think we're way better landlords than AMJ. So instead of looking at 120%, we would be looking at say like 50%.
Sure. It wouldn't be a limitation in that regard for the city. Correct.
So if we went with 11 units at 50% of AMI, it's about $1,200 a month for a unit. For a 2-bedroom, that comes out to about $160,000 a year. That $160,000 a year goes into an affordable housing fund, goes into the general fund. Like, what would happen with the rent they were actually paying in those units?
That could go back into the housing fund. I mean, a portion would probably need to be reserved in order to cover maintenance of the units, obviously, that kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, largely it would be unrestricted general fund at that point, and the city could put it into affordable housing fund. It could, do whatever.
So is that if we wanted to like earmark whatever rent money came out of affordable housing towards more affordable housing, any of that, we could build that up. So you'd be looking at roughly $150,000 a year, and that over 30 years would be just shy of $5 million over the course of that in rent money as well as whatever they were buying. I just want to make sure I'm thinking of these numbers.
I trust your math.
All right. Well, I said I just want to make sure that that money when we didn't charge them rent, that it came back to us somehow. It wasn't going to something.
We also, if you recall, the five properties that we're building accessory dwelling units on right now, those have been units that we had previously used for short-term temporary housing of individuals that are going through a home or a SHIP house replacement program. We would be providing them temporary housing. So these units also could go to that too, to be able to provide temporary housing as we're rebuilding somebody's house.
All right.
But they would be city units, and we could determine however best to use them going forward.
So if we bought 11 units, and I'd like to think we got a punch card so that like if you buy 10, you get the 11 point free, but assuming they don't do something like that, if we bought 11 units at $300,000 a unit, you'd be looking at about $3 million, $1 million of which we've already got kind of in dedicated funds for that, and there's enough in the surtax to cover the rest of that.
Correct. And again, we would endeavor to negotiate as aggressively as possible for the final price of the units.
All right. I mean, I think that is 70 rent-controlled units and 11 very affordable units if we're running them downtown. I will say I've got a little bit of, I spoke to Attorney Nee about this earlier. I had put the developers in touch with a couple of pension programs that were looking for investments, maybe potentially where some of their capitalization is coming from. If that happens, then there'll also be some labor standards tied to this and fair contracting rules and those type of things, which also makes it a pretty attractive project for me too, to know that the workers actually building this will be taken care of as well. I don't have any personal stake in it, and already discussed it to make sure I didn't need to, excuse myself from the vote. But on the whole, I'm pretty happy where that ends up. And instead, if we're talking about 11 very affordable 70, 120 AMI, looks like the money will balance out after a few years. I'm good with that. Right.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. These are some complex
They are.
permutations you provided for. I've read it a few times and gone through it, and I'm struggling to understand kind of all the nuances. So 2 or 3 questions. The connect-free piece. The developer in this case, at least in one of these financing options, would ask for basically everything we have that's left in connect-free. 1.23, we have 1.23 million remaining of unencumbered funds, and then there was at least a document that says it's looking for 1.7 million. So would exhaust our connect-free funds. Those are gone.
Yeah, and then that would be a city commission discussion and decision. And we've had frank conversations with AMJ about the limitations, and I think they're aware of the limitations and the many demands that are on those connect-free funds. I'm not going to put words in their mouth. I'll let them speak to that. But they are aware of the limitations and what we have in terms of remaining fund balance.
We've been kind of parceling out some of those connect-free funds across a number of projects.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other expected projects coming, or that we've been talking about at the staff level that might also be vying for these connect-free, with the limited amount that we have left?
The 1.2 is unencumbered, unrestricted, meaning that there's not projects that the commission's pledged, but the money hasn't gone out the door yet. It is truly like free money. Meaning it's unencumbered. That said, we do on a regular basis get referrals from GRU for connection requests from folks that are interested in connecting, or rehabbing replacing their septic tank or getting connected, and those are a relatively steady drumbeat. Those are small amounts, but those do come in periodically through the year. The only other expectation in the immediate future would be, again, the local government area opportunity contribution that the commission is typically used to provide out of Connect Free, and that's usually comes around the fall. It's about $460,000. The last one I think the commission approved was for the Catholic Charities property up there off of I think it's like Northeast 2nd there. And the commission approved that $460,000 set aside. They went to the lottery. They did not get a favorable number, and so the project's not moving forward. And that's fairly typical. We usually hit on those every so odd number of years. It's certainly not every year type of thing that we're successful in getting a project financed.
Thank you. Another question just deals with the ad valorem tax exemption for what we're considering the affordable housing units. And so it's got here that we're considering affordable housing 120% AMI. I'm just looking at my cheat sheet chart. So that means if one person makes $87,000 or less, roughly, that's considered an affordable housing unit, and they would not have to pay taxes on the developer would not have to pay taxes on that unit?
That's correct. And those are not city designations, those are state designations under state law. So those are, the state law defines affordable housing at 120% and below, essentially. So those are, even if the city wanted to kind of say, well, 120% is not affordable, like the state law says it is, and so that's for the purposes of the tax exemption. That's the line, essentially, if you will.
So for us, if we did basically, we're talking about the affordability. We're hamstrung at 120% for a tax exemption, but do we have to provide that?
The function of the tax exemption is automatic by state law, where the city commission has decision making is whether or not to lease the property back to AMJ. If you all decide not to lease the property, then the exemption discussion is moot. But what the state law says that if a qualifying project provides this number of units at a minimum of 120% with a 30-year lease on government property, then for the value of those units, it receives that ad valorem tax exemption.
Yeah, thank you. So I looked, if two people make 100,000 or less by state, under our state requirement, they could get the tax exemption under this particular, for that unit, under this particular section that we're talking about leasing back.
That's correct. Those are the income limits that are published annually by HUD and the Florida Housing Finance Corporation you're referring to.
Well, from my standpoint, that's a gigantic loss of tax revenue for 70 units or 59 units or 81 that they're ending up at 120% AMI, which really is not affordable in our that's well above something that I would consider a unit that would need to be affordable for people in our community, and yet there'd be no taxes paid on all of those units. That's a gigantic loss of revenue from the downtown corridor in that particular permutation. My last question is, there was reduced the total number of units commensurate with reduction in building height. I know we don't know the exact number, but perhaps when the applicant or developer comes forward and give us an idea, what's the range of the amount of units we're talking about? Because if we're talking about 70 units that are tax exempt and they build 80, I'm not sure that that's a great deal for the city and the community as a whole, but there might be a larger range.
They are, and obviously they can speak to this. They are going through design, work right now, but previously it was about 17 units per floor. For context,
say that again,
17 units per floor.
Thank you. All right, so 17 times 8, whatever that figure is what we would roughly be talking about.
Correct. Yeah, and it may be 7 stories or 8 stories.
Okay. The last question is, we're talking about this now because we missed 5 deadlines. Is that accurate? For progress on the site? And now we're in that 6th one, and so this has brought this back to the commission?
I wouldn't characterize all of the extensions as missing deadlines. The last probably 2 to 3 have been extensions and reconfigurations. The first 4 to 5 were just changes during the negotiation period. So, but yes, the last probably 2 to 3 have been extensions of the timeline to account for additional design work or financing or the issues that the commission has heard several times now.
Thank you for those answers.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Buck. Before I go back around, here's what I would like to do. I have some comments I want to make. I'll give the applicants an opportunity to come up and talk, and then we'll go back around for other comments. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Persons, but functionally, other than just a very small amount of money the last 3 years, 2 years, this hasn't ever paid taxes.
That's correct. It's been,
Yeah, I mean,
it's been owned by the
generated
city
taxes.
for a very long time, yes.
I mean, it's a surface parking lot that has been a surface parking lot as long as anybody can remember. And I don't think that's its highest and best use. Just personally, I don't think that. My goal in this, since we started this process, and even going back to the previous 2 iterations of trying to get something built on Lot 10 that I was a part of, is to get housing units built downtown. Preferably affordably as possible. But I believe very strongly that once there is proof of concept, recent proof of concept for interesting places to live downtown, more people will build downtown places to live. I think that until we see that proof of concept, there won't be anybody building downtown. We need a developer to take the risk on doing this. And the city is very clearly, experience tells us that the city is very clearly going to need to be a part of some of this. The choice before us today, and again, tell me if I'm incorrect, the choice as I understand it is, do we want to move forward and ask staff to work with AMJ on final details of the plan presented to us? Or do we want to walk away and say this is not going to work out for us and go back to the drawing board?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. If we go back to the drawing board, my guess is that we probably add a full year to the process of getting anybody to live on that space.
Very conservatively.
Yeah. I want to get people living downtown. The idea of getting, I know that, you know, a family income of $100,000 a year does not sound affordable, but prices have changed in the last few years, you know, and market is probably twice that, is my guess. So the opportunity to get something like affordable housing for teachers and firefighters and such to be able to live downtown and to not move our, whatever the concept of affordability is, but to not consistently say that only goes in a particular part of town, but to put it downtown is very attractive to me. I want to get people living relatively affordably downtown. I think that changes what we can offer as a community for the better. I think it makes our economic development opportunities better, because if somebody, a thing that people have told me about bringing their business to Gainesville, to Innovation District, is that there's no interesting place for people to live when they move their employees here. They're going to have to send them out to the suburbs. And they don't want to do that. So as a consequence, they don't move their company to Gainesville. This is the beginning of an opportunity to meet some of that. There will be a temptation, no matter what we do, to study it to death and to send it out for multiple reviews that are not necessarily requirements, and that will add years to the process. I am interested in moving forward here because I want to see homes get built downtown. And this looks like the fastest path to me to do that. Whatever you believe, I'll say again, as I said about the budget, you're not wrong. But if we want housing built downtown, this is probably our fastest path to doing that. So having said that, I got a bunch of lights here, but I would like to hear, if we can, from AMJ, if you want to add anything to this, and then we'll go back around. And after we go back around, then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back up here for more discussion. Mr. Lyons, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for taking up this item. I'll try to address some of the questions that were brought up. I'm sure I'll miss most of them in my chicken scratch. I first just want to say, we'll miss you, City Manager. Sorry that you'll be leaving. You've done a great job here, and we appreciate your help and support across the city in this project in particular. Andrew and the staff have also been wonderful. However this goes today, please know that your staff did a great job and were tough with us as we were with them, but I think in the end, we worked very well together. So I'll just sort of go in order of my notes, and again, if I miss something, let me know. Right now, we're projecting about 126 units. It's been talked about and around a lot. The final design will dictate that. The final design is partly dictated by being a mid-rise versus a high-rise, and so wherever that sort of threshold is in feet, we're trying to stay under. Just going to high-rise can cost about $1 million or $1.5 million more just to do some technical things, which we're not planning on doing. The other thing I want people to understand is this is a concrete building in the middle of downtown. It's not a stick-built, one-story, two-story. It's concrete, it's steel, it's an institutional building, the kind of thing you would see on campus, the kind of thing that we built at the Hyatt. This is not a cheap building. We could make it much cheaper, and you could buy units that are cheaper and then you have problems with, and we could do the same thing, but we don't do that, and that's not what we're projecting out. We're also projecting this to be we were the test case at the Hyatt. We built 39 units. Most 30 were studios, and then the rest were a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom. They are exactly what the mayor said. We have we may still now, I don't have a roster, firefighter, people working downtown, young professors moving here, on and on and on. It's a product designed for people that want to live in urban core. And there are not many options, right? It's a sort of not good or bad. There's mostly student-oriented properties and nothing much. We tested this, frankly, which is why we feel comfortable moving forward at Lot 10. The same kind of people
probably want to live in this kind of project. This is studios and 1 bedrooms and some 2 bedrooms. It's not, a 4-bedroom apartment that we're selling bedrooms. So that makes the whole, the cost to build that and the amount of units is different than what you may see being built around. It's not a editorial statement. It's just this product is different and designed different and cost different, and there's no places to hide, in either doing things cheaply or otherwise. Mr. Mayor, you talk about taxes. We do pay, I think, $26,000 a year in taxes right now. So whatever this last few years, that's what the tax revenue has been. And of course, we would pay taxes on whatever units above the 70 that were market rate. If we built 90 that were 70% units, then that would not. But if we built just the 70, however that works, and then we built another, up to 126, then those, that tranche of units would obviously be taxed in accordance with the law. I think those are sort of all the general questions I remember. I'm certainly happy to answer any and all questions and stay as long as you want to see me, or if you don't want to see me, I'll sort of sit down. But I'm happy to take questions. I'm sure I missed some, but I just want to provide some highlights of what this product is versus kind of what even another affordable housing project. I mean, if you put the AMI aside for a second, just the cost to build dictates a higher rent here, and we're going to keep that less. We are getting rents now at the Hyatt, which we're modeling here, but in 3 years today or whenever it kind of opens. And so, it's this is not a market rate product. It's a expensive build, and so we have to hold the rents, much less than what you'd see currently built, and then, less than what the Hyatt is currently. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Lyons. And we've got a full set of lights here mostly, so we'll start with Commissioner Willets.
Mr. Lyons, since you mentioned market rate at Hyatt, I wanted to know, and I go Google, and what an average person's Googles, and Magnolia apartment, is that what they're titled at, the Hyatt? But it says a 1-bedroom is going for $1,850, but at 120% AMI, a 1-bedroom would be $2,340. It's about a $500 difference. And I understand if there's one unit, you got to push, get a unit filled mid-semester. Who knows what that rent is set at? But I know I was actually shocked by the affordability at the Hyatt, because I think it includes parking, internet, water, sewer, trash, all of that for $1,850. That's almost cheaper than it is for me to live, where I live in, nothing fancy, and it certainly isn't downtown. So I'm just, because when we, I think Commissioner Book probably is thinking about this too, about what even a 1-bedroom is looking at 120. We know this is more workforce, but at 2,340, that 120, I'm trying to understand what market rate looks like. And we experienced this recently with a different potential property where someone says, oh yeah, 120 is close enough to market rate. So yes, I will do inclusionary zoning, or I think maybe it was the 80% was close enough to their product type at marketplace. So a quick search shows me that, for $1,850, I could live downtown. It's not my district though, so better not. And I have a friend who recently moved out, but lived there and loved it because they're a grad student, a PhD student. They biked to UF, and that's exactly what we want. We want someone to live down there. Maybe they're a grad student, they have some funds, and yeah, we want them to ride a bike or take a bus to UF and then come back downtown, eat, have fun, study. I mean, that's kind of what we're talking about. Young professionals, PhD students. So anyways, I just don't know if that $1,850 is similar to your other 1-bedroom units at Hyatt, because I'm trying to understand the market. If someone asked me right now, what is market rent for this type of a product, I would have been saying, oh, it's probably $2,500. But for $1,850 at the Hyatt, so is that just an exception that's not really the market rate?
It's a great question. I compared the Hyatt with this product. Those units, I figure what the studios are, maybe 400 square feet or something.
Yeah, they're very small.
They're pretty small. These units would be, I forget the numbers, but larger than that. The cost to build it, that was built in 2021, I think we started. This is starting in 2026. There's just the cost would be much more to build this kind of thing. And you're right.
we, and Mr. Warren, who started the company many years ago, we try to keep things at a pretty affordable level. I don't mean that's affordable housing, but we don't specialize in, we specialize more in sort of the workforce side of things than luxury and student-oriented kind of products. And so the market is not yet built for this kind of product in the downtown, candidly, and many people aren't looking for it. And so that's why we sort of tested with the Hyatt. So, you know, our rates have been higher than what you're saying, and it depends on the market. There were, I don't know, 10,000 units being built across Gainesville over the past several years, some crazy number. That alters, kind of, what you can charge sometimes, and sometimes the rents get artificially depressed for a year, but then they pop back up. They're going up, I forget, 10% a year for many, many years, and most things were unaffordable as well. This caps it, frankly. The other thing I wanted to mention, Andrew talked about the set aside for $1 million. The idea originally was that would help subsidize the rent to whatever level, and then once that's over, it's over. In this sort of situation, you lock in for 30 years, not just ownership, but also in the amount of units. So you're leveraging that $1 million to simply get 70 units or more.
In essence, leveraging the new state
now too.
policy
Yes, correct. Yeah, by buying units in on the state, it allows you all to sort of have many more units in the heart of the downtown without worrying if those rents are going to go up crazy, if the market can dictate double or triple rents, which we won't be able to offer. So.
All right, and so I don't know if this will be a question for you or for our city staff, just so because this would be a bit of a new product for us to understand, and this new state, this new state law is what's considered rent. Is it all in? Does it include, parking, internet? How does that compare to other forms of affordable housing that says this is rent? Because a lot of those places, you do get a parking spot, but a downtown mid to high rise, a little different product, and I just don't understand with the new state law whether that would include parking for the people who do need parking.
It probably doesn't include parking. It may include some other, water, sewer, things of that sort. We could sort of get back to you on that. I don't know the details.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering whether that fits
For sure
under
would
the Florida housing limit.
Yeah.
That's just a general question because it's a new product. And then for our city staff, I do have a couple questions. Just if we bought units, and this may be a question for Mr. Harris or for Mr. Persons, how do we feel about owning, 11 units? How do we feel about incorporating that into our, portfolio?
I'm happy if Corey wants to, or Mr. Harris wants to speak. I know this has been an ongoing discussion that we've had, obviously, at the commission and the staff level, and we're getting close to, I think, release another round of requests for proposals from affordable housing providers that would be partner agencies. So that would help sort of bring folks to these units from the city's perspective. But Mr. Harris, if you want to come share some of your sagacious thoughts.
Mr. Mayor, to the commission, just to piggyback on what Mr. Persons just said, currently we're looking at putting out an RFP for affordable housing entity to do the property management. So under a similar arrangement to the ADU pilot project, we'll do the same thing with these units if they were at our disposal.
Okay, thank you for tying those two things together, the ADU, because that's also a little new for us, and then potentially this. Okay, and I don't know who can answer this, can we potentially use them for the ones we might own for city staff? Any preference for city staff who might be on the lower end of income, moving to the city, need a place, or partnering with downtown ambassadors or any kind of public worker? Is there any potential to do that, or is it straight into the pipeline of the normal ecosystem of affordable housing?
I mean, I would say we can look into that and see what, in terms of like what options we have provided. We still have to meet fair housing, laws and everything, and be, have an equal opportunity. But there may be some opportunities that still meet those requirements, and we could be a little bit creative with that.
Okay, I think that's all I have. I'll just say, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the idea that sooner is better, and that if we delay this, it is. And I feel like it's already been delayed enough. This isn't innovative, and we do need to have a proof of concept And we do have a new state law, so that's why this is relevant, because things change statewide, and if that's the potential option and it pairs well with our street station strong foundation set aside, then maybe this is the opportunity to do some of the things we want. But I do want to hear some opinions about the removal of the grocery component, how commissioners feel. Because if that's something that just they have their heart set on, then this is a real big change. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. Commissioner Engel.
To answer your question, like I don't feel especially attached to a grocery store. I think maybe a grocery store in the area, but I don't know that right in the middle of downtown is especially a place where it's necessary. I would like to see some amount of public retail or something. I don't want it to be just a lobby that's just that, but some amount of retail in the area. I think it ties in very well with the streetery that we're looking to put together, and just having an empty lot there is kind of weird. So when we look at 120% of AMI in the area is like $105, $106 for $105,000, $106,000, something like that for a family. Is that correct?
106. Yeah.
So we talk about like AMI in the area, the median family makes $106,000. So I mean that's kind of what we'd be looking at on there would be the average family, and I think the average family could use some more workforce housing like this. It is a big deal to me that we're not talking about more of the stick-built stuff that we've seen go up so much in the last couple of years. I really think in the next 20, 25 years, we're going to be dealing with a crisis of poorly built, kind of thrown up cheap student housing that we're all going to have to be doing something with. And, you know, the type of things where we can get a real steel and concrete building, like the Siegel building, is just going to be there for the next 100 years and usable, I think is a big step forward for the city, instead of these things that we're just going to have to be tearing apart, rehabbing, and everything else down the road. If we don't go through with this, just wipe our hands and walk away from it, we're cutting $1.5 million, $1.3 million check back to the developer. Is that correct?
More than that. Yeah, roughly, $2,020,000 roughly.
All right, so
yeah.
So it's either,
but we haven't spent the 1.35. That's
but like, we
that's
still
sitting
got
in
it.
escrow.
Right, but we are either spending $2 million for a parking lot, or $3 million potentially for 70 units in AMI, 11 owned by the city that would be legitimately affordable. At whatever step we decide to do with it. Yeah, that's.
I think plus at the end of that 30-year period, a future commission and future staff will have the opportunity to either sell the underlying property at the new appraised value, which will have a building on it, so it would obviously be higher than what it is right now, or potentially extend the land lease and start receiving rental payments, at that 31-year period.
Plus $5 million-ish of rent over that time.
Sure.
So I take it by that comment you don't plan on being here at that point?
I might. I think, you never know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's all I got. Yep.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. I will be reading about it. I will have somebody read me the articles. How's that? Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. My question is for Mr. Persons. So what exactly does moving forward look like?
That's a very good question. So what we would need to do would be to bring amendments to the purchase and sale agreement, as well as the developer's agreement to memorialize this approach. We would bring back any application that AMJ would make to the commission for use of Connect's free dollars, and then we would need to bring back a negotiated purchase price for and a number of units out of the finished development that we'd bring back to commission for approval of use of the $1 million that we currently have in escrow, plus whatever the remaining balance is out of surtax. And then I think I believe AMJ, and again, I won't speak for them, are prepared to finish all of the design work. They're about 50%, I think, design work, and then their intent would be to break ground in June of next year. And then we would obviously continue to coordinate with construction and streetery as well.
Okay, so, because I think this has been a 10-year process.
It's been since 2020, 21, yeah. It's been, if you count all of the various iterations of Lot 10, it's
21?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's even longer.
21-year process then.
We started working with AMJ
In 2021.
Yes,
But
yeah.
I think overall, it's been about 10 years.
At least, I think.
A minimum of 10 years.
Yeah, I think I was
So,
in college.
so what you're saying now is that we would have some boots on the ground or housing by 2027?
I believe it's about an 18 to 24 month build of the project, but they would break ground on the project June of next year.
Mm-hmm.
So then, project that out probably a year and a half or so,
I see.
and they'll have a finished product.
Okay. All right, so this would be, I guess, the first time we would have a real commitment?
I think there's been a commitment, but I think both sides feel that this is what's going to get it over the finish line, and get it out of the ground.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. I'm glad that we're able to work to try to find some kind of a forward-moving solution here, and I'm glad that that we're working on flexibility. I agree with a lot of the mayor said and folks talking about affordable housing, but particularly about housing in our downtown area. I'm pulling up our downtown strategic plan that really highlighted the importance of housing in our downtown and really highlighted the fact that, I'll read it directly. Gainesville had the slowest delivery of non-student multifamily housing of all of the peer cities that they looked at. I think the only one that we've had in recent years is the Hyatt in downtown, which was 39 units, was kind of secondary product within there. Prior to that, there was Union Street Station, which also used some tax increment funding. And then Arlington Square that was 90s, but I think that also used tax increment funding. We've always had to find ways to be creative with all of this. And it's important to have folks that are there day and night living within downtown. Obviously, our outside consultants that we hired to do that, and just kind of common sense. People are living downtown, they're shopping in downtown, they're eating in downtown. It improves the overall quality of everything. I did kind of want to talk, we talked about what would make the gap financing work on this. We all know that interest rates have gone up, construction costs have gone up. Then we've talked about different levers to pull here, like Connect Free. I'd like to hear, you guys think that with this in place, you can start breaking ground in June of next year, right? Can you guys?
It's fine. You may have a better answer than I do. Yes. Without going through all the history, which it's fine. I was here for a couple of Lot 10s before this as well. So,
yeah.
We have gotten the farthest of anyone, just for the record.
Right.
Yes, a lot happened. One of the biggest changes was, when, frankly, the city and the county opted out of the live local, whatever the act was. And I understand why that was, but that changed the underlying economics. There's three things that work in a project. One is the revenue comes in, the other is the expenses that go out, and then the construction costs. And those three have to be in alignment. Right. If the costs are way too high and you can't get the rents, it's sort of whacked. And so those kind of three have to be, and so that's why there's sort of parts of this. If our costs are up $100,000 on a $30, $40 million project or down $100,000, it has less of an impact than if the taxes are $100,000 more or less. We do, as Mr. Person said, we spend, it's more than, ad valorem is $540,000. I think we spend $625,000 in total taxes for the Hyatt. It's a very large number. And so I think we pay our fair share. And which is why you like downtown development, because the density of taxes is much greater than, I won't get into all that, but it's, you get many more taxes for a small area than you do for, loads of single-family homes. But anyway, I sort of digress. But yes, we do think it is, our goal would be, to answer your question as well, Commissioner, to start on the site plan and get that submitted within 3 months, and then tighten up our financing. It was alluded to earlier today, over the sort of 3 months after that, and then start, getting the ground cleared and things of that sort, starting. And if you do it earlier, that's fine. We're not trying to, for us, we've, put $2.5, $3 million. We've purchased some parking garage spaces, which cost, quite a bit. We spent a lot on design. So it doesn't do anything for us to hold this and keep waiting. We want to, frankly, and it may not seem like it sometimes, we want to get this done sooner than later. And so we think it's a reasonable time frame to work through those things. We don't control some of it. I mean, the city controls when we put the site plan in. If it takes, I'm just making up some, 9 months to approve it, then, that will throw us. But short of those kinds of things, we think it's a fair, timeline to get this done, and we can, reasonably say so.
What does it mean if we, we're directing staff to go and review this and come back, with the broad outlines of these plans, one of which that's up in the air is the Connect 3. I mean, is that, critical to us moving forward? Or like, what would hang you up to say, hey, you agreed to this, now you're pulling back? I mean, I don't want to overcommit, but I don't want to undercommit also,
Well, I would say, I mean, this is our best, this is our best foot forward. This is what we're modeling on. When things change or there's large amounts of money that get, mobility fees, I don't know what it is. If this has to pay, I don't know, $5 million in mobility fees, it would, whatever it is, it would make the project, not go forward.
Right.
Those are the kinds of things that have happened along the way so far, both from us and from the city and also the county. And so, we want to get our arms around that so there's less likelihood of those kinds of things happening. And so we can't control those things. We can work together to try to minimize those. And so if Connect Free, and Andrew and I have had very frank talks about it, if Connect Free is, whatever, $947,000 versus $1.2 million, I think we'll have to look at it. We actually modeled it at 1.7 million, I think. So, again, if it gets reduced, then we either have to make it up somewhere or figure out if it kind of works. I don't think sort of calibrations here and there are problematic, but whole changes, for instance, if no tax abatement was available and you all said no, I can tell you right now the project is absolutely not moving forward. Right. Unless it gets redesigned to a stick-built, different kind of apartment complex, on and on and on, fully market rate, then it may work better, but not for a product like this.
All right, perfect. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's just the complications of public-private partnerships like this, and making sure, and us being good faith partners going forward, you guys being good faith partners going forward.
We have tried this, what I said at the beginning, the staff, the city manager and the staff have been great. It's not like we agree on everything, but I think it's been very, we've met weekly, frankly, and we've kept each other sort of in the loop and feet to the fire to keep moving this forward. And we've both had work outside of that to bring together, and it's been a nice process, candidly. So
perfect. All right, thank you, Mr. Lyons.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. And do we have a public comment?
Yes, we do have public comment. Oh,
yeah.
I'd just like to, excuse me, Mike Warren, just like to make a clarification. The numbers that are shown on that HUD form are not rents, they're housing costs. They include rent, utilities, insurance, possibly parking as well. So please understand, there are other things one cannot just go out and say that's the rent I can get. The other thing I'd like to let you know is we will try to get as many affordable housing units in there as we can, okay? So right now we're planning that every unit in there will be affordable to the extent of 120% AMI or less. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warren.
we have Donald Shepard.
Welcome, Mr. Shepard.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. Lot 10's been sitting there empty for many years, and this here is going to be a new face upon our city. This is something we need within our city. I'm glad to hear that he doesn't want to make it a stick building like we do with the Hyatt, I see it as a stick building. I see it, if the Hyatt lasts 5 years, you'll be lucky. Building the Hyatt the way it was built, the people should have been sued for building it that way. Not there, I'm telling it the way it is. Mayor, I see you look at Mr. Anthony Lyons, but this is my opinion. We have that built at our building over on 34th Street. The hospital over there, which my wife's doctor works in. That building, cracks in the wall. Here 2 years, and it's already got cracks in the wall. This is why. When I told him, when I was the engineer of that building, I told him, no, I will not sign for the 4th floor being on top of aluminum built stilts. It was supposed to be steel building stilts from the ground floor to the 3rd floor. Well, they wouldn't have it. I said, well, then I resigned. And I resigned. But this here, your information of being a block building is a sustainable building that is going to be honorable for mayors to come. This here is a lot of good numbers I'm hearing, but still I'm not hearing how much is it going to cost per unit. We got more years to come to take and have city commission meetings on this, but I'd like to see cameras within this building so that the parking there, the people going to their cars got saved by having cameras in the parking area. The garbage, I'd like to hear who they have contracted as far as their garbage picked up, who is their utilities, so on and so forth, in our next meeting. This will make a solid agreement as far as investment of our money of a citizen or a city investor to take and invest. I thought we'd be hearing that today. And we'd have site plans of how these units are established so that people like myself that may be interested in it. I mean, I could see $1,200 a month. I would invest in an apartment there. But this is something we're not hearing. So that's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard.
Thank you.
Who else?
I have Eric Godet signed up, but I don't see him, so Landon Herrard.
Welcome, Mr. Herrard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commission. Yes, I am not Mr. Eric Godet. I couldn't make it here today. I'm the Greater Gainesville Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Manager, and from the chamber standpoint, we are definitely very supportive of this project. I mean, we need more housing. It's something that we've been putting together as an economic development committee for the past year, just the need for affordable housing. In fact, kind of tossing the word affordable out and making it more attainable workforce housing, because that's what we need. We also love the idea of bringing, not that it's dead, but bringing back downtown to life, really bringing that vibrancy back. And this is something that can really help do that. If we have 126 units, you got to think if they're 2 1-bedroom, they're going to have 4 or 5 people in there. That's 300-400 people that are going to be living downtown, directly downtown, spending their money, and also going to utilize this new brand new streetery that you guys are putting so much money into, which is also a great project. So we are very supportive and hope that you guys continue to find a way to work this public and private partnership together. I mean, I can remember when I was a news reporter standing on that parking lot, you know, back in 2020, I remember talking to you, Harvey, and doing the interviews and how excited you were back then about finally getting something down here. So as a chamber, we really support this, and we want to make sure that we can do everything we can to continue to build a better downtown, more opportunity for everybody and people who, you know, maybe not may not be surgeons at the top level of UF Health, but maybe somebody who's working to help keep those surgeons doing what they do. The sterilization crews, you know, the cleaning crews, the landscapers. That's the kind of people that we're really trying, that we're hoping that these go towards, and they will, because 120% AMI, that is for them. So we're very supportive of the chamber. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As a
Last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. All right, thank you all. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate the chamber speaking forward and kind of weighing in there. So the big question is, what does progress look like? And we've heard that. My question would be, what happens if we don't have progress from the city's perspective? What if we don't make marks? What are the compliance mechanisms, since we've already kind of laid this out for 5 to 10 years, depending upon how you look? What do we have in our toolbox that makes sure that this moves forward? That's the question from a city perspective.
Mr. Mayor, I mean, ultimately, the commission can decide, even going forward past today, if the project doesn't move forward, we're going to be back here before you, recommending from a staff perspective that we part ways. That would be ultimately the compliance component.
That's why we're actually here today, is because we had to determine whether we were going to part ways because we haven't moved forward.
And
Since the time.
That's right.
So is there any, so that I already know, but that just gets us back to square one. My question is, are there any other mechanisms that in negotiation or with the builder and the developer that allow us to ensure it moves forward?
I mean, Mr. Mayor, there are, those may not be, like things like liquidated damages. I mean, there are ways to recoup the opportunity cost, if you will, of the property. I'm not sure that we as staff would recommend those, given where we are right now. And I think because both sides, I believe, have done a good faith effort and want the same thing. But there are mechanisms by which the city could make it more make it painful, if you will. But again, that's not our recommendation. I think we give this a shot, and if I don't anticipate we're going to be back before you after we make these amendments, except for to give you progress updates that the project's broken ground is moving forward.
I understand. There are more levers and hammers, is
Always
what I'm
more
hearing you
levers,
say,
yes.
to make sure we move forward. It would just be a real shame if we were not able to move forward, which I think probably 3 or 4 years ago, we were probably having the same discussion. How can we make sure we're moving forward? And staff were saying, well, we're in agreement, but it didn't happen.
Sure.
So I typically defer to staff recommendations because that's where the expertise lies. I have the exact same concern today that I would have, that you all probably were in discussions about 4 years ago, which is let's break ground on June 2026 and not have the exact same discussion and be back to square one. That'd be a terrible place to be in.
Agreed.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. I will tell you all the very first meeting that I was in as a city commissioner, the item before us in the afternoon was an extension of Lot 10, and that was 3 developers ago. So we are closer now, Mr. Lyons is correct, we are closer now than we have been on this to seeing an actual shovel in the ground since I've been working on it.
And I think one of my first meetings was an extension.
There you go. Yes.
That's why I asked.
Yep. So, the longer it takes, not only is that more time that nobody's living downtown, it's also time that construction becomes more expensive. The longer we delay, the harder it is for it to get done. A couple more lights here, and hopefully we'll move to a motion of some sort. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to make sure that we could get a motion that would allow us to move forward with the option that staff presented. You gave a list of things. You said them pretty quick, so I was not able to get them down. But I just want to make sure we get in there.
I was just asking, are you talking about option 1?
Yes, option 1. I guess we could simply make that motion. I could drop it over there. I will say that I was also speaking with Ken McGurn about his plans for Lot 10 back in 1996. He was just telling me about a week ago. So it was this is multi-generations of us trying to figure out Lot 10. I can defer to I can let all the other commissioners speak before we put a motion on the table. But what we have in backup here is for direct staff in coordination with the city attorney's office to draft a ground lease purchase agreement and any other necessary documents related to Lot 10 development, and to bring those back to the City Commission to complete transfer of Lot 10. Does that give you guys the direction that you need?
Yeah, I believe so. I think
Okay.
that's good.
Well,
That's my motion.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Thank you both for that. Commissioner Engel? Okay. All right, I don't see any other lights. Going once, going twice. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passed unanimously. We're looking forward to it. Thank you.
All right.
Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, we are on to 2025-641 Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Quarterly Update with the recommendation the City Commission hear a presentation from Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs.
Welcome, Ms. Gonzalez.
Hello, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Roxy Gonzalez, Director of the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Department. Today, I'm going to have Assistant Director Leslie Laytendorf present the quarterly.
Very good. Welcome, Ms. Leidendorf.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, and City Manager. Thank you for this opportunity to present our PRCA, as we like to call it, PRCA quarterly update for the third quarter for this fiscal year. I'm going to walk you through some departmental highlights in the first few slides, and then we are going to then let you hear about our Cultural Affairs team. I expect to use team. And they will come up and kind of give you an overview, much like you saw in our last meeting with Recreation Operations, Ironwood, and Youth Services and Education Programs. So, yeah, that way. So our departmental updates. First, we want to talk about a staffing update that we've had. We have moved Dwight Jackson into our Park Operations Manager. A lot of you may know him. He's been around for over 20 years. It was the right fit, and he's doing an excellent job, and we're very excited about some changes and some upgrades and stuff that are happening over there. Our department also continued its active role in the citywide initiatives, which included the 8th and Waldo project and the post One Nation, One Project programming related to youth, gun, and violence prevention. And additionally, we launched the invitation to negotiate process for the recreation management software. This is going to be a big deal. We've had the same software since 2007. So this will be a major upgrade for our community. And so we're working through that right now. We're still under cone of silence, so I can't talk anything more about that. And we have, as you know, have already talked about and have so graciously helped us fund the Hogtown Medieval Fair, and then we also have the Festival and Arts Park conversations that are going on with the city initiatives. As we're moving into our quarterly updates now, we're going to start giving you a lot more numbers, and that starts with our park operations.
We're not just happy. We're not just moving trash. We're happy about moving
We're
trash.
happy about it. This is Marissa. If you're around Depot Park, she's amazing, so check her out. Our park operations team remains focused on keeping our public places safe, clean, and welcoming. And the third quarter alone, staff removed 21 tons of trash, 313 cubic yards of debris, so that's your yard type debris, conducted 14 park light inspections, and completed 224 playground inspections. To put that in perspective, year-to-date totals include 82 tons of trash removed, over 1,400 cubic yards of debris cleared, and more than 700 playground inspections. Collectively, staff have contributed more than 30,000 hours toward the maintenance and improvement of our parks so far this year. Our recreation operations, on the recreation side, we saw strong participation across our programs. Attendance at our pools reached over 41,000 visits this quarter. It was getting into the summer. And we also have a lot of user groups that are at the pools right now, bringing the year-to-date total to more than 72,000. We certified 41 new lifeguards, which of course some of those end up being on our staff. So we're always happy to get, the more we get certified, the better pool of applicants we have for those lifeguard positions. Youth sports and recreation also continue to grow with nearly 300 participants in midnight basketball. We also had strong registration for Pop Warner and football and cheerleading, and more than 10,600 rounds of golf played in the quarter, which is the highest of the year. You can now see we're at 27,000 rounds about. And we're coming back into the good season for golf, where it's not so hot.
Commissioner Willits.
Thank you. Leslie, the pool's club participation, that's who uses the competition portion
Yes.
of a pool.
Correct.
Because we're going to be talking a lot about 8th and
Yep.
Waldo, I just wanted to point that out. Though numbers that end in all those zeros are usually fake, those do add up. But just to help me understand how much of that, it may not be high school competition, but it's the pool's club that uses that competitive portion, that lanes and whatnot,
We have
right?
multiple clubs. So you're
Right.
talking water polo, you're talking the
Okay.
Makos, you're talking synchronized swimming. We have the high schools. We even have, I think some of UF has been using our pool as well. So there's a lot of users across the board that we're trying to schedule into one full competition pool, and then we have to do some other work over at Cherry Pool to help them because they're mostly at Hunter.
Okay, I just wanted to loop that into the conversation about pools and where the different types, because what we may decide to do at 8th and Waldo. Thank you so much, Leslie. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since we're doing questions now. Yeah, I need to go back to administrative highlights. And if you could, do you have anything to report on discussions on Hogtown Medieval Fair with the, what's it called, the road, Gainesville roadway? That's a Roxy question.
Mayor, commissioners. The county and the mayor and the chair of the county have already signed the letter, and the letter was sent out by the county, and we have yet to hear back.
Good. I think that's important to include in your highlight. Thank you very much.
Youth services and education programs. Our youth programming continues to provide critical services for families. Our after-school programs served nearly 3,500 students this quarter, with year-to-date attendance surpassing 12,000. That's attendance, not individuals necessarily. We do have a lot of repeat participants. Camps and out-of-school day programs welcomed more than 1,800 children this summer, and our environmental education sites, including Morningside Nature Center, Hogtown Creek Headwaters Park Nature Center, and Sweetwater Wetlands Park, collectively served over 1,500 participants this quarter. We also have been doing outreach efforts, which reached more than 1,000 community members throughout the year, and that's nature on the go kind of programming. And now, so that's our numbers wrap up. And so what we are going to do now is give you some highlights on our cultural affairs team. We have Carol Velasquez Richardson, who's going to come up. She's our manager of cultural affairs, and she will give you our update.
Very good. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Ms. Curry, Mr. Nee, Carol Velasquez Richardson, Cultural Affairs Manager, and I also have with me today Sunny Andre, who's the Assistant Cultural Affairs Manager. So, what we're briefly going to give you some highlights on who are we and what do we do. Every time you have a new commission, we feel that it's important to let you understand how do we function and what is our purpose. So within cultural affairs, we have cultural facilities, we have rentals, we have museums and historical sites, cultural events that we do, concerts, programs, visual art, public art, and art grants. When looking at the City of Gainesville strategic plan and looking at the plans for parks, recreation, and cultural affairs, we adopted 4 pillars. Some of those pillars are saying that we want all of our residents in the City of Gainesville to enjoy the arts as a part of their daily life. We want Gainesville to be a cultural sector. We're thriving, we're growing, and we're diverse. So we look at that and we have tools that help us measure, are we achieving those goals? We want all residents in the City of Gainesville to have a sense of belonging, to enjoy our arts programs, to develop our arts programs, and be a stakeholder with us. And then we also have several art assets that enhance the city as an attractive place to live, to work, and to visit. So let's talk about our cultural facilities. Cultural Affairs manages several facilities that include historical spaces, performance and participatory art spaces, as well as art partner spaces. I mentioned participatory arts. I'm going to later refer to that as GNV Arts because that is how we're wanting to brand this program. We'll start with the historic Thomas Center. Many of you know that historic Thomas Center was the home of Major William Thomas. He was instrumental in bringing and working with Boulware Springs and bringing the University of Florida to the city of Gainesville. This first served as his home, and then later it became a office for Santa Fe Community College, and then it became a cultural center in 1979. Within the Thomas Center, we have a beautiful event space where you can rent it. We have so many programs internal for the city as well as external. We also have museum spaces that honor Major Thomas and his family. Those spaces are historical. We use excellent museum practices in preserving those museum spaces. And then we also have the Thomas Center Gardens. The Gardens is a place where people use also for weddings, special events, for picnics. Sometimes I see people out actually playing volleyball. And then inside the Thomas Center Gardens, we have the Grace and Sydney Knight Children's Theater. It was founded in 1980 by Grace and Sydney Knight, and the first show that they did was Romeo and Juliet, and we partnered with several organizations throughout the last couple years to kind of reactivate that beautiful children's theater. Our performance and participatory spaces is Bo Diddley Plaza. It sits in the heart of downtown Gainesville. Not only do we produce 26 cultural events there with our Free Fridays, but we also have our rentals. We do our Downtown Festival and Art Show is in the downtown district. Bo Diddley Plaza is, I believe, one of the jewels of one of our spaces. Next, we go with the Rosa B. Williams Center. Rosa B. Williams Center sits on the site of what was the original African-American school for Gainesville, which was called Union Academy. It opened in 1866, and then when it closed, and Mr. Aquin Jones became one of the last principals at Union Academy, when it closed, it became a community arts center, and Ms. Rosa B. Williams was a woman here in Gainesville who really fought for the rights of fair equity for children and wanted to see that we have communities that are thriving, and so the center was then named after Ms. Williams in honor of her and her work with also the Gainesville Black Task Force. The Oakview Community Center, and at Rosa B. Williams Center, we have a lot of participatory or GNV arts programs, which I'll tell you about in a little bit. Then we have the Oakview Community Center. It is centered in the northwest 8th Avenue of the city of Gainesville. It's in the Oakview community. Initially, it was owned by the Girl Scouts in partnership with the Kiwanis. It was given to the city of Gainesville. It was housed as a recreation center, and just most recently was transferred to the Cultural Affairs team for us to put some programs in there. Then we have spaces that we don't necessarily run those programs, but we partner with other organizations to make sure that the arts is accessible. So we have the Tench Artist Studios. They're located on Main Street. It was donated by Judge Tench to be a artist studio space. What they realized in the 1980s, and even today, I still hear this a lot, we just don't have enough space for artists to work out of. How can we get more space? And so we're constantly looking at that. So we're working closely with our partners to make sure that we're putting programs, we're allowing artists to have the access to this space, and that we're rotating these artists out because we do lack facilities to be able to answer some of those needs. The Wilhelmina Johnson Center, again, it was originally a firehouse. It was converted into a community and cultural resource center. It has been managed by the Cultural Arts Center for several years. There's arts programming there. There's meetings there. They have an environmental ambassador program where they're teaching environmental classes. And then we own the old post office. The old post office, jewel of downtown as well, as I said, like Bo Diddley Plaza. Currently, we work in close with the Hippodrome Theater to maintain their professional theater, and as well as the University of Florida Theater Department to keep programs in the Hippodrome Theater. So this report that I'm going to show you now does not really accurately describe what we've done all year long, because we're here. We do so much all day. So what we tried to do, Sonny and I, is to just look at the April, May, June quarters. So here for the Aquin Jones Museum and Cultural Center, the blue is the numbers that we've reached in fiscal year 24 same time, and then the green is where we are. With the museum, the Aquin Jones Museum, we saw a little slight decrease in our museum visitors, and those are people that are just coming to the museum just because they just want to see what is happening. But we did get an increase in some of our events over the years, and we're able to do that because we're programming more educational events, and we're partnering with organizations such as the North Central Florida Blues Society. This current year, they decided not to have a June concert, so you saw a little bit of decrease in the event numbers there. Evergreen Cemetery, we put this under our historical places because it is a historical museum as well as a cemetery. Many of our pioneers are buried there. Mr. Shands, Mr. Thomas, some of the first mayor, Miss Gloria Merrick's, Willie Green, a blues musician, was just put there. So what we try to do with Evergreen is to honor the veterans of the community and honor our pioneers, and each year we do special events to just really highlight the history of Evergreen Cemetery and its contribution as well to the city of Gainesville's cultural landscape. And then finally, we have our Thomas Center.
Pause you real quick. Just a second. Commissioner Book, did you
Yes.
have a question?
And interrupt, because you were on a roll, Director. This is just a comment. So we're looking at cultural facilities, and whenever you have city staff that are passionate about what they do, that's where you get excellence. And this is what we're looking at right here. I can hear it with the director. You mentioned Evergreen, which has just had incredible efforts that have led to incredible expansion, use, events. I think that's Director Pruss, right? Karen Pruss over there. So this was just a comment. Before she finished and got to the cultural events and concerts, I thought, golly, what y'all are doing with this and the way that you care for it, it shows, and it's why people are so interested in going to those things.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Book.
So, and then now we're going to move into the Thomas Center. Again, I said we do have a museum, but we also have two galleries. We have our first floor gallery, and we have our upstairs Doris Barton mezzanine gallery. Doris Barton was a founder of the Arts Association of Alachua County, and when she passed away, she actually gifted money to the gallery to make sure that we can keep high quality art in the gallery as well as support local artists. So one thing we did this year that I felt that was very successful, before through grant funding, we were successful in having a curator. We did lose our state grant when it was vetoed. We lost $150,000 on the veto, and then we're currently in a holding state with our second fiscal year grant. So we had to get a little creative, and so what we did is since we don't have a curator, is why don't we work closely with our Cultural Affairs Board and do a call to artists? And so we did that, and we restricted that to Gainesville artists only because we really wanted to build that relationship with our local arts community and give them a place. And with the gallery shows, they also do artist talks, they do demonstrations. We just recently had a calligraphy class. So we're doing some really great work at the gallery with resources that we have, realizing that we actually need more, and so we're constantly looking for ways. We're also working on a sponsorship program to see if we can get sponsors to help us with the gallery. Okay,
Let me pause you there for a second. Dr. Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Director Velasquez. I wanted to ask a quick question about our collections. Do we currently have we have collections at the Thomas Center?
The city of Gainesville does have a collection of art, and we do have a collections policy that guides how we handle that art.
Mm-hmm. I was just curious, not so much about the policy, but I was curious about the numbers, and what if you could tell us a little bit more about the collections that we have, just briefly.
Okay, I can't give you the exact numbers because we have art in every city building just about in Gainesville, so I would have to be able to come back with you on that. But I will let you know that we have at least 4 beautiful gallery in our collections, the Elaine Harris, the Eddie Muma, the Jesse Aaron, Jerry Cutler, Mr. Ulsman, we just have a lot, so we would need to come back with you with that.
I would certainly just be interested in seeing that because, yeah, we do have a lot of great stuff that is in a lot of different facilities. I would love always to be kind of kept abreast of that, and as those collections evolve as well. I do know we do have a policy and that collections process does kind of continue to expand. It's evolving. How are we doing on that? How are we marketing that? Do we have good interest from artists for that?
So Mayor, Commissioners, to go back, just to be aware, is that we do have a current inventory asset with the accessible inventory of what we currently have at our locations. And we're currently at this moment gathering information on the other inventory to make sure that we have everything accounted for accordingly, trying to match the old records that we found. So just to do that, and then I'll have Leslie answer that question.
Thank you very much.
So, to their credit, we had originally gotten a digital asset management software called Past Perfect. I'm not sure if you remember that. But we have that, and it's very out of date. And so what we've done is they've recently this year they're upgrading it so that we can use it a lot better and have more access to it, because it was on one computer and that laptop had to pass around. We're not doing that anymore, so we've upgraded so that more people are able to access it so that we can get more work done in it. And then we have not only we have public art too, so that collection includes the sculptures, that includes art that's in the offices, that includes the collections that are coming in. We are not actively collecting right now. I would say we're not actively collecting. We have some collections that we had gotten through about 2021. I think Aileen Harris was the last collection that we took in. We are not actively collecting at this point because we don't have we're not the Harm, so we don't have this grand space that we can keep, preserve, and conserve art, and we want to make sure we are good stewards of that art.
That was my next question.
Yep. So, and that's not in our future right now. So at this point, we're not actively collecting, but we are handling what we have in the best way possible, using those museum standards when we can. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I conclude.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now moving into our cultural events and concerts. Again, I mentioned earlier we do produce, and I like to mention that we actually produce in-house the Hogtown Medieval Fair and the Downtown Festival and Art Show, because so many times people think that it's not a city event. So we're looking at ways to make sure that we properly brand these as these are city-produced events. They're not partner events. These are something that our staff is working on year-round. So our next events through April through May, we had our Gainesville Asian Festival, the Arts for All student art exhibition at Aquin Jones Museum. We did that in partnership with Arts for All Florida. They're based out of Sarasota. The Star Wars celebration, Flags for Memorial Day, Memorial Day celebration. The Juneteenth Film Festival this year, we moved it away from the Aquin Jones School, and we partnered with the Hippodrome Theater, and we also did a film at Boat Lily Plaza, and we worked closely with the Office of Equity to produce that, so we appreciate all the support that they gave to us to do that. And then we opened this summer with our Serenity Art and Meditation Gallery show, which is still currently up, and will close the end of August. Our concert series this quarter was Free Fridays concert series. It is still happening. And then we partnered with the North Central Florida Blues Society, and we've had 2 blues concerts. Our final show, we sunset for June and July because of the heat. If you've ever been to Aquin Jones, it's not big enough to do a concert on the inside, so we have to do it on the patio. So we didn't do June and July, and we're going to come back for our final show with Bobby Blackman in September. And just a quick overview of our attendance. Our attendance are just going well. We're steady with this year versus last fiscal year with the Free Fridays. People love it. Get really disappointed when a rain comes and it gets canceled. We have the Gainesville Asian Festival. We actually saw a huge increase that from our first year. It had been here many years ago under the other director, had set for a little while, and last year we brought it back. Did well. We had 300 attendees this past fiscal year. When we did it in April this year, we had 900. We also wanted to do something fun. We wanted to, people love Star Wars. I wouldn't be surprised how many people walk around. May the 4th be with you, but we actually had to do it on the 3rd, but it was still a lot of fun. People enjoyed it. Memorial Day is always beautiful at Evergreen, the Blues program and the exhibit opening. So our attendance numbers are steady. Again, with funding from the state being cut, there are some things we just could not do, but we are trying to make do with what we can do. All right, so the GNV Arts, Participatory Arts Programs, we were asked through our strategic plan, as well as Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs mission statement, is to create activities that not only that you can just come and be a part of, but that you can watch, but that you can actually be a part of. So one of the programs that we're really, really excited about is GNV Arts. These are participatory programs where neighbors could come into the community and they can take this. So at Rosa B. Williams, we're really excited. We have lots of dance, from Stepping with Dance, dance camp, folk dance, Gainesville International Folk Dancing, Gainesville Swing Dance, and I really like this group too, because not only do they come in with swing dancing, but they partner with live bands, so they have a band in there and they're doing the swinging with the band. Then this year, this quarter, we were really happy. This is a new partnership with the University of Florida Center for Arts, Migration, and Entrepreneurship. It's called Spark 352. We've partnered with them at our Oakview studio to start a program called Artists in Residence. What would happen if we were to give artists that have no access or the financial resources to rent a space, to give them short-term space, and what could they create? So we're really excited about that program. We also have the Ensemble Young Orchestra that we're happy that is also at Oakview. And then we have Dance About with the special needs. So that you'll see in those photos. The top photos is with the Aquin Jones students with Arts for All. Those students are those that have disabilities. We don't know what those are. We do not ask, but we work with a psychologist, we work with a doctor, we work in partnership with Cherie over in Youth Services to make sure that we properly not only do the programs, but we have the proper staffing on site when we're working with persons with special needs. The second photo is Dance Alive in the University of Florida Arts and Medicine, teaching dance to young children in wheelchairs, you can see. And the bottom picture is the Young Ensemble Orchestra, led by Miss Ensemble, and they perform all throughout the city at the Phillips Center and community centers, and we're really happy they're going to be doing 2 shows coming up at the TB McPherson Center this fiscal year.
Let me pause you for just a moment. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Velasquez. So I live a little bit right down the road from the Oakview Neighborhood Center, and we've loved having Spark 352 in there. Having artists, it's been a space that I see it get used sometimes, but then lately it's been filled with artists. They go in there. What is the future of that program and that partnership with?
Well, we've extended the program through December because we feel like it's working. Again, we have to look at our funding source, whether we'll be able to do it. We're not. And UF also has to look at their funding source, and then we have to look at what our Roxy's goals for cultural affairs at the time, and just to see if we could do it. We don't have a lot of staffing, so it's really based on what we can afford to do.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, we briefly mentioned this already, but we'll go over it again. The Cultural Affairs manages the curation of the art for the Thomas Center galleries, the Aquin Jones galleries, and I'm calling that a gallery because through funding through the Wild Spaces Public Places, this past year we were actually able to install state-of-the-art gallery inside Aquin Jones. So now that we have art there, it's really beautiful, and then we develop programming centered around the art. We work closely with our Art and Public Places Trust Board to make the decisions on what happens when it comes to public art, and we work with our Gainesville Cultural Affairs Board to make decisions when it comes to our gallery, our indoor stuff. So we do have and we also manage the public assets located throughout the city's properties and maintain the city's permanent art collection that we mentioned earlier.
I'm going to pause you again, Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Carol. Just another series of questions. So so public art, we have a lot of really great public art in the city. I think we did all the murals, I want to say like 2014, 2015 through, am I too early on this? 2018. What kind of funding do we have currently for, public statues, public art? Ongoing funding that we have for that sort of thing going forward?
So as it stands now, we have an ordinance that guides how we're able to use public art. That ordinance that we have on stand right now is that we can only collect 1% of new construction or major renovation. That money is then managed by the trust, and that is for that project that money is attached to. I'll give you an example. We have three programs that we're getting ready to work with now. We're working with Mr. Singleton and with the Gainesville Police Department Evidence Building. We're working with the Southwest Annex, Southwest Fire Station, and Public Safety Building, and we have a new Public Works. Those are three programs that we're working on right this minute. We have a meeting about it next week. We have 1% that's attached to that. If we have to use it for that building, because that's what that ordinance says. We don't have any leeway to say, okay, we're going to take it and we're going to put it someplace else. We would need the directors to speak further on that.
Carol's correct. Currently, it is 1%, and the way it's interpreted right now is that it is attached to that program. Finance and budget, they will attach it as a program project for each of those wild spaces, public places project, and strong streets foundations. I can't get that one right. That project as well. So that's where a lot of that funding is coming from. It's 1% or maximum $100,000 per project based on the amount of the total construction project budget. And so we don't have recurring funds for public art. That's the funds that we have right now for public art.
All right, and that gets tied directly to the project. So the property evidence building will have some art inside of the building, or beside the building or around the building.
The stakeholder at this time, which is GPD, they have requested a decorative fence. So part of their fencing will include art, and that fence a lot will also be along the 6th Street Trail. A lot of times when we get a stakeholder come to us and they say they want a mosaic or they want a sculpture, well, to do a sculpture is usually very, very expensive. And usually we have to do a national call to artists, so we don't have a lot of leeway to do more than one project at a time with that funding.
Oh, thank you, Carol.
I do want to make note that the Art and Public Places Trust does evaluate the ordinance each year and see, just to see if there's any things that we could do different.
All right, great. And this is sort of a lead off. On September, I think it's the 25th, I asked to put on the GPC meeting a broader discussion for the City Commission about how we could better fund arts in public places, to relook at this ordinance, potentially find money in other areas as we're going forward, making sure that, we're replenishing our murals in downtown, that we're looking at statues throughout the city, that we're working. We have a great Arts and Public Place Trust committee that is able to review it. Carol is an expert in this. I've picked your brain about this numerous times. You work with the county as well on theirs. So we have a lot of expertise both in there and on staff. And I think, as we're looking at a tighter budgets going forward, that public art is you get a lot of bang for your buck out of it. And so it's thank you for going over that. And then we'll have more conversation about that when that comes forward.
Thank you. And then I'll just briefly mention some of our
Hold on,
other
but
public.
before you go forward, Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a quick question. Carol, I know that the hours over at the Thomas Center are pretty consistent, and it's easy for us all to kind of get in there within a certain amount of time. And I think that the hours may have changed over at the Aquin Jones Museum and Cultural Center.
Yes.
Can you share with us what those hours are? Or do people need to call, make an appointment? How are we facilitating?
Since it opened in 2017, it was always closed on Mondays and Fridays. So our hours now are Tuesday through Thursday from 1 to 5 and by appointment. And we do have a staff member that is there to answer questions. And if somebody wants to come into the museum, we make it available.
Excellent.
So it's never not available. And then we also do educational tours as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So moving forward with additional upcoming public art programs, we are working with Wild Spaces in Public Places. We have an interpretive design element looking at just the pump house at Boulware Springs, and we're trying to figure out, can we turn that into a little museum or something that just kind of honors the pump house and the waterways. So we do have a professional that we've contracted with, Mr. Willett Hancock, who is on staff also with the Matheson History Museum, who has experience in this, to work with us on that little tiny portion of that. And then we have a public art project coming up soon with the renovation of the Wilhelmina Johnson Center. So here, I just would like to just say that, you know, we cannot do any of these things without some of our partners, and we really value them and we appreciate all the things they do to help us achieve some of the goals that we have as a city. So I just wanted to acknowledge 1,000 Voices of Florida. They offer multidisciplinary arts, and those are things like dance, art, all kinds of poetry, spoken word, and they're housed at TB McPherson Center. We have a partnership with Dance Alive National Ballet. They work with us on our special needs program, North Central Florida Blues Society, and our newest partner is the University of Florida's Center for Arts, Migration, and Entrepreneurship. And then I want to just mention that our boards are, what I'm really, really happy about is that our boards are made up of professionals and those community members who's interested. They're passionate, just like I am. So our Gainesville Cultural Affairs Board, they're involved. Many of them are artists as well, so they help with the arts, the public art calls. They help with the grants. We have our Art and Public Places Trust. Our chair is also over the Florida State Art and Public Places program for the University of Florida as well. So we have some people that are just really, really good. The Thomas Center Associates, they are the why. Who wanted to see the Thomas Center become this cultural center, and it was them, and they're the ones that maintain our museum rooms. They also maintain our gardens. They provide a little bit of financial support to the Cultural Affairs Division, so we're really pleased and happy to have them. Many of them also live in the Duck Pond neighborhood, so they are vested to seeing that the Thomas Center remain a beautiful jewel for the community. And then we have our Evergreen Cemetery Association. Again, they believe so much into what Evergreen does. They help with, I believe, the landscaping. They just give a lot. And one thing I will say, when Karen has an ask, they come and they deliver. The other thing we do within our division is, our team, is that we manage 3 grants to aid organizations outside of the city. Those are the professional arts producing organizations, which we call PAPI, and that is made up of Dance Alive, Gainesville Chamber Orchestra, and the Hippodrome Theater. And what constitutes being a professional arts producing organization is they have salary, they're part of unions, they have equity, and so they are in it for a living, where many, many, many of our organizations in the community make up a thriving community, but they're volunteers. And these are loving what they do, but they're professional artists. So as you can see, we've been giving $85,521 to this organization for the past 20 years, and the amount has not gone up. Our next program that we manage is our outside agency. These are to our nonprofit arts groups. Usually 80% of their programming has to be dedicated to the arts. Last fiscal year, we were able to award 12 organizations, and through our marketing efforts, we've been able to bring in new people. So this year, we were able to increase that by 1. We got many organizations that apply for the grant, but I don't think they really quite understood the application process, because a lot of nonprofit groups may know how to do the thing, but don't know how to do the grant. So one of the things that the Cultural Advisory Board is looking at in the future is maybe we can host more grant writing workshops to be able to help the organizations. And then the last program that we oversee is the Special Events Additional Support, which is SEEDS. And that grant is really not a grant to the agency in the sense of dollars, but it is to be able to help offset some of their hard fixed costs for running their festival or their event.
So if I might interrupt you just briefly, when we're talking about the Hippodrome, we don't write a huge check to them every year. Some years we do, but it's not a direct flow of funds directly, but we don't charge them rent either.
That is correct.
That's important to note, that the Hippodrome building, the old post office, is a city structure. We go long periods of time without mentioning that. And I would invite everyone tomorrow at noon to join us at the old post office, the Hippodrome, to cut the ribbon on the I'm hesitant to call it new, but the refurbished oldest elevator in Florida.
Yes, that's correct.
Put that out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and so I'm gonna just kind of wrap this up. Recently, during this third quarter, the Cultural Affairs applied for the National Endowment for the Arts grant to support a special program celebrating America's 250, and this is a national initiative. And so we came up with the idea of, wouldn't it be nice if we could teach history, arts, and civics all in one place? So with this grant, it's called Plays in the Park, The American Story. The history of the U.S. is a rich tapestry woven with different peoples, lands, and events. As part of America 250, our project, Plays in the Park, The American Story, will unite our community in theatrical and artistic experiences that bring history to life. Through a series of performances and interactive activities across city parks, we will explore the defining moments of nation's past in a way that is engaging, educational, and open to all. And so how we're able to do that, the program is, if you're familiar with the American Girl dolls, well, each doll represents a period in time. So what we're doing is we're actually recreating the events of 1774, starting with the American Revolution, and we're going to conclude with World War II, with Molly, and with each of these plays, we've also hired bands to accompany. So you learn about what did they eat, how did they drink, what did they do for fun, and right here you'll see a photograph of the oldest African American school that is housed at our beautiful Morningside Nature Center. So we've working with the 1,000 Voices to do choral singing. So we're thinking that this is a beautiful, beautiful way for us to be able to honor America and the contributions of all people that made us great. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
And I'm open for questions.
I think we may have gotten most of our questions out of the way
Oh, all right.
through our varied interruptions. This is exciting. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah. And although it wasn't in third quarter, we did apply for the state grant because they also had an America 250. So we're prepared, and the Thomas and Associates also is funding a part of this as well. So whether we get the grant or not, we'll be able to do at least one girl.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
So I don't see any other lights at the moment. Thank you all very, very much. Always important for us to be aware of what we're doing at all our agencies, and particularly PRCA. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, we do not.
All right, I don't see any further lights, so thank you once again, and thank you to all city staff involved in this. It is much appreciated. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our resolutions for the resolution for the afternoon. We have Resolution 2025-657, request to adopt a resolution declaring a city-owned parcel as surplus, with the recommendation the City Commission adopt the resolution declaring tax parcel 17945-000-000 as surplus property not designated for affordable housing. Authorize the mayor to execute and the city clerk to attest the special warranty deed to Alachua County, and direct the city manager or designee to execute all other appropriate documents to dispose of the property per the city's real property policy, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Okay. Do any staff members want to address this? I know Commissioner Engel has some thoughts on it, but good, Mr. Parsons.
Mr. Mayor, we're here to answer any questions. As the commission knows, this has been an ongoing discussion with the county about transfer of the Palm Point property to them to operate the property as a boat launch. It's outside of city limits, and so it's a good transition from the city's perspective.
Excellent. All right, thank you. Commissioner Engel, did you want to say a few words about it?
Sure. This whole issue with me kind of started with a dock. Don't know if I think a few of you may have been to some of the fundraisers we've done with the Union Sportsmen's Alliance, and what that is a group of kind of unions from all over the country that work on making kind of encouraging sportsmen. So getting people out into nature. They support hunting and fishing and hiking and camping and kind of this whole range of things. We did a lot of fundraisers here, and they were looking to put a dock up. People look for a lot of different places, and Palm Point kind of came up as one of the options. Talking to the city, we really didn't have the staff to be able to support it, even though we've got like this structure kind of built in kind, and fully covered. Talking a little bit more to the Parks Department, like that, it's a difficult part for us to maintain. We don't do any other waterfront stuff. We don't have the staff to maintain docks and those type of things. We don't have the equipment for it. The county does. The county does several other kind of waterfront parks where they do maintain this type of stuff. It's about 6 miles outside of town now. So from here, driving straight out University until you hit the park, it's about 6 miles from here. Talking to the county, they are able to take it on. I know in some surveys in the past year, one of the things people have wanted to see was more places that they could put kayaks and canoes in the water. I don't think they care whether the city owns it or the county owns it, but this is, I think, an opportunity for us to get, I'd love for us to be able to do it, but I think in a lot of ways it makes more sense for the county to have this park that's located outside the county. They're able to take more advantage of some of this infrastructure that we can put in, and that's how this whole thing kind of started for me. So talking to the county, talking to the city, talking to Parks and Rec, I think it makes a lot of sense to transfer Palm Point over to the county, let them take responsibility for it, and that's right.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Engel. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
There's no public comment.
All right, Commissioner Eastman.
Yes, I've spoken privately with the county commissioners before, but has the county made any official statement that they would like to make an investment in a dock or to do some recreational stuff? I mean, Palm Point's I think it's just a very, very cool park, but it's definitely underutilized in terms of, that recreational opportunity. It's a great, birding spot. It's a nice place to just go walk through. There's, hardly everyone there. There's people fishing all the time over there, but has the county spoken to you about anything more in detail about that recreational?
Nothing on paper, but I've had conversations with all the commissioners. They seem to be looking forward to moving forward with it. But no, we haven't had any there's no contract in place or anything like that.
All right.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Mayor, Commissioners, Roxy Gonzalez, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Department. I have been in conversation with the Director of Parks and Recreation for the county, Jason Maurer. He initially expressed interest and asked us to look into it, see if we would agree. And, one of the conversations we had was basically we'd be willing to go this route if they kept it a park, a recreational location. And so their interest generally was in regards to a kayaking dock. The company initially reached out to us. We didn't have the resources or the staffing to be able to facilitate it. Reached out to them. And then Jason and I have been having conversations. From my knowledge, is his management team is supportive of this transition as well.
Great.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
And just to point out, as folks remember, our parks, recreation, our needs assessment, I think canoe and kayak launch, I think, was the number 2 most requested thing. It was in the top 2 or 3 on a couple of them. That we asked the same question a couple different ways as to what would you invest in, what would you do that? But I remember canoes and kayaks being very, very large. And so if this helps move the ball forward on one of the number 1 things that our community has asked us for, I think that sounds great.
Hi, Ed Williams, Alachua County Parks. I'm here on behalf of Jason Maurer. I'd be allowed to speak just for a moment.
Please, sure.
I appreciate it. I did want to say Jason wasn't able to be here today, but we'd like to say thank you for considering this on behalf of Alachua County Parks, and we'll do our very best to be good stewards of this unique natural resource and nurture, develop, and care for it in a way that would make both you and the citizens of Alachua County proud. We have been in conversations with union sportsmen for a while now. We looked at another location at the end of East University, which just wasn't a great location, logistically speaking. So Palm Point would be great, and we'd love to see that move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I hate to, Palm Point is a terrific park. I mean, it's unique. It's really cool. I hate to see it not be part of the city, but I'm going to trust the county to to maintain and improve because its potential is terrific. Its current existence is wonderful. Its potential is much more so. Does anybody want to make a motion to this regard? Somebody? Commissioner Engel. Yeah.
I would like to
You just move staff.
Goodness, I would like to make a staff recommendation for moving Palm Point over to Alachua County.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I see no further lights. All in favor, please say aye. Well, actually, is this a roll call? Yeah.
This is a roll call, yes, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Book? Aye. Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our ordinances for second reading. This is ordinance number 2025-302, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 5.81 acres of property generally located near 100 Southeast 10th Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from public services and operations to limited industrial, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Move ordinance number 2025-302.
We have a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this?
There is no public comment.
All right, does the petitioner want to make any comments? Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
I was going to make a motion after this just to broadly include that we're already doing this, but to broadly, as you pointed out from before, to make sure that this is not the precedent going forward, that we direct staff to include this property in the recommendation for future land use changes, making it part of the larger effort to reimagine the South Main area as a mixed-use walkable area. But I think this is quasi-judicial, so I probably want to include that motion after we do the roll call vote here.
Commissioner Engel.
I would just like to say that I use the knot on a regular basis. Also do a fair amount of traveling around the country, and I have been to a lot of different gyms in a lot of different places. And we have already got world-class setters in Gainesville that do an amazing job. It is a very unique space, just in the layout and the way they've kind of created it. It is already a hugely impressive operation. The only thing that is not world-class about it is not in a world-class building. And I think this really gives us the opportunity to expand out and, a gym that I greatly enjoy going to on a regular basis to become even better. But I didn't realize how good it was until I started traveling and seeing other rock gyms around the country, and we've really got something here. Is it?
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. So let's go ahead and call the roll, Madam Clerk. Actually, is there any public comment? Did I already ask for that?
You already asked for that. There's no public comment. I have Commissioner Book.
Aye.
Commissioner Willets. Commissioner Eastman.
Aye.
Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Chestnut.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Willets absent. All right, Commissioner Eastman.
And I'd like to direct staff to include this property in the recommendations to make, for future land use changes here, making it part of the larger effort to reimagine South Main area as a mixed-use walkable district.
Your second? Second. All right, motion and second. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it, Commissioner Eastman. Has this been anything that we've discussed with any of our advisory boards or community input before we made that?
Right now, staff is currently working to include this in Southwest Gainesville as to come back to us with recommendations and to do community engagement. It'll be a multi-year process of working with the folks within these areas to make sure that the land use fits their future needs, while also trying for us to reimagine these areas as more walkable land use that better matches what we want it to be going forward. As I said, this parcel is already a part of that. It doesn't matter. It's just I wanted to include it in there just so that we are being clear that we do not want this necessarily long term to be industrial. It doesn't really have any material change.
I guess this is a reiteration of work that staff's already.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, I know they're already looking into it. I just want to make sure that when we make a motion to direct, and we say walkable, for example, well, that means we probably need to get some really good feedback from the entire area to determine, is that what they want? Would it work well for that particular area? Getting people in transportation to locations is absolutely essential if we're going to want it. So, yeah.
Very good. All right. Any other lights? Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
Mayor, we're on to commission comment.
All right. We do have Commissioner Buck, yes.
Very brief so that we don't have to do it this evening. I just want to say that in our mailboxes, I think from the city manager's office, is some new rec cards. And Madam Mayor, do you have somebody who could speak to what this is exactly?
Smart from Communications is coming up. She actually worked on this with GCRA. This actually is stemming from some folk in the business community downtown who felt like we needed to have a little bit more marketing collateral to talk about downtown, and so this is the result.
Very good. Welcome, Smart.
Yeah, Jennifer Smart, Communications Director. This arose from a letter that we had been forwarded by Commissioner Book asking for us to do something more to market downtown as advised by Downtown Advisory Board, and so these have been worked on. As the city manager said with GCRA, at the city manager's instruction, we have 3 versions.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, I just hope, I'm sure, I think it's terrific. Essentially, it's a map. It's a way that people get information. Because it has a QR code and is utilizing existing technology, that means it can be adapted and quickly edited, which is really important. As businesses come and go and stakeholders change. So I very much appreciate it. I really was looking for, so who was involved? Who gets, there's always a lot of people, and I know you like to say, well, we as a team did it.
Right.
And that's terrific. But was there any particular people or team that you'd recognize for doing that? Because I think this is going to be meaningful for the downtown stakeholders.
Yeah, of course, it's a wonderful team approach. We were very happy to hear the recommendation from the Downtown Advisory Board. We thought it was a great idea. GCRA then took it forward and brought it to us so that our team could do some designing on it. We had Laura Rawson, Dustin Walsh, and Charles Eli do the design work. They provided a number of drafts that were then put forward to GCRA, to the city manager, and to other higher level staff who looked them over, decided what should go into them, and then they were sort of printed up. We looked at some more drafts. We decided on the 3 versions. They will be handed out by the downtown ambassadors, who are a super important part of our team. They're also at the airport already. They were delivered to visit Gainesville, and they'll be in other places around downtown for people to access.
Excellent.
That sounds good to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Book.
Thank you for that.
That's very exciting. This is the kind of thing that we've been talking about for years, and to see it start to come to fruition is very important.
Mr. Mayor, before we break, I want to ask Mr. Singleton to come up. He just notified me that he received a call today from the FDOT secretary, I think, in this area relative to crosswalks, and so I just kind of want to make sure the commission is up to speed on what's happening.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Singleton.
Good afternoon, Brian Singleton, Special Advisor for Infrastructure. You saw me step out just a few minutes earlier. The District Secretary, Greg Evans, gave me a call, alerting me that they will be sending a letter about the topic we discussed 2 weeks ago, requesting officially a removal of our non-conforming traffic control devices. He indicated there will be a administrative appeal process listed in the letter. He didn't have any specifics to share with me at this time, but that will be outlined in the letter about what our options might be, and what kind of flexibility there may be. We should receive that letter by the end of the week. That's all I really have at this time.
So thank you, Mr. Singleton. Let me ask then how that relates to the news that I just read about the city of Orlando, where the pulse crosswalks, very significant memorials were painted over overnight by FDOT. Do we feel like we have assurance that that's not going to happen over cover of night without, but before any appeals process? I'm sorry, I just find that kind of jarring.
It's my understanding the ones in Orlando were on a state roadway.
Okay.
Generally, the state does not come on to local roadways and perform those type of actions. But again, I don't know what that process looks like. For their roadways, they have, full jurisdiction. I have not seen them take action without any any type of discussion or any type of process on somebody else's right of way.
Okay. I would hate to see us pause in our efforts to find a, solution to moving those as we agreed to do. Again, we have done what FDOT made clear they wanted us to do, and I would hate to see us think that there's a pause opportunity to ask questions and then come to work one morning and find out they're not there anymore. So I'm in a quandary about this, but.
Right, and like we discussed 2 weeks ago, there's different types of non-conforming traffic control devices. There are explicit prohibitions, and then there's ones that the manuals just don't discuss. And until we see what that process looks like, I don't know what type of things they might consider.
Okay, but they are getting us a memo that we'll be able to parse at that point.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you, I appreciate that. Any questions about that before we move on to Commissioner Duncan Walker's question, or comment, rather? Is this about that, Commissioner Engel? Or?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I just don't know how you can sleep at
No,
night
this
after
is good.
painting over a Pulse memorial.
Yeah.
That is abhorrent to me, and I could not believe somebody would pull the trigger on having their people do that. That is horrible.
Their Orlando Sentinel has an article out about it.
I don't know. Unfortunately, I was not here last week, and I'll be gone next week as well. But we got to do something, whether it's a memorial or whatever. I don't care if we rename every department with an R in it to Rainbow, so we can have the Gainesville Rainbow Utilities and the Rainbow Transit System. I don't know if we change it to Rainbow Diddley Plaza. I don't know what we do, but I think that we've got to have some pushback on this that is visible, so that both the people here in Gainesville understand that their representation is not going away because this is pulled up. And I'm sorry I wasn't here last week to be able to speak out more forcefully about that, but it is embarrassing to me that I live in a state that's decided to make these decisions.
All right, thank you. So we have, by the way, we directed staff at that meeting to work with the Pride Community Center to come up with ideas. Probably come back to us in October with those ideas. So just to be aware, those are coming back. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On a lighter note, wanted to share with everyone an exciting community event that's happening out in Porter's Quarters on September 27th. They're hosting a health fair, and they are inviting all of us, as well as the entire community, to come out to a day of celebration for Porter's Quarters. Attend their health fair, and it's entitled We Walk by Faith, Not by Sight, being brought to us by Mama's Club, Porter's Oaks, and the Shady Grove Primitive Baptist Church. So anyone who has an opportunity to do so, please join them on September 27th from 12 to 6 p.m. out in the Porter's Community Center, which is 512 Southwest 2nd Terrace. And yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Join them. I'll be going out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very cool. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. I don't see any other lights. I had felt, if you'd asked me an hour ago, I would have told you we'd be lucky to get out of here by 5 o'clock for the afternoon, but here we are. So thank you. We'll see you back at 5:30. Session, everyone. Glad to see you all with us this evening. And I know we've got some great stuff to work through. Madam Clerk,
Mr. Mayor, we have the Pledge of Allegiance.
if y'all would rise with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have our proclamations for the evening. The first one being 2025-639 National Fentanyl Prevention and Awareness Day, to be presented to Gainesville Fire Rescue and the Gainesville Police Department.
All right, y'all come on up. I'm going to let you hold that one as we go. Thank you. All right, City of Gainesville, Florida, Office of Mayor Harvey Ward proclamation. Whereas fentanyl poisoning is a growing public health crisis that continues to devastate families and communities across the nation, including the City of Gainesville. Fentanyl is a synthetic opioid that is up to 100 times more potent than morphine, and just 2 milligrams can cause a fatal overdose. And whereas counterfeit pills made with illicit fentanyl are widely distributed through social media and on the streets, often without the user's knowledge, leading to tragic and preventable deaths. Fentanyl is now the leading cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 45. And whereas in 2024, the City of Gainesville saw increasing demand for community education, harm reduction resources, and timely access to life-saving interventions such as Narcan. And whereas National Fentanyl Prevention and Awareness Day, observed annually on August 21st, is a day of action where communities, schools, nonprofits, families, and government entities come together to share life-saving information about the dangers of fake pills and fentanyl poisoning. And whereas the City of Gainesville remains committed to a compassionate, public health-oriented response to the opioid crisis through education, outreach, peer support, and access to prevention tools. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward, Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the City of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim August 21st, 2025 as National Fentanyl Prevention and Awareness Day in the City of Gainesville, and encourage all our residents, educators, healthcare professionals, and community leaders to join us in this observance by learning the facts, having courageous conversations, and taking action to prevent fentanyl-related tragedies. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Gainesville, Florida, this 8th day of August, 2025. Thank you, sir. You'll make a couple comments. Sure. Thank you.
All right. So good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commission, and City Manager. While I believe we all can agree that we wish there wasn't a need for a Fentanyl Awareness and Prevention Day, we do feel fortunate that the city has been so great at supporting our efforts, along with our amazing community partners, in combating overdoses and substance use disorder through programs like the Community Resource Paramedicine Program and our mobile medication-assisted treatment program. Because of programs like these, we are able to connect with our neighbors in need and respond with compassion while providing connection to services and support. We also would like to make sure to invite everybody to join us and our community partners for a week from today at Depot Park from 5 to 7 for our International Overdose Awareness Day event. Thank you so much for your continued support, and we look forward to continuing to support those in our community.
One, two, three. One more. Thank you.
Our 2025-640 is Smart Week with a presentation to Susan Cohn and Moms Demand Action.
All right, y'all, come on up. Hold that. Come on up, everybody. Yeah. All right. City of Gainesville, Florida, Office of Mayor Harvey Ward proclamation. Whereas guns are the #1 killer of children and teens in the United States, and the City of Gainesville is committed to creating a safe environment contributing to the safety and well-being of our children. And whereas children frequently harm others with guns, with research showing that the most effective way to prevent children from accessing firearms is by making sure all guns are stored, unloaded, locked, and separate from the ammunition, preventing these tragedies from occurring. And whereas more than half of gun owners don't lock all their guns securely, and an estimated 4.6 million children live in a home with at least one unlocked and loaded gun in the United States. When guns aren't properly stored, tragedy can strike. And whereas protecting public safety in the communities we serve is a mayor's highest responsibility, while schools, hospitals, state agencies, and community organizations are committed to their crucial role in reducing injuries and deaths by promoting secure gun storage and safety. And whereas Smart Week raises awareness and promotes efforts to educate the public about secure gun storage, the County of Alachua commends Be Smart, a program developed by Everytown for Gun Safety Support Fund. Now therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority invested in me as mayor of the City of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim August 25th to 29th, 2025 as Smart Week in the City of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me in recognizing smart gun safety. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Gainesville, Florida, this 8th day of August 2025. You want to make some comments?
Yes, please.
My name is Susan Cohn. I'm a volunteer with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, and I want to thank Mayor Harvey Ward and the City Commission very much for your continued support in our efforts to keep our families safe from gun violence. We're very lucky to live in this community. By issuing this proclamation, you're joining communities all across the nation who are doing the same thing to raise awareness about the importance of secure firearm storage. The acronym SMART stands for S, secure your firearms, M, model responsible behavior, A, ask about the presence of firearms in another home, R, recognize the role of firearms in suicides, and T, to tell your friends your peers to be smart. We have just rolled out another campaign, a Secure Guns in Your Cars campaign. And we aren't the only community that's having a problem with this. So I want to make sure that everybody knows that we've got all kinds of wonderful resources that are free digitally and also physically for you to use. And I want to thank Chief Moya and his public information officer, Mr. Art Forgy, for meeting with us and for being really proactive and enthusiastic in sharing this information. And I want to thank Brittany Coleman, too, for all the work that she's doing to share this information. So thank you very much.
Well, I was doing what I was told, Harvey.
1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. All right. Okay.
So before we get rolling with the rest of the business for the evening, speaking of guns stolen from, or firearms generally stolen from vehicles, I was having a conversation earlier this week with the mayor of Savannah, Georgia, where last year they had more than 300 firearms stolen out of vehicles, almost all of which were not locked. So we have issues here certainly with that, but talking about it is the key. We have reduced ours by quite a lot, and It is a nationwide problem. If you're watching this at home, or if you're here with us right now, and you feel like you have to have a gun in your vehicle, if you feel like you just have to, please lock it when you get out. Just lock the doors to your car. That'll save lives. It really will. So, thank you.
All right. Mr. Mayor, we're on to our business discussion item for the evening. 2025-650, results of the 2023 Cultural Arts Center feasibility study. With the recommendation, the City Commission review and discuss the results of the study.
Very good. Madam Manager, do you want to make an introduction?
Sure, yes, sir. So, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, you all asked that we come back and provide an update on the Cultural Arts Center activity, and so staff has done a little research to just kind of bring things back up to the current status. Roxy Gonzalez is here, Director of Park, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs, as well as Ms. Velasquez, who is deeply involved in our cultural programs, as you heard earlier this afternoon. Roxy is going to just kind of shape where we are, where we left off, and then we can discuss it after that, if that is the choice of the commission.
Very good. Welcome, Ms. Gonzalez.
Hello, Mayor, Commissioners. Roxy Gonzalez, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. So to give a little recap with all the documentations before, the feasibility study for the Cultural Arts Center was initiated by Commission in 2022 and 2023. AMS Planning and Research led the study with national partners. Original goal was identify a site and define programming for new facility. It pivoted to programming first approach due to site availability. Within their assessment, they did an East Gainesville landscape. It showed 150 plus cultural assets identified county-wide. Formal venues concentrated outside of East Gainesville. Within East Gainesville, they identified Duval Early Learning Academy, Thelma Bolton Center, Gray Bar Building, Fire Station 1. Those locations identified had some challenges. Duval Early Learning Academy, it lended itself to the use of the Cultural Arts Center with the potential to allow for ease of accommodation, but it is a large multi-building campus requiring significant operational cost, sharing of space with other nonprofits, and its availability at the time of this report remains in question. The Thelma Bolton Center, as you know, its destiny is kind of determined. It is of sufficient size, and site cannot facilitate building expansion of scale and area anticipated. Gray Bar was another location, and the Gray Bar building is fundamentally a site for the existing building, but it has a lot of intrinsic value. With this comes additional costs associated with new construction compared with the limited upgrade anticipated with the facility on par with Duval. And then Fire Station 1 during that assessment went off due to other approaches. The feasibility assessment also went out and researched through community engagement of what the community needs and interests were, which are the residents wanted theater, music, visual arts, festivals, and cultural heritage programs, life skill classes like bookkeeping, electrical, etc., broad interest in youth and elderly program camps and exhibitions. There were surveys conducted with 42 organizations participated. 55 of those organizations have budgets under $100K. Top priorities were affordability, accessibility, and availability. Most wanted flexible, multifunctional spaces. The final recommendation from AMS expanded on it was to expand programming using existing venues, build strong community partnerships, support art education in schools and nonprofits, create signature community events in East Gainesville, and invest in online art access and platforms. The commission at the time had the discussion, and with the discussion, what we took from the discussion consisted of prioritizing programs implementation in fiscal year 25, identify short-term venue partners, explore phased facility options, and maintain community engagement throughout. PRCA has, in fiscal year 2025, has increased our arts participation programs by 18 programs overall. That's 13 internal programming, partnering with other agencies, and full partnerships with four other programs, and then 1 internal and external partnerships where we run some of the programs, they run others. So and then all those programs consist of various locations such as Eastside Recreation Center, TB McPherson, Aquin Jones, Oakview, Rosabee, and some at Bo Diddley Plaza in events. So to date, that's where we're at.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker, did you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Roxy, for providing that recap. I want to begin with a big thank you. I want to begin with a thank you to staff, first of all, for being willing to bring it back. I want to begin with a thank you to my colleagues, because when this was brought forward first in 2022, it was brought forward with a vote of unanimous support. Now, some of you weren't on the commission at that point, but Commissioner Ward, I know that you were, and I think that was it. My goodness, everybody else is new.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, perfect. No, well, you've certainly been worn in. But what we have heard, regardless as to whether you were a part of that initial conversation, is a general consensus and support of the arts from everyone at this dais. And so I want to thank you for that. One of the things that also grew out of this study and staff's work beyond that point was the One Nation, One Project. And I wonder, Manager Curry, is it possible for either Roxy or someone to brief us on that as well? Because that was also kind of a part of a spinoff of this as well.
Sure, Mr. Mayor. Roxy, you can come forward, but I can put a little context around it. I think probably in 21, 22, when the commission was getting its arms around the use of the money from ARPA, there was concern about the arts and culture and how it would fit into the programming of those funds. And there was a little reticence on the front end of it, but, you know, with Commissioner Duncan Walker's leadership, working with some partners from the University of Florida, there was a presentation made to the commission about utilizing some of our ARPA monies for that, working with the National League of Cities. We made application, we were funded, well, the funding came from the city, but we were included in the group of cities around the country that participated in that program. We went through a couple of iterations of staff trying to figure out how to put our arms around it. And we ended up using Park, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs, as well as Brandy in the Office of the Health, our City Health Office, to put the programming around it. And so with that, Roxy, you can pick up, because you all took off and the program was very successful. So you can.
Yeah, so we, with Brandy and Cherie Kelly from PRCA, they were able to not just utilize the funding from ARPA, but were able to also work with National League of Cities and the One Nation, One Project to get an additional $100,000 that were able to kick off the first round of the One Nation, One Project. Because One Nation, being that it's ARPA funds, it's reimbursement funds. So that first round was a tough process to go around because ARPA funds are reimbursable funds. And so the first round was for smaller agencies or smaller individuals or groups to be able to run programs for arts or events. And so in order to pay them up front, One Nation, One Project and the National League of Cities was able to fund that and support that to get that money out on the first round. Second round were for larger organizations to have larger events and programs. And so that's where the ARPA funds came in to sustain that. Post the One Nation, One Project, that did kick off where that assisted us as a department in PRCA to be able to increase our participatory arts and our partnership outreach through that process. So One Nation, One Project was a great way to kick off what we're currently doing right now.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. I wanted to mention that because some amazing things grew out of that project. And I don't know about my colleagues up here, but I'm still hearing comments about the work. I think I don't want to select one specific thing to say was the quote unquote highlight, but what I can say is one of the most recent things that occurred that gained national attention was that Emmanuel Garrulus was one of the individuals that we brought forward through that One Nation, One Project. And Emmanuel was someone who was already a talented individual, but that One Nation, One Project program really put him on the map. He went to New York, to the Apollo, and won every single round, eventually winning the $25,000 prize, along with some artistic support, I believe it is, that's coming out of Los Angeles, California, some Movado watches. I mean, he got the works. But the whole point is this, that because of this commission's support of the arts, we started to notice, I think, an expanded desire to see not just more of it, but dedicated space to it. That's where this all came from. And so the wonderful events that have been spurred happened as a result of the recommendation of the consultant, because the issue was one of space. Now, that was disappointing to me from the very beginning, and I think everyone remembers my disappointment. But I want to just say this. I believe that there are opportunities that we can reevaluate. I want to say that coupled with this. Today and the last several meetings, we have been faced with difficult budgetary challenges, and I don't want anybody up here, at home, or in the audience to think that Commissioner Duncan Walker is insensitive to that. I am not. Since I put this work forward, I did it with the very clear presence of mind that this was going to require a host of individuals to be a part of this. And I am so pleased and so proud to say that many of them are in this room right now. I won't call names, but I'm looking a lot of them square in the eye. And I am so grateful that they are here today. They're here to show their support. There are several who were unable to be here with us today who also have been backing and wanting to see us do this in a much more intentional way, in the way of an actual facility. One of the people that I sat down with and have actually begun to carve out the beginnings of a pilot program with is Gabby over at the Hippodrome. And with the support of Dr. Paul Brody from Santa Fe, that is going to happen within the next year. Now, I will say this, there is a list of heavy-hitting people in this city and in other parts of this state who want to see this happen. You'll remember that one of the places that inspired me to bring this forward was a place that I worked at in Miami-Dade County. Because I want the individuals on this dais and as many as possible in the community to actually see what it is, touch what it is, feel and experience what it is that I'm talking about, I am committing the entire balance of my commission travel fund to create a travel opportunity, a field trip of sorts, next month down to Miami to see a cultural arts center. I have on the dais a couple of, if anyone is interested, and I certainly hope some of my colleagues on the dais are interested and can go. But if you are, I want to pass this out to you right now because I want to try to get some interest. I've asked Manager Curry if she wouldn't mind getting staff to kind of help us work out the logistics for this. But this is just an event, and I'm not going to look to see who's signing it and who's not. Yes, I am. But no, what I wanted to do, and I guess the way that, yeah, I mean, you know, there's one. Let's do one sheet that gets passed out. Okay. So I want you to be able to see this. I also want you to be able to dream this. I want you to think about the commitment that we've made. I want you to think about the fact that this shouldn't happen quickly, but I also want you to think about the partners that are in this room and the partners that aren't here and the possibilities of bringing on more into this conversation who have the skill, the talent, and the ability to do this. And there are many people who can do this. They can do it with their talents, they can do it with their skill, they can do it with their ability to raise funds. So once again, colleagues, I want you to hear that Commissioner Duncan Walker is not saying, I want you to give me $80 million for a facility. That's not what I'm saying. But I am saying I want us to be very deliberate in continuing the conversation. I want us to be very deliberate in attempting to chart a pathway forward about how the city can be involved in creating a space that is meaningful, that does live out what we said, Mayor Ward, in terms of our commitment to making this city a hub for the arts. And we have wonderful things that are already happening here, please know that I know that. But the creation of the type of space that we've been talking about over time is something that would be a little different for this city, and it's something that we absolutely deserve. I was going to show a video to you today, but I'm not going to show it. And there's a reason why. I'm not going to show it, first of all, because I want as many of you who can to come down to Miami and see it there. It's going to be screened there. It's a documentary that's wonderful, and we are featured in that documentary. We are featured in that documentary as one of the cities that a philanthropist wants to pilot this work in. So there is a real interest, and there are real dollars that are poised to help support us live this out. I want to kind of yield for a moment because I know that there are individuals that are in here who want to speak to this, but I want to say I think it's important that we don't lose sight of this. This gives us the opportunity not just to remain committed to the arts for the sake of arts, but it gives us the opportunity also to look at economic development and how we move that forward through the arts. I'll go ahead and conclude with my comments for now, Mayor Ward, because I'd really love to hear from the community. There are several people that are here that I know want to speak to this topic. I'm going to do my best to refrain from calling names, but I'm really, really excited to see the folks that are here today in support of this. And I'm grateful to be able to bring this back around when they conclude. And if any of you have any comments, I do have a motion.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. We'll go to public comment in just a moment, but I'll preface it by saying there are no great cities that do not have great arts, period. Madam Clerk.
Yes. Mr. Mayor, we have Ashubi Craig. Oshubi, I apologize. I even asked him, I asked him in the beginning and I still got it wrong. I apologize.
You did well. You did well. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening to the staff and all the community that showed up. Thank you all. I see the clock. Okay, I'm going to go fast. I'm first off representing myself before I start talking about the organizational things. I am a proud graduate of Gainesville High School. I am back in Gainesville, raising my family here, and I am here to speak specifically in support of having this art center that we've been working on. And when I say we, I mean many people that are behind me for the last now 6 years, a conversation around where do we get an anchor space specifically for our community to come together that is focused on arts and culture. Many of you all have met me, and I think I've had conversations with everyone up here specifically about the work that I do during the daytime as well, and also on the evenings and then the weekends. And that is as the director of the Center for Arts, Migration, and Entrepreneurship at the University of Florida that is housed in the College of the Arts. We are one of the youngest units at the university in the sense that we are just now 5 years old. And in that time, we've been able to bring in over $1.4 million of external funding to accelerate the work that we are really centrally focused on, and that is the power of the arts as a catalyst to drive our economy. Here in the state of Florida, we are an art state, regardless of if you understand that or not. One of the most significant employers that we have in our state is the Disney Corporation, and that is an arts organization. The currency that we have, that we push, that attracts people to come here and decide to live here, not just to visit, is the fact that our amazing quality of life that starts with our arts and cultural industries. So I want to touch on two specific things as I'm chasing the clock, 1 minute and 20. we were the last organization, and when I say we, I mean the Spark 352 initiative, the last organization to be inside of Duval providing arts programming to community. It's been now 3.5 summers. And the idea of that space not being utilized, the idea that we as a community that has invested in the power of the arts, and we've seen that in the work that happened with One Nation, One Project, we want that type of work to continue. And so I'm here to ask for us to come together to build a pathway so that we can make that work happen. And I believe that Duval is one of the sites. I chuckled, and Dr. Dion Champion next to me chuckled when we heard Fire Station 1, because that was something that we were also trying to activate. But I think in many ways, the lessons that we learned about Fire Station 1 are things that can come to life in Duval. And in the time that we've been able to work and galvanize this community around this, I think that there's great opportunity for that. I think the first step towards that is going back and reaffirming our commitment to bring this art center back to our community and also finding a great home for it. And I'm speaking specifically in support of it from Duval. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Look, I'm going to ask y'all, please don't applaud, because it's a small step from applauding to things that you don't want. And if there's one person here on the other side, you don't want to get into that space. We've seen that happen locally. We don't want that in this building, okay? So thank you.
Ms. Carla Lewis.
Welcome, Ms. Lewis.
Thank y'all so much. I'm Ms. Carla Lewis, and I stand to represent Greater Duval Neighborhood Association. And thank you all so much for even considering, and thank the public for showing up. I just wanted to say that, and I heard the report from Roxy, and I hear everything that's in it. I've heard so much about Duval, but I want to stand here specifically to talk about this space in our community. As we've learned with the Clarence R. Kelly Center, whatever happens or doesn't happen in a space, especially vacant spaces, spills out into the community. When they're not activated, that's when we have issues. Anything that is positive in a space also spills out into the community. And so looking at Duval, my elementary school, well, I went from K through 5, sitting there empty, or barely, it's not empty, barely used. Greater Duval Neighborhood Association at one point was the only organization in the entire building. Sitting at the intersection of food service, working with Working Food, working with arts organization, working with our own kids program, doing, this was first year I explored arts and literacy, arts program and ongoing things. This is what is needed in our community at the center. When we talk about addressing gun violence, having a place in a space where we can activate our local artists. I've learned since working at the University of Florida, our art landscape is beautiful. We have so much talent in the city of Gainesville. We don't have a particular space to exercise that. When I look at Duval and I hear how big it is, all I think is multiple collaborations. I think that all of our anchor institutions can get together and solve this problem. I've also had conversations with the school board. I've had meetings with several for the past 3 or 4 years. And I keep hearing them say, we can't afford to do anything but this little thing that we're doing in it. And eventually, they're not going to be able to maintain the space. That's coming from them. And so I'm wondering and I'm hoping that this would kick us off to start having some further conversations where we're bringing everybody to the table, all of the stakeholders, not just the city, the county. We can't work in silos on this. Art is at the core of healthy communities, and this is not just the benefit of the Duval community. This can benefit the rural areas, all of East Gainesville, particularly when you look at the land and the partnership that we could build. We can have farming there. We can have sustainable agriculture. All of that food and service can go into the Duval community where there's a bunch of lack. And so I encourage you and I urge you, and please keep me posted, of taking this to General Policy Commission so we can sit down and talk about it and work it out and try to figure out how we get it done, not trying to see if it's feasible, but saying that it is our priority. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
Lee Blount.
You hit the number there just perfect. Welcome, Mr. Blount.
Good evening. I am unintimidated by the fact that Duval is such a big place. multi-buildings. We need all those buildings. I want to get this commission to appreciate how big this solution needs to be. Mr. Oshaby Craig, you see that he's a success today. He didn't have time to mention that he came from a single mother household. Now, we have all these stereotypes about what we expect to happen to kids from single parent households. But you see the success that he is. That mother involved all of her kids in an African cultural performing group. And that made the difference against all the odds against them to launch them mightily into, what are the other kids? An engineer? Yeah. The arts is power. It empowers its participants. And that is something we need. This city needs to join the ranks of those who are early to reverse some of the problems this country had. Look back to Reconstruction and the things that the freedmen accomplished in that 10 years before the Hayes-Tilden Compromise betrayed Black Reconstruction. Imagine if that had continued unattacked. We would have had a moonwalk in the 30s. Cancer wouldn't be cured. This is big for the nation and big for every young individual who can participate. And it deserves all the space you can find for it. And that space is strategic because of the history and the composition of that neighborhood, because of certain people strategically close by, because of this other center, the Kelly Center, right down the street. It would be an ancillary site for so much of the energy that this will produce. This can be life energy for the whole East Side. So you need to give it that kind of attention.
Dr. K.A. Shakur.
Well, Mayor Ward and the Commission and the citizens of Gainesville. My name is Dr. K.A. Shakur. I represent about 4 or 5 different nonprofits. I won't name them all, but all their missions is to bring about harmony and peace in the community. Most of our focus has been in East Gainesville, but we know that, like the human body, that every aspect of our community has to be healed, and it has to be an even playing field in order for our nation to survive. To speak to culture and art is extremely important. For those people that are African American, culture is extremely important. Culture has been taken away in the last, I've been involved in the movement over 50 years, and in the last 30, I would say, or 40, with the invention of the military-industrial complex used in the music industry in particular, and other media outlets to display negativity, it's brought about a lot of violence, not just gun violence externally, but suicide, drugs, and all types of other situations that bring about inner violence. So definitely this center, this art center, is extremely important. And hopefully we have more than just one art center. We have many art centers. And it's important that all people embrace their culture, not just African Americans, but Europeans, Hispanics, Asians, women, and LGBTQ, and all people's culture needs to be celebrated. That way you have a whole person. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor. On this.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Walker, do you want to follow up? Or
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
else?
I certainly will yield to any colleagues who would like to give any comments.
Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. When is your trip?
Well, guess what? I heard you can't go with me. I just heard you can't go with me. The actual trip is on September 14th, okay? Initially, when I had this conversation, there was a different understanding about how the commission could travel. You would have to go on your own. But I am still going to be traveling on the 14th, and the community can still go with me. And some staff can also travel on that date as well. So that's how we're going to have to play this. I remember when we were talking about 8th and Waldo initially, Commissioner Chestnut went to Memphis, or not Memphis, that was Birmingham. And I went to Birmingham on 2 separate trips to take a look and survey. I would hope that that would be considered by members of this commission as well, so that you can see firsthand what it is that we're talking about. Because truly, to simply hear about it, as opposed to actually seeing it in action, you would really have no real clue. Say again to the general public, September 14th is the date of the screening of the documentary that I mentioned a little earlier. And staff, I believe, Kristen, have you passed out that sheet too?
Yes, there's a clipboard going
Okay.
around.
Perfect. So any interested persons, that's just a little bit of, that's a paper that's going around to collect a little information, and we will reach back out to you once we have a little more information around logistics to tell you exactly how we're going to move forward on this. But it had just come to me that the documentary will be screened next month. I know it's kind of short order, but I would have been remiss if I did not extend this invitation to the people who need it the most and to the people that it's going to serve. So I really, really hope that as many of you as are able to come out on that trip. So, Commissioner, I didn't want to take too much from your any further comments, but yeah, you can't go on that trip, but I hope you do get a chance to.
Well, I appreciate the invite and the fact that you just disinvited us.
Sorry. It was not intentional.
My comment related just to the arts and culture in general is just how important it is to the whole fabric of a community. So we often think, so I'm a cop in trade, and so you don't normally associate things like law enforcement with arts and dance and visual and music. And yet I remember, so my personal memory would be, that's my daughter's a dancer. And young, she was in Alvin Ailey in New York, and she was in Miami City Ballet, and so I did see, I think actually I visited the Cultural Arts Center when I was down there, and she was in Miami City Ballet. And since then, she's been performing, she performed for roughly a decade at Busch Gardens. And I thought, what that did to her as a human being and as just a growing up young lady, and how it kept her out of violence, and it kept her structured, and it kept her focused. And that's why she's got a great head on her shoulders now. I mean, I would like to think part of that's my wife also. But the reality is that these things have a tie-in to the way that we are as a community. And you're right, our fiscal challenges they're big. And we all have different things that we're very passionate about. And if we ever got to the point where there was a centrally focused place, I would imagine it would be a partnership, which I think I've heard you talk. That's UF, that's Santa Fe, that's the city and the county that all have a piece of that, because I think that's the way it would end up probably being funded as a center. So anyhow, I appreciate you bringing it up, and it appears that you have a lot more passionate people also in the galley.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Commissioner, you said your daughter was a member at Alvin Ailey. The most recent artistic director was from the African Heritage Cultural Arts Center in Miami, where we'll be going. A product of that, so really good to hear. And to the point that you were making about the partnership, absolutely. And there are a couple of other major institutions that you did not mention who also should pull up to that table as well, and who are poised and ready to do that.
Good. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this forward, Commissioner Duncan-Walker. It does feel like over these past few years, certainly, as you've mentioned, many of us are relatively new. We were not here to vote on this in 2022, but all we have done is sort of think smaller and smaller and smaller as we've been here, as we, I mean, when we came in, we cut 161 positions almost right out of the gate. Today, last week, another 20 positions were frozen and unbudgeted, which we reiterated today. It has been nothing but budget cuts since we came in here, and it's worth remembering that there's times to dream and to think and to prioritize and where we go with things. And as you have pointed out, I think, and the arts are more than just something that you do. They are economic development. They are what bring our community together. They work on, they are what make, you said, Mr. Mayor, that every great city has great arts. I'd say that Gainesville in particular has the best art scene in all of Florida. Before I ever moved here, before I ever traveled here, I would just take road trips with my friends to come and see all the amazing music and bands and everything else that was just coming out of Gainesville that just blew me away. I mean, it is, I don't know what's in the water here in Gainesville, but there is something that just makes us an incredible arts community. But as you pointed out, we're balancing out all of the needs as to how do we ensure that we're prioritizing our, which I'll point out, as we've cut all these positions and all this budget, we have not cut our funding for our outside agencies. We have not cut our funding for many of our grants. We're still supporting the Hippodrome. We've still found a way to make the arts a big part of our budget, despite the fact that we have lost a lot here in the city of Gainesville in the last few years, but we have continued to work to make our arts work. But I guess the question going forward is, how do we do this creatively, right? It's how do we, just the way that artists have always had to find ways to, take old warehouses to make sure they can put on their plays, or, bands have to go into, storage units to do their practice space. Like we are now in that same place where we're trying, how do we do more with less, and how do we think creatively about the spaces that we have and where they go forward? And so I don't know what your motion says. I want to make, whatever it is, I hope that it brings us forward to think creatively. I think the original, what came out of the review of all of this that talked about still supporting particularly places in East Gainesville with more arts and participatory type art is good, and just making sure that we're thinking outside the box and making that work, as we continue to be very serious about not putting more strain on the staff that have already gone through a whole lot in recent years. I think is good, and so thank you for bringing it forward, and thank you for continuing to press this point. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Engel.
I'd like to jump on that train. It's congratulate you for bringing this forward. Tell you how much I appreciate it. If I could add a little bit to it, I think that the arts and culture are very important to any city. Gainesville especially, I think, like Commissioner Eastman said, we pride ourselves on what a musical city this was and the talents that have come out of here before. And while I want to take care of the arts, I want to make sure we're also taking care of artists. It's a very hard way to earn a living, and in a place where there's plenty of economic struggle. I can tell you, my wife's a musician, has been professionally for 20 years. She makes for a gig today what she made for a gig in the early 90s. And it is across the board. I said the amazing talent we have can't be expected to starve on our behalf. And I want to make sure that as we're addressing the arts, we're also addressing the artists.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner Engel, for that. You would never get any argument from me on that, because I have been a professional artist for most of my life. I started out my artistic endeavors right here with the city of Gainesville, cut my teeth in the basement at the Thomas Center with Shamrock McShane. Carol, I see you nodding. But so no, I have a real appreciation, understanding, passion for that community, because I am still very much a part of that community. Thank you very much for never forgetting that we have to take care of the artists as well. Please know that I'm sure that won't be lost on any of the individuals that come to this table to move this forward, because they're all individuals who understand this in a 360 kind of way. They understand that it's not just forward facing, it's about what's happening on the inside as well. So thank you very much for that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I plan to make the trip. The arts are very important to our community, and at every age. I had a piano recital at age 65. But all my life I'd wanted to play for Elise. That was my song. And I learned to play that.
Yeah.
So it's very important that we keep all age groups involved, and that we see it as intergenerational. So I hope that we can make something work here. I think Commissioner Eastman really said it. We've been cutting ever since we got here. And part of that is because of the because of the budget. When GRU pulled out from the city, we lost $30 million. $30 million. And it's difficult to make up $30 million just making small cuts. You have to really do surgery on a budget. So we'll see what we can do with this. And for Elise, I say thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. And I'll join in and say that I fairly late in life got a little more serious about guitar, and I remain the most joyful, least good guitar player you will ever meet. But have a good time. It is absolutely important that we raise children in our community who don't see the arts as a thing that you can do, but something that is part of what they do, that is just part of their life. Cradle to grave, the arts ought to be something that feeds us, and that we respect other people's arts and just take it as part of life, instead of something that maybe you'll choose to do this and maybe you'll choose to go into industry. No, the arts are just for everyone. But to follow Commissioner Engel's point and yours, people who take on the arts professionally must be compensated as professionals. And we have in our community a number of folks who, as we saw through One Nation One Project, are incredibly well known on other stages, but choose to make Gainesville their home.
Absolutely.
And do their practice their craft here and show up in front of cameras in other places. That is a thing we can absolutely be. We can be that community that where people go when they're not on Broadway, and that sort of thing. As we move forward with it, though, we all know I don't have to repeat it, but I will, that we are in a very difficult fiscal circumstance. But not every institution in our community is.
That's right.
And some of the ones that are there by choice. So they can choose to not be in that place. If we all join hands as institutions, we can do very powerful things. Perhaps this is the way that we learn to work together with all the institutions, because we have not traditionally done that. We have great partnerships here and there. We are building a great health partnership with UF Health. But let's face it, we have many places that ought to be great partnerships with the University of Florida where we just don't see each other. And the more partnerships we can build where we have to be together and share space and time and intent, the more natural that will become. So perhaps this is a way to do it. Certainly if it's just, I've said this about other things, but if we only look to the city of Gainesville to make something a success, we are likely to be disappointed because we only have so many resources as an institution. If we join hands with all the institutions and everybody steps up, every institution steps up, the sky is the limit. We can leverage many, many things in this community. The sum of the parts is far greater, the whole, I should say, is far greater than the sum of the parts. But we've got to cross that bridge and be able to get there. So thank you for your leadership on this. We must find ways to bring all our partners into the space together.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that is in part built into my motion, Mr. Mayor. I would like to say some of those partners that I have at least spoken to a few members of their organizations, namely over at the County Commission. We have several members of the County Commission who are very interested in charting a pathway forward and discussing with us how that might happen. We've even gone so far as to discuss the idea of a bed tax and how that might support this. So trust me, there are members of those major institutions who are already thinking in full knowledge of the budgetary restraints that we face, but also wanting to see this move forward and already coming forward with ideas about how it could possibly be funded. So without belaboring the point any longer, if there are no more lights, I'd like to make a motion. Kristen, would you kindly put that up on the screen? I move that the City Commission agree to continue discussions about the development of a cultural arts center. that we direct staff to convene a working group comprised of internal and external stakeholders to develop a plan including review of partnerships, site options with a preference in the East Gainesville area, and funding mechanisms for operating and capital costs. That the working group provide periodic updates to the General Policy Committee, and that we schedule a joint meeting with the Alachua County School Board and the Board of Alachua County Commissioners to discuss options for collaboration and potential use of the Duval Early Learning Center as a site for the Cultural Arts Center.
I'll second that. On number, yeah, thank you. On number 4, I would suggest that we say the Duval Early Learning Center and other sites that are appropriate in the East End.
Sure.
Because I think there may be some other sites
Yeah.
that may come.
And you know, I'm fine with that, Commissioner Chestnut. To that point, I do know that one of our colleagues over at the county may mention that we take a look at a site that's actually right across the street from 8th and Waldo.
And I think that someone's going to call you about that site.
And I'm looking forward to that. So, no, absolutely, we can amend this. We can amend that to include that.
Certainly, some of our partner institutions actually have capital money to work with.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so I would just say the Duval Early Learning Center and other appropriate sites in the eastern part of the city.
Well, now, let me say this, modifying number 4, so that particular item, Commissioner Chestnut, is around the joint meeting.
Okay.
But I think up in. I think, and here's what I want to be careful of. I want to give staff the opportunity to hear this, and I'm trying to remember where I built this in. Okay, so in number 2, we have including a review of partnerships and site options.
Yeah,
so number 2 kind of covers that, Commissioner Chestnut.
Okay.
Number 4 is really getting those 3 boards together to have an intentional conversation about, hey, is Duval going to be available? If so, how can we move that forward? And how the Alachua County Board of Commissioners might be able to either bring resources or partner. That's the intention behind number 4. But what you're mentioning, and thank you for bringing it up, is actually borne out in number 2, because that gives staff the opportunity to bring back various site options.
Okay.
All right. You good? Okay, and so we've got a motion and a second. Any other commissioner?
So is there a, all right, so we are convening a working group to review site options, to review what we went with the Cultural Arts Center feasibility study. Basically, we're re-reviewing the Cultural Arts Center feasibility study within this working group.
What we're doing is we're giving staff, because I want to be very clear, that study came back and said, one of the things it said was that Duval wasn't ready at that time. And so what I'm aware of is that they didn't even make mention of the Edmonds building. So there were some things that weren't even covered. This motion gives staff the opportunity, to go back to the drawing board to a certain degree. I don't want to hamstring our staff at all, because I think that they've heard the intention here of this commission, and I want to give them the opportunity to go beyond that. I think that study actually limited us a little bit.
I think all our mics just went off.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's and then it will be an ongoing, so this isn't a one-time working group. It looks like there's going to be periodic updates that would be given consistently to the General Policy Committee that would be convened by it. I'd be, I guess, comfortable talking about how we go forward with this at some point. It's the same thing that we've had as it relates to our other initiatives where we have sort of ongoing groups that are in there, where we have not just lost budget, but we've lost a significant amount of staff. And we have been talking in the past also about how do we allocate our limited senior staff members into this sort of coordination role and those sort of things. I I do get concerned about us coordinating another sort of ongoing role within there.
Well, let's ask staff, because what I wouldn't want to do is make the assumption
Right.
that we know what they're capable of without asking them.
I agree.
Manager Curry, is there something in this motion with regards to encumbering staff in any way? Is this too heavy for staff, you think?
Commissioner, I don't think so. I mean, you all asked us about a couple of months or so ago to take on an assignment, and I said we would do the very best that we could. It was relative to GCRA, and it was about, going back in time, troglodyte time.
You're right.
And so we're prepared to come back to you all on October 23rd with that. I think staff is actually going to start meetings the week of October 9th with commissioners, just kind of rolling out what we have available. So, when we say we're going to try, we're going to try. I think staff will definitely try working on this. You and I had some very preliminary conversations about this. I'm not disappointed at all to see this. I think that staff would be more than willing to support.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, if the manager feels comfortable with it, then I feel comfortable with it. That's great.
So I'm interested in making sure that we include, that it's not just it is natural for us to say the city of Gainesville will take this on.
Mm-hmm.
And before you know it, not only did we kick it off, but it's ours. And frankly, other institutional partners, and I'm not going to name names, but other institutional partners are happy to let that happen because we do it well. But I want to make sure they've got, I don't want to use that they are bought in, with people resources.
Mr. Mayor, what gives me comfort, if I might just interrupt for a second, is the fact that this will come back periodically to GPC.
Okay.
And you all, as a body, can make the decision on whether it's moving where it should or provide input, counsel, whatever, but it would periodically come back to GPC.
Okay. I'm learning to be protective of our resources, knowing that there are other institutional partners who will happily let us do all the work. We've done it in the past on other things, and they'll be happy to let us do it because our people will lead. Our staff will get out in front and do the work, and they'll show up at the meeting and say, "That's very good work," and I don't want them to do that.
I can appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. I also want to add, from an external perspective, some of the organizations that I can envision coming forward and being a part of that working group, they are very, very much capable of doing a lot of this heavy lifting. They're individuals who have experience in getting grants, in creating the type of programming, in moving the type of capital project that we're talking about forward. And so I would be very, very confident, that bringing them into the mix in this way would probably help to offset that.
Very good. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Is there a reason that you're not including the university?
Not at all.
Well, I want at the outset.
Thank you very much.
At the outset.
No, there is not. And let me just tell you my course of thinking. So one of the things in the initial conversation that I had with Gabby and the Hippodrome's desire to move forward on a pilot project, because there had been already some work that was happening with Santa Fe, Dr. Paul Brody was a very easy person to reach out to. So Santa Fe that was an easy call to make. He and I had a conversation, and boom, right off the top, he said, absolutely, what do you need?
Well, put them up there.
Okay, we can.
Well,
Well, here's the problem. When people see this list, they're just going to see those three groups as being involved. If you start, excuse me, Carla.
Ms. Carla, yeah, just.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
If you don't identify them at the outset, and I think you need to cast the bread upon the water as far as you can. Put them there at the beginning.
What is your suggestion? Where are you suggesting that happen, Commissioner?
A joint meeting with representatives from the Alachua County School Board.
Okay, so
Board of County Commissioners, 4. But what? Carla, you can't really talk from there, dear.
I'm sorry, sweetheart. But they're not making sense, and I'm just trying to understand.
Okay, we'll have other public comment opportunities another time, but we need to figure this out up here.
All right.
Thank you, thank you.
So Commissioner, you're suggesting, or you're asking about including what organization?
Other collaborators.
Okay, so that would be your verbiage, giving staff the opportunity to invite other collaborators at the table for that meeting?
Specifically, University of Florida and Santa Fe Community College, Santa Fe College, at the outset.
So if I might, I hear where you're going with it, I agree. But functionally, I don't know how we do that
that's what I'm
because we're three elected bodies and they're their own thing, whatever that is. So I don't know how they participate the same way that we can participate. But I hear what you're saying.
They are the holders of the funds.
Yes, yeah. But we could perhaps invite them to be a part, to send representatives to be a part of such a meeting.
Maybe so.
And I think too, staff hears this conversation. And I think that they hear the desire to have them as potential funders to that table. And absolutely, Commissioner, no, they were not left off intentionally. You haven't seen the list of individuals that I actually have written down who need to be to the table. This wasn't designed to be an exhaustive list, but it was designed to get the decision-making bodies together to chart a path forward. And then there's enough leeway in here for staff to begin to chart that pathway forward and determine how the future meetings can roll out.
Might you add to number 4, just spitballing here, schedule a joint meeting with the Alachua County School Board and the Board of Alachua County Commissioners and other potential, and representatives from other potential partners?
Absolutely.
That-
Add it, sure. No problem.
Madam Clerk, you
Could you just repeat one more time?
so following Board of Alachua County Commissioners and representatives of other potential partners. Now, that's a great big meeting.
Yeah.
I mean, right off the bat, you're looking at what, 17 people.
Right.
17 elected officials who all have to talk, right? So, but there's a way to put that together. There's not a way to put that together before we're all finished working these budgets, but there's a way to put all that together and make that work. Okay, Commissioner Book, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just glad that the motion didn't have money attached to it. And that's the most important thing. Because we can do all the work behind the scenes and get the information and determine that there is partners that can bring other resources, and people and staff, and tremendous training expertise for that at some of the big partners. When I see Section 2, I support this fully. The working group is going to be comprised of a host of partners. I remember when they did the Friendship 7, which was really designed around disparities and equity. This is kind of like that. This is you get your big partners around, you're talking about an Arts 7, Cultural Coalition 7, and then it's everybody else. It might be a nonprofit organization, it may be the North Central Florida Foundation, it may be a large corporate partner that has a real interest in the arts that brings real resource into North Central Florida. So I think it's solid, and I understand what you said, Commissioner Chester. I think kind of number 2 covers that, stuff. It says whoever the partners are would probably determine that down the road, and then it starts to kind of coalesce, a few months down the road of who are those that really would bring something to the table as opposed to just talk a good game.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Book. I was very intentional about not attaching any dollar amount to this conversation today. Thank you.
I think we should attach dollar amounts for all our partners and not for us. Somehow, I don't think that would be binding. Okay.
Did I get it in the right spot there, Mr. Mayor?
Nope.
Nope, okay.
No, it was in number 4.
Oh, apologize. Give me one
Sorry.
second. Broadcast, would you take it down? I'll edit.
But I want to thank you for the rapid response on the screen.
Okay. Broadcast and I are working it out. Okay, schedule meeting. So Alachua County School Board and the Board of Alachua County Commissioners and representatives of other
Potential
potential
partners.
partners. Okay. How slow you type when everyone's watching you.
There's not even 100 of us in here.
I know. Okay, broadcast has it. They're going to put it up on the screen.
All right, as soon as we get this back up, we'll go ahead and vote. I don't see any other lights. Okay, the maker of the motion and the seconder, okay, all right. All right, if everybody's clear, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Willets absent. Thank you all for being here this evening. Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, colleagues.
Y'all have a good night.
Well, Madam Clerk, let's just hold off a moment until we clear. So everybody, we do still have a bunch of business to do this evening. Yeah, we got a lot of business left to do.
Oh, I know. Bye-bye. Boy, that cleared the room. Wow.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, 2025-356 Advisory Board and Committee Report with a recommendation the City Commission hear a presentation and take action deemed necessary.
Very good. Ms. Brown, did you, welcome. I know, that's the best part, right?
Oh, man, that's not fair. Good evening, everyone. My name's Devonda Dix Brown. I'm a lifelong resident here. I'm the co-chair of the GCRA board. I'm here to do a very brief presentation. I believe we do have it up on the board. I'm going to go over this very quickly. It's pretty simple. You guys know most of this stuff anyways, but we're going to provide this real quick. You can go on to question one. We did this earlier, maybe a week or so ago. Staff put this together and I'm just presenting. There were a few questions that were asked. What do you understand the commission of the board to be? And of course that is to provide input to you guys regarding the 10-year plan that's supposed to be implemented by 2029, I believe, is the end. And which of course is to provide economic growth and create opportunities for the community. And question number two, what are the three most important things the Gainesville City Commission Reinvestment Area Advisory Board has done during the calendar years of 2024 and 2025? And what we have done is we have provided input to you guys, of course, regarding the downtown streetery. We had a presentation provided to us, I believe it was in May or April, earlier in the year, and we saw that presentation, and we brought some recommendations back to you guys on that, of course. And then, of course, there was the historic Heritage Trail, of course, that runs through the Fifth Avenue and Pleasant Street communities. And then there was the 8th Avenue and Waldo Road corridor, which is a really transformative project that we really hope comes to fruition. And then, of course, there was Heartwood, the new home community on the old Kennedy home site. And then we have the Cornerstone project, which is a connector between 8th Avenue and Hawthorne Road. And then we assisted in the awarding of grants to support the community projects and events. And we had presentations. Again, we did that maybe a few months ago. And we had various, community organizations come in and request grants. They had the opportunity to present in person or via Zoom. And of course, we did that as well. Which again goes to speak to the fact that the City Commission is, happy, excited about what you are able to do, even on that small of a scale, to the arts community, which is great. We engaged community members at large for the various agenda items brought in front of the board. Question number 3. What are the 3 most important things the Gainesville Community Reinvestment Area Advisory Board is working on right now? And of course, there's a continuation of the 4 that we have presented here. It indicated 3, but we thought 4 would be more spot on, so we listed those as well. And again, going back to the previous question, number 2, in terms of what we have been working on, these projects are continuing. And question number 4, what could the City Commission do to help the Gainesville Community Reinvestment Area Advisory Board better serve our neighbors? In a discussion at one of our last meetings, it was mentioned, and it was agreed upon, that we thought it would be a wonderful idea if periodically someone from the commission could come, maybe on a rotating basis of sorts, and that would, again, be an additional opportunity for you guys to maybe engage with the community and provide input to the staff, and being that it, again, is just another touch point to connect with the community. Based upon those, we have question number 5. What else do you need the City Commission to know about the Gainesville Community Investment Area Advisory Board? Well, we currently have 8 members. My seat is due to expire soon. We're made up a board of various backgrounds, racial, ethnic diversities, and we're passionate about the community on various levels. Housing, for me, being that that's my profession, is first and foremost on my list, of course, but it varies, of course. We have one request of you guys, and that is that the City Commission provides feedback to the Gainesville Community Reinvestment Area Advisory Board based on its annual report presentation that I just provided.
Very good. Thank you for sharing this with us.
Sure,
And
thank you.
It really does matter to me, at least. I can't speak for everybody, but I think for everybody, that we hear back from you all, and that's why we ask for these reports annually. So that we're aware of exactly what you all are thinking and doing and what you need from us. And I will commit to you that I will at least once a year visit
Wonderful.
meeting. So.
Do we have any others?
If you could send our aides the meeting schedule, that would be helpful.
Wonderful. Okay, I'll make note of that. Anything else? Any other questions? Thank you, guys.
That's good.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this at all?
No public comment.
Okay. Gotta ask. Right.
True.
All right, Madam Clerk.
We are on to commission comment, Mr. Mayor.
But I'm sorry, there's one other
sorry.
item we needed to review.
Oh,
for
yeah,
the,
that's right. Sorry. Yes.
Mr. Attorney.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And in abundance of caution, we noted that the item 2025-657.
Let me pause you real quick. Are you good? Okay, all right, go ahead. Yeah.
The request to adopt a resolution declaring a city-owned parcel as surplus, the Palm Point matter. In the City Commission's real property policy, it does indicate that in disposition of property and entering the resolution to surplus property to be disposed of, that resolution should be adopted at a City Commission meeting after 5 p.m. So I would ask that you just call the item again, and then revote, basically reaffirming that the resolution should be entered, and then it'll be taken care of.
Okay. Madam Clerk, do you want to read that back in for us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This is 2025-657, request to adopt a resolution declaring a city-owned parcel as surplus with the recommendation the City Commission adopt the resolution declaring tax parcel 17945000000 as surplus property not designated for affordable housing. Authorize the mayor to execute and the city clerk to attest the special warranty deed to Alachua County and direct the city manager or designee to execute all other appropriate documents to dispose of the property per the city's real property policies, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Book and Commissioner Eastman, were your lights about this issue, or?
No, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if the resolution had to be re-adopted, then I would defer to Commissioner Engel, who I think he did it the first time.
Gotcha.
And we'll go after that.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Eastman, what is this?
I was just gonna make the motion.
Okay, we'll let Commissioner Engel make the motion.
Yeah, this is very important.
It's a motion so nice, I'm making it twice. I would like to accept staff's recommendation on the thing I don't even have in front of me anymore. So we got that item number.
Move staff recommendation.
I'll move staff recommendation.
Second.
There you go. All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment?
Almost made it 3 times.
No public comment, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. All right, go ahead and call the roll, please.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Commissioner Book. Commissioner Willetts is absent. Commissioner Eastman.
Aye.
Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Chestnut.
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Willetts absent.
Now on to commission comment.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is very brief and more rhetorical. In hearing our different board updates periodically, and they're always looking for us to give them tasks. And one thing we're always mindful of, at least certainly in the last couple of years, is tasks to staff they're probably right up here as far as what we give them. But the boards are willing to work. And they all have liaisons. So something that might be a topic for at least the board we heard of here this evening and the Downtown Advisory Board might be for them to research or consider ways to fund things downtown. And I am thinking public safety in the downtown unit because there are mechanisms that don't necessarily hit the city commission for that. And these are people willing to work. I'm not looking for a discussion, but I really was thinking about that when I thought about what are funding mechanisms that don't necessarily task us, and what are efforts that don't task our city staff? And it may be those two boards and maybe a couple overlapping ones that we pose that question in the future. That's for a future week.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Engel.
I was still blinking from the left.
For the last one, okay. All right, then, I don't see any of the lights. I would remind you all, you got something? Go ahead.
I do have something.
Go ahead.
I would, today's a very special day here in the city of Gainesville.
Yes.
Well, I'd argue one of the most important days. It is the birthday of one of our fellow commissioners, Mr. James Engel. So I would, if we would, I'd like to sing him a round of happy birthday, if you're all right.
Absolutely appreciate it.
All right. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Commissioner James Engel. Happy birthday to you.
This is the type of arts that I really appreciate.
And this is why you got to pay artists.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Thank you. I just would remind you all that tomorrow at 10 a.m. we are breaking ground with the Gainesville Housing Authority on Wilson Road. And I'm losing the name of the community there. Yeah, Woodland Park.
It is really great. We've got 140 some units, some of which are rebuilds and some of which are brand new units. And I hope that you will join us at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And following that at noon at the Hippodrome, as we mentioned earlier, we'll be cutting the ribbon on the refurbished oldest elevator in Florida, literally the oldest elevator in Florida. So it is fixed. It is functional again, and just in time for the Hippodrome's fall season. So, all right, I see no other lights, so we are adjourned. Thank you.